much impact on that first map last night. It was crazy.
It is crazy. It is absolutely out of control. Almost as out of control as us, heading on into a break, which should set us up nicely for the first match of the day. Before we go, though, you should show your support for your favorite team at CSGO Hub, powered by Coil Fan Club Showdown. That's right, play CSGO on Matchmaking, Face It, or ESEA. The most active accounts can win awesome prizes. Now, what you can do is win the big prize at the end of the day. Just kidding, it's the beginning. We're going Entropiq Astralis when we return.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike. The favourites coming into the tournament have just unlocked the intel of the air. Another pushing
Config's going to press the issue. This is what he talked about in that interview, is he has a little bit more freedom to be aggressive because he's got a buddy with him who can help out. This time it's Blame F to put him in position, and what a strong position it is.
if we're gonna communicate well, we can destroy everyone.
What makes Entropiq really strong is that they're playing so many of the online tournaments. Like, they probably have a lot of confidence. You get a lot of confidence from playing online tournaments, just smashing people all the time.
Played like 4 LANs, and most of them were quite successful. We were pretty confident in ourselves. This team is quite good. It will be an interesting match, I hope. We're gonna try to win every single match we play, so...
We saw Astralis playing with the bubble guns, but perhaps they don't turn into bubble guts today. Now for Entropiq, surely they don't walk into this one thinking it's a walk in the park. There's no way. Of course, when Config's on the other side of the server and Kassad not here to defend his honor, I don't know how we'll ever make it through trying to explain what he's brought to this team. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 15. Playoffs have begun. Round of 12 is here. Maniac and Yanko are as well. And Maniac, I'm looking at you to start us off with the conversation around Astralis, what they've done right, what they're doing wrong, etc.
I think we can kick things off with Glaive, right? As an individual, also as a leader. I think Glaive is someone that has suffered a lot through the lucky times in Astralis. But now that Frolic is back, he's got better numbers. He's got a better performance here in Pro League. It's about an 8% increase if you compare his event to the last 3 months. But what I like is how he's been playing, right? He's been quite aggressive. He's been decisive. And just for Astralis as a whole, having your IGL being confident the way he is, it has to be an X factor.
Yeah, I think he's a key player for this team and was for the Astralis of old as well, right? Like, yes, you had Device, yes, you had Dupree, Magus, who maybe had more kills, but Glaive's positioning and his rotations on the CT side, his calls on the T side, they were instrumental, right? And I think that was the main reason why Astralis was struggling, that, you know, he wasn't contributing as much as they're used to.
And that has to be a little strange, especially when you think about some of the sentiment that we had before. I know Kassad had said, hey, the old Astralis would not have found themselves in these problems. And now it seems like they're working their way around figuring them out in a different fashion, Maniac.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I guess for people, it's really important to realize that for Glaive, having been in that Astralis of old that was winning everything, it's really hard to reprogram the way you want to approach Counter-Strike. You have a different lineup, you have different players with different skill set.
Different coach.
Exactly, you have a different coach as well. You cannot just plug and play, copy-paste the way you was playing Counter-Strike. So you might have some certainties from the past, but some of them don't even apply. So you have to be able to be tabula rasa on your knowledge and rethink your access to Counter-Strike.
Toblerone on your knowledge?
Tabula rasa. It's a bit of Latin. But Toblerone works as well.
It's like a blank tablet, Trace.
Oh, like a fresh slate.
Yeah, I should be familiar with that.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's all right here, guys. Hey, Config, though, we did talk about him pretty much the entirety of the tournament that they've been present. Now, Yanko, make a case for your boy Kassad as to Config being the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, tell me who's better, Trace.
Oh, do you know what?
Well, I just made my case, right? That's all you need to say.
Fair enough.
He has undoubtedly played better, right? The numbers don't lie either, and it is, but it's a little bit him playing better individually, and it's a little bit them figuring things out as a team and having more time to practice and kind of go through some of the protocols. And there's no denying that when he plays well, Astralis does way better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's something that you have to keep in your pocket if you're Astralis. If you're Astralis, we also get the opportunity to hear from you prior to jumping to this match with Config, sharing some words.
Hey everybody, I have Config here from Astralis for a short pre-game interview. Config, we're getting closer to the end of the season, but if we look at the stats, they are way higher than what we saw in the previous 3 months. What had the biggest influence on it?
Like on my individual skill, I think that I figured out how I want to play my individual game, and I'm not too focused on what the opponents do, so I'm trying to more like focus on me and doing my thing and just counterplaying how they're playing and then kind of reading them in-game as we play. So I think that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. It also seems like you have like some kind of special connection with BlameF, because usually you're both in the top of the leaderboard. So would you say that you're kind of like enabling each other?
Yeah, I think that when he makes space, I take the space that he creates for me and the other way around. So yeah, I think that we complement each other really good. And I think that we are like a pretty good duo, if you can say that, like complementing each other back and forth.
Yeah. So basically, like, you can do the move because you know he's behind you and he'll help you out, and vice versa, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think that he's perfect at doing his role, and I'm pretty good at doing mine. So I think that we're complementing each other really good.
Well, today you're going to face Entropiq, and the thing is, they are a CIS team, and the CIS teams are known for playing like pretty aggressively. And you're the one who is in your team like the most aggressive player, plus the one that kind of is responsible for the opening kills. Do you find it harder to play against this type of teams?
To be honest, I don't really think that it's going to be a big problem, because I know that my individual skill is pretty good at the moment, so I'm not really scared of them being more aggressive than me. I think that I can always try to find my game. I think like playing versus a really good AWPer is my weakness, so I think that I'll find a way.
Okay, looking forward to see you find the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And they must have a real tough time when they go to places. You know, with that level of teammate and team camaraderie, they must have a hard time figuring out who's going to open the door.
I'm surprised we managed to fit these two on our graphic.
Barely. Look, I mean, like, it's kind of over.
But it is a pretty strong 1-2 punch they have in Astralis when these two are playing well. And it's interesting what Config says. Well, you know, I struggle against maybe a really good AWPer on the other side is when I'm having problems with performances, and that's going to be a key win condition for Entropiq in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And this whole concept as well, that there might be a correlation, if you will, between Config's playstyle and Blamef's success, right? I think Blame is an individual that's really good at punishing any opening he's got. And what you need to have these openings is rotations. You need opening kills, you need some chaos on the map, and that's what Config is doing. So I definitely think that a Config that's on form, that's on point, creates rotations because of the entries he finds, the multi-kills he finds, and then Blamef is the one closing the round. So you gotta have your eye on both of them.
Yeah, and for us, our eyes try to stay across the entirety of what the game looks like here for this side of Astralis. But when it comes down to, like, say, FunSpark ultis, what are we quantifying out of that?
Well, that was just the first event of the year, really, for Astralis as well. Something to play before Blast kicks off. And you can see that Entropiq actually managed to beat them here 2-1.
Here's what you need to know about that game, Trace. Okay. First of all, Config was the lowest rated player of the entire series. He was the lowest rated player. You know who was the second lowest rated player? Lucky. So these are two elements that are about to be completely different in that series. Now we have Follig for Lucky, and we have a Config that is far away from the 0.79 rating he had in that series.
Yeah, Config, definitely a guy that used to put up massive numbers and is starting to do so yet again. And I don't think he's even going to have to smash his mouse this time around.
I'm hoping he won't have to smash.
It'll be fun, though, right?
You've done it in the past? Are you a mouse smasher?
No, I don't. I'm not trying to break any mice. Now I just been broken myself. Hey, anyway, Yanko, I'm looking over here at the side over here for Entropiq, and I'm thinking about the what ifs. You know, what about a team with Hooch right behind them, kind of guiding them up to this point? What do they look like?
Well, I think for Entropiq, the one thing they have going for them, or actually two things, is first, there's no real obvious weak links on their team, right? Any player can step up and deliver at any given time. And the second thing is, this 5-man roster has played over 500 maps together. Oof. On the other side of things, Astralis has played 13 maps together with this particular lineup. And even if you just look at, you know, with Lucky, so in the past 6 months, they played less than 100. So, you know, just the kind of routine, the protocols, the practice that Entropiq has across the board and their ability to adjust on the fly, since they probably experienced everything, really goes hand in hand with what, I don't know who said in the interview, with Entropiq, like just playing a lot of online games and beating people, that gives them a lot of confidence.
But Maniac, Alien. That's what everybody's talking about. Entropiq, Alien. Okay, well, here he is.
Alien is always the man of the hour when it comes to Entropiq, and I'd say for good and bad reasons. Sometimes for good reasons, when he's having a good game. When I think about the major, the qualifiers, or the challenger stage of the major, of course, he was the man under the spotlight. But then as well, he has a tendency to disappear when he plays against the best teams out there. And that's the issue. We talked about Config, and we talked about his role, that man right here, shutting him down when he's trying to take space. Alien has moments where he does not deliver what he is supposed to, and that creates that disbalance in what he's supposed to bring.
I think you have to talk about it, right? It's like, because it's probably the biggest gap we have right now when it comes to top 10, top 15 teams in terms of performance against the best in the world, and then everyone else. And considering he's an AWPer and the meta we're in right now and how crucial that role is for your team, you're not going to go a long way if your AWPer can't deliver in crunch time.
And I wonder to what extent sometimes it has to do with so many maps against whoever is out there in any of these tournaments. Because if you're Alien, you might get used to a certain playstyle, you might get used to mistakes or flaws here and there, a lack of flashes, and suddenly you play against a team that's well-oiled, and you might be a little bit outside your comfort zone.
And you slip.
So, exactly. Oh.
Whoa, wait, no. Look, check it out. Let's go with our Epics, or excuse me, not Epics, Colex players to watch. We're looking at Alien and Farlig.
his team's sharp eye, Alien will be the first to react to oncoming danger. His performance hasn't been consistent through the EPL group stage, so can he watch his rivals back in the playoffs when there's just one chance to make it through? Farlig is considered the secret weapon of Astralis. The group stage was the first opportunity to prove himself to the new team, and he did not hesitate to show his firepower. Still overshadowed by the stars around him, we can't wait to see Farlig grow to the strength required to get Astralis back on top. The two young Oppers are looking to clip their opponent's wings. Only one can advance and face the Brazilian Panthers in the quarterfinals.
That's our Colex players to watch, and also what to watch out for is the veto. So what we do know is there's not going to be an Inferno for Entropiq, and there's not going to be a Vertigo for Astralis. Pretty simple stuff, right?
It is pretty simple. Now, another question as well is what Ancient is going to land on here or not. That's the question. And Entropiq could go for it, but that's a map that Astralis actually quite like. They've beaten them last time. So we'll see. Dust 2 removed by Astralis. I thought that could have been an option. That leaves Vertigo open.
Yeah, it does, and we've
There we go.
Yeah, and Entropiq just goes straight for it. That Astralis did switch it up a little bit in their map pool, right? With some of the Mirages haven't really been going their way. They reintroduced Vertigo back, but you know, Entropiq is one of the few teams that's even beaten players last year on Vertigo, and they were by far the best Vertigo team we've had. So I'm not so sure about that one. Maybe they trust their preparation.
Yeah, I thought that Dust 2 would be Entropiq's pick. Right, Astralis 0-5 in the last 3 months, and some of these defeats have been really, really one-sided. In fact, they didn't even put up a fight. So they were always going to be punished on that one map. Picking Nuke, I mean, they have some pressure knowing Vertigo is coming right behind.
I mean, interesting that they go for the same pick like the last time they met, and they lost 16-8. I mean, that was a pretty convincing win for Entropiq. I thought we might get the same maps, just different, you know, the opposing teams picking them, right? But that didn't turn out to be the case. And I don't know, man. Like, for me, Entropiq won on this veto by a large margin.
Just because of the Vertigo in the middle.
Yeah, but the issue
and
that I have,
fact that Astralis picked Nuke and not Ancient.
Well, how about that? Hey, guys, I'd get your predictions, but ultimately, what matters is it's time for another round of 12 playoff match. That's right, playoffs. Playoffs. Yanko, say it one time.
Playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's Entropiq taking on Astralis. We've got Nuke, Vertigo, Overpass. Should we need it? Furia waiting in the wings on the other end of this matchup in the bracket play. And waiting in the commentary booth are Chad and Alex.
Yes, we are. We're warm, we're cozy, and excited to bring you all of the action. Playoffs round 1. We already witnessed some exciting and enticing Counter-Strike from Ents, who will be meeting Movistar Riders, and Furia waiting in the wings for the winner of this one. We're going to be getting it started with Entropiq on that CT side. Astralis to start their T campaign with a win.
And right here we've got Lucky with the Julies. Good spawn, can get him on hard early. Actually over towards ramp with quite a heavy lean from Entropiq here. Unexpert odds are favouring the Danes, and that's a P250 in the hands of Blame as they corral themselves towards Yard with all 5.
Yeah, Nickelback should be set to at least get this information at a distance. Blame F has had a little chunk taken out of him upon his cross, and Elian will finish what was started. But look at this, hiding in the blind spot of Unbreakable. They want to take the fight. Yard against USPs with Glocks, and it needs to be a kill. Config not as sharp as usual on that exchange. Leaves us in a 3v3, and it's not done yet. Forrester could take 2 and has, and the third, too much to ask. Zipex thrust into what is now a 1v2.
Okay, we've got Lucky down towards B, and up in the rafters still of Krad. Zipex needs to piece this one together, and he's always tidy in the clutch as the clutch minister, but this one right here with Bomb in his back, a minute on the clock, is a situation where he wants to isolate a fighter, at least get some information on where these last 2 reside.
Yeah, ideally no sound cues to be made. Now you can see Krad's playing a reactive position. He wants to occasionally take intermittent glances at that heaven position, which
could be perfect
is
here.
Coming up. It's just a question of catching Krad.
Timing is everything.
Has to be good, has to be good, and it's a little bit of a weapon discrepancy. Good find from Krad. No armor on that either.
Yeah, it looked like Zip got a little bit surprised by seeing a player still up there to roost, right? Because the position Krad was in was so committed, right? There wasn't a position where you're ready for all those angles, but still able to convert off the back of the shots. And a good start from Entropiq here. Now, a little detail that I want to bring up is Entropiq, they came through Group A. That was 4 weeks ago now. And you have, well, this team of Astralis who have been looking hot, right? They're warming into things, and they haven't had to go home. They're still in this environment that we have in place for ESL Pro League Season 15. this is a great start from Entropiq, right? If they lost the pistol, maybe they lose the first gun round, the game could snowball away from them. This is a chance for them to really steady early, and I think a positive sign.
You were also
CT Nuke is nice.
You were telling me you like a lot of the way Astralis' new roster fares on Nuke in terms of blameF having more space given to him by the fact that Config is taking it towards Yard.
Yeah, and Glaive as well has been activated again in some key position, but their CT sides are extremely dynamic. I think it's going to be difficult for Entropiq to keep tabs on here, and I believe that Blame has actually changed positions on this T side of Nuke with Zip, right? So he's doing more of that anchor roll. Speaking of Blame, he's going to get chunked on down again by the scout, but here they come into Lackey.
Nickelback. Oh, a bit.
Loving their lines. Aim's a bit rough today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not pretty. Fortunately, it's not punished, just Glocks and a P250, but not the open and shut exchange you'd be looking for. Elian even making it hurt. Blame not allowed to do anything more with his Glock, and Glaive just wants to die.
Now this is where it's going to get interesting. The AK is going to come out early here. Astralis took that full eco in the second to make sure they can get the AK-47s out in the third. There won't be upgrades coming in from Entropiq here. There's the buyback in from Nickelback. That's all good. And the MP9s carried across from Lackey and Crad. They can operate easy as you like on a map like Nuke. Now, Elian has the only scope rifle up for the first gun rounds of play. I use that term lightly, right? We're going to work our way into the full gun rounds as this game here progresses.
We can call this a weapon round, and then the gun rounds are the ones with the full Ghiblies and Biblies. But either way, you see this smoke is one of the many in Astralis' arsenal. Oh, Crad taking a hell of a lot of damage from that burn.
This is being heard. Nickelback was very noisy about that.
Yeah, but he's going to just take the fight and immediately go down. Nickelback left looking a bit of a plum. Oh, hello, Config, a freebie, no trade available. Just like that, a two-man advantage for Astralis. They haven't even gone anywhere near a site.
It's going to be hard to mess this one up, isn't it? You can go down Secret here with the bomb as a pack. You have a little bit of light utility on Zipex, who is over towards Secret. They can smoke Molly and go.
Blame knows that lobby control is going to be a viable option here for Entropiq in the face of their losses. But just as I'm saying that, it seems a conversation's been had to just batten down the hatches on top, execute.
They got the boost up ladder here, right? If you get Forrester boosted up on the rafters, at least he can take a pivot towards Yard from an advantage point. But as this is happening, they are starting to crawl on down. They're waiting for that aggro that you've highlighted here. Nothing is coming their way just yet, and sooner rather than later, they will need to have a look in. And who better to do it than the in-game leader of Glaive? You could see they're starting to lead the charge down in towards the lower bomb site. If they take window control, that utility of Zip can easily cotton off towards ramp. You get a Molly on one side, a smoke on the other, and Elian won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, well, Smoke has not stopped it, and the nade is perfect. Catch it. Double. Glaive down as well. That hard work of Nickelback comes back to haunt Glaive, and suddenly a competitive round takes shape. Elian. I mean, it's threatening.
They're all coming from ramp. The entire retake here is
You need Config to die. Oh my god, he actually catches a scout bullet. The Julies are threatening now. Config has to be humbled. Good counter. Nades are good. Elian continues to build upon it. Up to Farley now. Commits to the spray. Vulnerable, but does transfer. And now Elian has to finish the job. It's Farley to deliver the triple. My goodness. Good to see Elian in top form, but the rest a little shaky around the edges.
Yeah, that almost got out of control, didn't it? Just the bowling of that nade into the smoke looked absolutely perfect. A strike there from Elian as he picks up two beautiful frags with that, but maybe not the way that he wants. You know, he wants to be getting those scout headshots coming through. Here it is, just a bit of congestion, bit of a traffic jam down there behind the smoke, and they didn't use the utility in the way that I thought they would. They went for a bit more of a gambly out the door type option, but it does pay off, and Elian gets back into things with the AWP. So not a full buy for Entropiq, but everything they can muster as it is a force.
Yeah, threatening. Bomb out Yard on its own. No, I'm telling Porky's Glaive jumps straight in and deletes Nickelback. So, again, an opening death for him. Elian is going to be called upon with this AWP. Config is on main. This drop, that flash indicates as such. He is aware that that is a slip available. There's two of them.
Look at.
Oh, easy as it comes for Config. The presence of Glaive draws the crosshair, and again, a two-man disadvantage for Entropiq.
Looking like they want to go for the same boost up towards the Heaven position again right now. Lackey is over towards Hell. You've got Glaive trying to be that thorn in their side over towards the window room, just patrolling for any of these rotations. If Glaive gets another here, you should call this round done.
Yeah, and I mean, how likely is it that Lackey just takes a little glance, calls it clear, both of them find themselves here in Heaven?
This is a lot of hitting the brakes from Astralis. 2 rounds consecutively now. The openers have come their way, both in pairs. Here it is, the search back from Forrester, and doesn't see a whole lot. 50 seconds. And here he comes.
Yeah, they've held everything. He's paused enough for them to call it clear, and now he's going to strike from behind. He's Definitely looking like somewhat of a puppet master is Glaive.
There's no head armor on any of these three, so he could just mince through them here.
No, thank you very much. Flash will do nicely. He's definitely drawing attention.
And here's where one is. 30 seconds now. They need to get a move on. Get together, Astralis.
Oh, hello. Little slow on that one. Lackey still has Heaven control. Astralis descending. He's kept them on that top side. There is absolutely no one home, and Blame has that vent rotate. You will not pass as he slams his staff, and a save for Entropiq.
Yeah, and they know that the AWP was over towards Warehouse. It's been picked up by Lackey now. The question is, do Astralis want to try and deny it? Config knows that he took this out of the hands of the Star AWPer on the other side. Here he comes. In the back, the frag and the AWP are going to fall in his favor. Just Forrester now, rocking a hard place.
There's probably a lot of viewers watching, Chad, that struggle to understand why there's all these pauses when huge advantages are taken. In their MM games, you know, you get 2 kills and you hold W, you plant the bomb and you win. Could you quickly outline as to what this netted Astralis?
Yeah, so in a situation like this, if Astralis just continued forward off of the kills that they've gotten, Entropiq would have known where the attack was coming from, right? By hitting pause, they allow the CTs to go for some info plays, and there's a couple of options. You already highlighted one of them, which was an aggressive lobby play. But just by staying in those blind spots, they step out, they clear, they go, well, nothing here. They rotate back, they assume that they have that space, that buffer, and then Glaive's able to be a nuisance coming up Heaven late. So it's all smoke and mirrors. Information is a huge part of Counter-Strike. It's not just about bullets in the head.
Although that is a satisfying component.
And a great song.
Outraged against the machine one time. And that's one to the dome of Blame, as easy as it goes.
I just want to protect the AK here and start searching elsewhere. There's a lot of players up towards this top side, actually all of them for Entropiq right here, right now.
So this is where the information game can be a pain. You do need to keep the feet planted, but you also need to take some space elsewhere. And look at that, Smoke has actually enabled a very cheeky maneuver. They may not anticipate this.
Well, if they go... Oh, they're coming B.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Nickelback's actually ratting it. He's managed to take a lot of space on this. Crad distracts. Oh, Nickelback reveals. And damage is done, but the site is lost.
I'm just curious, this is a difficult map as far as communication and rotations go. Some of the aimers looked a bit wobbly for both teams out the gates here. This one's getting mopped up. Shouldn't be too many problems now, but remember what I spoke about. This is ring rust on LAN for Entropiq, right? They lost their last 3 series in consecutive fashion online, right? They come on into this. They haven't played LAN in this environment for a couple of weeks. You need to get everything back and going straight away. Whereas it was just a few days ago. Sunday was the last day that Astralis had played an official match here in this exact environment.
Well, you want to talk about officials. I think Yanko was onto something when he compared the 500+ officials that these boys have played as a unit and the 13 that Astralis have. I think in that comparison, in terms of having the
reps in.
The reps, but also just the understanding of what your teammates are going to be doing, their expectations of you. Admittedly, though, Astralis have consistently not shown that. You know, when they were juggling their rosters and juggling roles and trying to adapt to the loss of legendary names such as Dupree, Device, obviously earlier than that, they've always managed to come in relatively coherent.
Yeah, there's always been a competitive nature to them, right? And that's where the experience really shines through for this team. Now, for Blame and Config, it's not in the same bucket and spades variety as a Glaive and a Zipex, right? But throughout the complexity era, Config's been playing LAN at a high level for a very, very long time. And then you have Farley as that newer element to all of this. So I think that Astralis have a solid base. They've always had a solid base, even with all those chopping and changes. It's just about refining that. And we're starting to see Astralis decide who they want to be with this new roster more within Pro League. Now, one spotted here. Good damage done from Glaive. Elian put on notice and no AWP.
Does limit his contributions heavily, especially now with the low HP. Like, this is something you can exploit. We see the very signature move it's becoming of Entropiq to adjust or help Heaven. Config's on his way. Farley brought low. Flame still trying to hold this lobby, but the lurky smoke has enabled safe passage of Nickelback, and 3 of them in lobby. That's information. But it is also a frag for Zipex. 1 man up. Config worming his way to flank the ramp. It is being held by Lackey, a 2-man setup.
Awkward angle being held here from Lackey. If Config hits, they're big.
Yeah, I'm not expecting that one, and a bit of a desk slam as you realize that space was a trap. You walk through it, lost it. And now, I mean, look at them. They're walking wounded. There isn't a single member of Astralis with full health.
Vent drop here might be nice, right? Walk out, Squeaky, take some contact and try and drop down that vent here if you can. Molly's going to give it away.
Three flashes. You know where they're coming. information and frags exchanged. It's so close.
Low HP here.
So low. Crad can finish it all, and he's taken down the healthiest. That'll do nicely. That'll do from Crad. And a 3-3 scoreline.
Felt a bit flat in general that round, didn't it? With the low HP, it was very difficult for them to try and operate into the rounds here from Astralis. And as you mentioned, it is tied on up. Now, some of those victims that fell for Astralis a little bit earlier are going to have to go for some... Cash is fine. I was just trying to see if we're lacking in a big way. It is just Blame F who's on that lower end, just under the 3K mark here, but everybody else has enough. So should be another purchase, no dramas. Do have a technical timeout called. There was a bit of a game crash going on, so we'll get that one sorted and get everybody back in so we can continue things here. But there isn't an AWP to be operating within this next gun round. We can take a little bit of a look down the line. If you're not familiar with the faces that we have on screen, you've got Crad, then you've got Forrester, Elian in the middle, Nickelback, the in-game leader, and then Lackey down the end. And behind them there, not the referee, the gentleman that's just missed out of the shot. That was Hooch, the coach. Used to be a 1.6 player back in the day, and obviously played through CSGO. I lost to him at a major qualifier once upon a time.
He was always very welcoming and friendly when I first showed up in CS. Hooch, he's always he's a social creature, a social butterfly. And on the other side of things, you've got supermodel / X1.6 player Trace.
Yeah, the thing is with those Danes, right? They really just they like the gym. Apparently, they like the gym. They already had some people over there, but they just want to amplify it, make the rest of us feel inadequate.
Well, not inadequate, but definitely they all look like they could be rugby players as well as Counter-Strike players.
It's good for Astralis, right? If you needed, if you want to ever do like a calendar or anything, I get the models out.
Oh no,
there,
I use them in the anti-basement dweller gaming rhetoric. Like whenever I'm talking to a boomer who hasn't quite processed it yet, I'm like, well, look at these sexy Vikings. You've got nothing on us.
True, that is true. We do have some handsome lads, and there's Glaive, one of the well, I would say the best in-game leader in CSGO, right? Like,
you don't even need to raise your voice like that.
Well, I just want to make sure that people here are paying attention. The guys won 4 bloody majors.
Yeah.
I don't know how many you guys have.
And how many of them were back-to-back?
Oh, a few, 3 of them. So that's quite the achievement to have. And we got the banter between Glaive and Cadian throughout the week. That would be fantastic if we get to see them have a matchup again. Now, they are in opposite sides of the bracket, so might be a little bit unlikely unless it's a grand final.
Unless it's a grand final.
Denmark might explode.
Oh, wow. It does look like a bit of a treasure chest the way he's holding it there.
That's where your cellular telephones live, everybody. Yeah. So if you're unfamiliar, they've been doing this for years, old ESL. They take your phones, they put them in a box. But if you have a crash and you need to restart Counter-Strike, well, you need that Steam guard to get back in.
I noticed as well, Chad, your most recent purchase for your gaming den has been embodied by Crad. He's got the same mousepad as you, your mousepad pros.
Yeah, you know, well, I think they're coming in the mail.
Oh, yeah?
They just rock up. The mousepad fairy seems to arrive at Twist. Had one of those rocking as well yesterday. But I like a thick pad.
As do I. Looks like we're ready to rock and or roll. It's a big round for Astralis to kind of recap where we got to so far. We had the pistol 1 and an eco converted by Entropiq. They have recently, as in the most recent round 6, managed to break Astralis' slew of rounds. It was 3 back-to-back from the Danes, which leads us to this point. It is make or break for both squads. The finances hanging on by a thread.
Now, I was talking to our good friend Rusty1234556, who's on the 1s to 0s today with the Observing. I said, Rush, I think if Astralis come out and they just batter Entropiq and make sure that they can't play a lot of rounds, can't get warmed back into the LAN environment, it might be a 2-0 here. But if map number 1 is close, I can see this going the distance. It's obviously close with the Astralis victory, then we go to Vertigo, and then overpasses the 3rd. So I'm interested to see if that comes to fruition. I know that Rush has got a hot date tonight, so I'm sure he would be loving the 2-0, as we all know. But the AKs are back out, the buys are in. And
what time's your train?
Hey.
Config. Brave. Aggressive. Back turned. And Forrester, just like that, has taken down 2 of the Danes. Glaive and Config have to watch as this one does spiral. Blame does give a sound cue away, deliberate or otherwise. Farley responsible for this duel. It can end here, but it doesn't. Lackey does lack the headshot, leads us to a ramp open. Nickelback forced into a tight line. Blame is not going to clear this. Is he? No. And so, the advantage, once again, this pendulum swings and the bomb still lobby. Zipex can go wherever he desires. They're actually opting to split up as opposed to group up for a 2v3.
Well, I know Farley was in lobby here, right? So if Zip was able to show himself with the bomb and not go down, it might draw all the attention because Farley has plenty of time to work on this flank. But the angles might not favor him as Forrester tucking back in towards the bomb box and Elian in towards the CT vent.
How flanky is this flank? With 50 seconds, he could consider it, but he's in main.
It's so difficult for him to break this, right? There's so many problems as you come in here. You have to worry about Heaven, the CT vent is a problem. Well placed.
Dead, surely. Oh, Elliot stands, still delivers. One on the site. Bomb retrieved. He's got to think this one through. The descent to the low site is held. He cuts noise and hopes Forrester falls into paranoia. This fight will come to him eventually. Just at the right time, Forrester, he started this round with an impactful double, leaves with 9 frags. That's a good total and a big round to win.
And Forrester, I think, has been the most impressive member for Entropiq, at least throughout Pro League. Elian there is the next so, and Desk was talking about his stats against, certain teams in the world and where they place. Now, if Elian can show up and put the level performance he does against maybe, let's say, the top 50s, then this is where the team really can come alive. But they're a hard team to put away, Entropiq. They're not an easy team to beat. So if you are Astralis and you get yourself into some number advantage scenarios, you need to be closing them out. You can't give away rounds to a team like Entropiq because they will punish you.
Yeah, I feel like Entropiq just keep everyone they're up against honest. And it's a good step towards supremacy.
You can see they haven't gone for too many oversteps the mark here. They're not giving away a lot. They're more turtling up than going for lobby pushes. As you mentioned with that lackey space that Config fell into the trap of before. They just sit back. They allow you to play into their crosshair. Smoke wall does land. L block here with all 5 behind it. So this slow crawl is going to see Farley take a chip of damage down to 64.
This is also that silenced M4 luxury. You can just visualize where those deagles are through the grey screens. Starting to fade, speedily descending.
Take a couple of steps there. I think Elian's heard that.
Yeah, all of that for nothing. Maybe an over-rotation, a gap created as Elian does leave, and they surge through.
They are playing with the rotations here, right, in a big way.
He comes back, and they've already progressed. This is the wide swing. They could perhaps hit the 1D gone. They're walking. Oh, Glaive is being very masterful about this. And as he comes through, a much wider angle than he anticipated, then to fill the void is one. Farley does go down. Zipex to Dink, Elian down. M4 scooped up. Now, I mean, a bomb plant would be an incredible achievement considering how little they invested, but it does seem like just the frag and a second have gone their way. Config continues to force rebuys, but
20 seconds, so if Config wants to go down to get the loss bonus, which is going to be the 2400 in the next, he better get a move on. He could just save this AK. It's going to be fine. He'll be able to afford into the next round everything he needs, and there it goes, right? You can see him there just wanting to make sure it goes down so he can buy with the rest of the team. One of the worst case scenarios would be dying after time, not getting the loss bonus, 2400, having a crippled buy going into round number 9, but now we're looking good to get back into the full guns here, and Elian will get the AWP back out. So you could see that little play there. That's definitely playing with the rotations from watching the demos of how Entropiq want to rotate around the different smoke walls. There's certain positions they were looking at CT box, pretty standard for that rotator player to play, especially if you had an AWP, can just get that slither gap.
But that's what you say when you want one, you say AW please.
And you pray that you have some kind teammates. Elian almost hits the shot on the jump right there. Glaive needs to be praying.
Oh, he's never considering this. Yeah, tucked in, tight, baited in. And Nickelback does eventually deal with Glaive. Body shots, and now one to his head puts us on a back foot for the Entropiq defense.
So there was an opener from Zipex during all of this.
And this is very typical of a Orpuk summoned to the top side. With the door blown off, it does kind of completely screw any progress out Squeak.
This is the same pause that they've been going for time and time again here, Astralis. This time without the same yard presence, but they're waiting for this Forrester hut push. Look at Zipex's position. He should have him dead to rights here.
Wow, Forrester, well drilled. To be jiggling the upper platform of lobby. And they are waiting for this crawl. Now, Elian, if he's crouching, he will expose himself first.
Oh, Farley's just slinked out of the line of sight here.
But that means they've got a lot of lobby control, and Blame nearly gets caught as well. They've got a good mental picture as to where some of the Astralis T-side lingers, and now he's bringing the AWP to play. Bang! Blame ready for the AWPer. Out-duels him and now extends a 2-man advantage.
Have to deal with Forrester. He's been a rock.
He really has. I'd want to avoid him. Don't think Astralis are thinking the same. With 20 seconds, it's getting awkward. If Forrester...
lower, they're going to go into Lackey. They have to go A.
It's tight. It shouldn't be too much of a fight. Forrester, the only one on the site. Still gets the first. The second would have been compulsory to victory, but a couple of seconds to spare. The bomb goes down, and Lackey just checking out which vest he'll be wearing later on tonight.
Yeah, look, I think they all need a wash.
They do look a bit scruffy.
They definitely need a wash down there, so whoever's on laundry
They've been washing the whites with the colors. That's It's like blue.
You get there eventually, though. It's not something you do in your younger years. You don't really mind too much.
I don't
the
care.
older you get, then you're going to get your fabric softness in the mix.
Have you ever got the color catchers? That is...
I've seen you're a fan of those.
I am a big rep for the color catchers because you can just be a lazy ass and still relatively preserve your whites. I also avoid white clothing, so...
Yeah. Two birds, one stone.
I'm also, I drink too much coffee and I'm too clumsy.
You do? Yeah, well, I have seen Alex Machine Richardson spill once or twice in my life.
We don't have to talk about the
salsa jar.
Salsa jar, do we?
Now, this one here, right, is a saved M4 for Lackey, and it's important to do so. Crad can buy, Lackey can drop one, and they can make this look like a gun round if they want here in Entropiq. It's not going to be the perfect purchase, but that was the Zipex opener, just through the smoke, right? And we talk about Zipex with the spam through the hut, able to get some traction there. Well, the spam through the smoke is nice as well, especially with the AK. But you can see how Entropiq back themselves, right? They just sit, they wait, and they try and deliver multi-kills. If Forrester was able to get 2 on the site, maybe Lackey goes for that type of a retake. And they are able to get this buy through. Elian has been afforded an AWP, 2 M4s, a FAMAS, and a Deagle, a defuse kit for Lackey as well. So they have everything they need to win this round here in Entropiq. For Astralis, if they pick it up, they could break the back and start working on a massive T-sided bag.
I don't know what happens in Nickelback, but every gun round, or every other gun round, he's always ended up being the one without the rifle.
Selfless in-game leader.
Yeah. This time hoping not to get booked by the yard progress, and it is happening again. Glaive more than happy to be the first one down.
There's a ramp push during all of this, so they're going to get some lobby control here. They will have to deal with Blame, who is parked on up towards the heart. Oh, spammed on through. They know his position.
Distraction. Blame's anticipating a reaction.
Didn't make it out, and they know that he's the lobby lurk. They can immediately respond to this.
Yeah, look at the amount of space they've just taken. So how now we look to the other side of the court. Astralis, they know they've lost lobby. They have yard. The utility makes that abundantly clear. And Config continues his aggression. Now, his drop was heard. They are anticipating this. And yeah, you do have to make a play. He's even checking to a spawn. Respect to that, while pausing at this point in time. But if you can keep Config there and find something lower, he becomes a very crucial component of stopping that vent rotate.
I don't know how they win this round. They'll have to kill Nickelback very quickly and then just skyrocket onto the side here. This is so hard to win.
Lackey's still posted up for this. He knows they had lobby. Will he ever consider left? No, not at all. And that's lovely.
Should be the round. Should be done. 18 seconds left. How do you get into this?
You can try. Elian will deny. And just like that, another round slinks the way of Entropiq. Barley does have time to at least throw some extra cash into the mix. But that's about all they have to celebrate.
Yeah, that's the type of round where you can see that there's no way in, because the lobby aggression, with Blame going down, there was no way to get lobby back at that point. Nobody was close enough. You couldn't put any pressure on to try and retake that part of the real estate. And then when I said you have to make a play, they're giving you heaven and hell. Come to us. We'll wait. You can see the off angle held by Lackey there. Everybody else was out of that line of sight. Elian holding off towards hell. He knows that the windows have to be broken if they want to jump on through. So they're very turtled up.
Does that strike you as something that's deliberate? Like, as in something rehearsed?
And because you've seen it earlier as well, Nickelback is happy just to drop towards lower. So back in old Nuke, right, where Secret was in a different position, or even when it got moved, one of the things that you would do, because you had the catwalk and stuff, is you could turtle up very heavily on the CT side. You could play 2 guys in top site, 1 guy heaven/hell. You didn't have to worry about the jump up. It used to be done with a boost before, so you didn't even have to worry about that heaven position for such a long time. 1 ramp and 1 beat, and that would be just a turtle setup. And as long as a variation.
As long as you have Forrester or Lackey, one or the other of those prongs securing the top site and lobby presence, you really can just sit back and let them have heaven, let them have hell, walk into our ramp from the other side.
One of the ways that they can start to make this a bit awkward is if they start pressuring ramp, because that ramp player, if he's going straight down towards B, that's going to apply a bit more pressure to Elian on the AWP as the rotate player, because not only then will he have to worry about the outside ramp, he'll have to worry about the ramp pressure from behind. You can see him there, he just parks the bus and scopes one way, right? And they had everybody focused over towards that position. So a bit of ramp aggression or making sure that Blame stays alive so that ramp could always be a possibility means Entropiq won't be able to train those eyes. They have bought in, Farley with a Deagle, the rest with rifles. A Galil for Config is the biggest emission. Looks like a fast top.
Yeah, it feels like one too. Blame straight down the vents unscathed. Very good space to be taken. I mean, who needs to go all the way around Secret when you're already parked in the vents? Now, he's got to have his brain whirring into action now as to where that rotate can come from.
You see, it's taken Elian out of the play. He's the AWPer, and he was the one dealing with that, right? Dropping towards the lower side of things. Now, he's actually going to park up towards ramp and likely to change position with Lackey, who'll be sent searching with the rifle instead. Now the smoke wall comes up. Now, one of the keys here is that they can get across safely. Blame can deal with the vent rotation, and they can just get their way into the site.
Nickelback to get through here. Now he's not actively contesting. Maybe on the flash he will have a little glance from main as well. Spray finds nothing. But they've got all the pieces. I mean, is this not what a T-side would dream of? All alive?
Just no utility right now. So the thing is, when Elian drops towards lower, he can set up a nice crossfire, right? You can see this crossfire established right here. There's no smoke, nothing to be too jarring. They're going to have to hit the shots on entry here, Astralis.
Elian will have his first shot, but he's been warded off. That light util you mentioned becomes a problem now. The AWP will keep us caged. Never mind, Farley with just the Deagle takes down the most expensive gun in the game, and he's got a second as well. Forrester trying to voice concerns and has done so. Pieces together a double of his own. But now the bomb is down, and so is Glaive. Krad finds himself a little bit of space and just falling apart. Falling apart at the seams. Everyone wins their duel. Forrester again with a triple. And they will leave with an AWP and 2 AKs, never mind a 7th round. If they can keep a lid on Astralis' T-side, we could be looking at a very competitive affair here.
I thought that was going to be harder to break. It didn't feel like there should have been so many entry points into the site here, but Blame was the one that dropped Vent. I think he goes down in the site. This is the banger here to open up the account. A very nice shot from Farley, and to be prepared for the second. Great work as well, but just not enough. They weren't accounting for all of these different pressure points back into the site. The kills just fell apart. And Crowd will pick up the finals to get that defuse coming on through. So a great retake in a dangerous round. 7-4 the score now reads. A timeout taken, and this is the first for Astralis. Trace the coach, an opportunity to calm things down. 5 or 6 on this T side should be enough, but those opportunities I was talking about that you can't give over to a team like Entropiq, you need to be converting those number advantages.
Oh, what's going on here? Okay, so yeah, you are going to have just the one rifle. Something a lot of teams have been doing just to kind of really add an extra spice to your Deagle round.
And keep the economy humble, right? A bank hasn't been built for Entropiq, so if Astralis can hit that magic number again of 3 kills, and if they get the bomb down, they don't have to win the round, but they'll keep Entropiq in that breaking point.
Victory by a different definition. Charging. Wow, Blame is actually the first out. He's so blind. Oh my god, they evaporate just as easy as they arrived. It's gone. It's done. And the quickest round of the day to be concluded here. An extra fresh Mang at 19 bullets for Krad, and Zipek's probably going to take his hands off the keyboard and mouse for a minute.
The mission for him stays the same, but it's so difficult here. Any little jiggles, I think Elian even sniffs him out. Oh, this is the shot. Not long for this world now. Zip gets spammed through the wall. Elian will pick up that final kill and handled. Business has been taken care of by Entropiq, 8-4, and now Blame is going to feel that AK buy. Because they didn't get the plant, because they didn't get the kills, he might just have to work into this round with a Galil. That is worst case scenario right there. Absolute worst case scenario with a purchase like that.
You can see how Counter-Strike is so simple and so complex at the same time. This single flash from Krad changes everything. There was 2 from Astralis, but 1 from him, and that is enough to net him and his team 3 in very quick succession.
Another buy here with a Deagle emission, right? I thought for a while that they might not invest. I saw smokes as the first thing purchased, and Elian, as soon as the door blows up, the shot comes through, and Blame. The last couple of rounds for him has sucked. The AK buy with nothing, the lobby push that killed him going up the ladder, and now he has to sit and wait again. Another minute 30 in the grave.
Yeah, and now he's just completely teleported. Elian just put his name in the feed. Now he wants to punish any yard funny business. Nickelback tucked in. This is an alternative to giving them the space.
Gonna shoot him in the back here.
Glaive.
Or not.
Switched on, he knows that hidey hole. They can recover this. This is a big round for Astralis, considering, as you discussed, the investment, the full investment. Suboptimal, but problems extended now.
I think Forrester had the angle there through the grate. Glaive didn't have it on the way back, and Config with a chance, but this one has gone awry. Lucky big shot, and problem solved again. This is great from Entropiq here. Looking likely to get their 9th.
He's been giving us something to talk about, and in fact, never mind. Combined with the Zipex and the bomb now spotted, they are going to get the rotates. Oh, wow. Forrester brings some aggression into the mix. He is switched on today, Chad. What a reaction, exploiting the expectation.
And a crazy play as well in a 2-on-2. Right, to go for that, if that didn't stick and he gives up the kill right there and Farley was expecting that type of a push, it's going to put Krad in such an awkward position. But again, Zipex, this would be the time to pull out one of your classic clutches, my friend.
Forrester going to deny the key to the clutch. Far too switched on today. Good nade. forces him off the bomb, plays the time, and now they can run him down together. He just has to accept his fate there. Forrester will take another triple. It is getting, I feel like a broken record. How many times will I say this man's name in one half?
It feels like he's played just a perfect round of Counter-Strike there, because I spoke about the risk he takes to kill Farley and then the lack of risk he takes, right, which meant the bomb could have gone on down. Stalls out long enough, throws the nade, baits the plant, and another timeout called here from Astralis. Now, a little bit of talking out of Trace on this one. I'm going to settle them in because they need a round here on the way out the door. 3 of their 4 came within the first 5 rounds of play, and that's beautiful from Elian. Those are the openings that you're looking for from an AWP player. Forrester, crucial kill onto a linchpin position of Glaive's push. And then again, just denying the plant, making sure they can't get that cash injection into their bank accounts, and that has condemned Astralis now to just some pistols going into round 14. It's been a rough half. Double digits has not been found for anybody so far on the Astralis side of things.
Let's see what the call is. You know, in a 9-6 half, suddenly the slate wiped clean for the second after a pistol. You really can and have the fate of Astralis in the next 2 rounds here. I don't think Sonic's Law is going to be a conversation if Entropiq can find this convincingly. They have the weapon advantage again.
Setting up for a top pop here. So Molly towards top hunt. They have a second that can go back of sight. Maybe even one for CT Ven. Here we go.
Forrester, this is his domain, but it's getting a bit of a problem now. They're so good with the util, and just like that, Glaive has opened up the top site.
To close this.
Can't. Elian loses it. Weapons on the floor.
It's
en masse. Nade does look promising, but evaded nicely. Config traverses and throws one back. And just like that, they are sent packing. Astralis with 4 hearts still beating. A couple of weapons to scoop on up for good measure.
Great stuff. And it's all Glaive right there. It looked like Config ran into, I guess, the doorway in the flash, because there was like a flash that didn't land all the way out hut, and then Glaive was like, well, I'm not blind, I'm going out. You can see this here, Config just kind of chilling. He was the first one in hut, and Glaive just barrels on through.
I guess I'll do it myself.
Well, he's had a couple of entry kills in this game so far. Early, I believe he had a couple with the Mac 10, and now here with the Tech 9. So beautiful stuff, and final round here, 9-6, looking possible now for Astralis.
What a recovery. That was a half buy. Imagine if they could just find an opener here, and just like that, as I say it, Crad gone. More to come. Glaive has taken the fight. Lackey low, and just his retreat not sprayed, not punished. And Nickelback is there to ensure the hunt is not successful. Just playing the edge of the smokes. You can see Config is in pursuit of an opening. He's been given the freedom, let off the leash. But Nickelback's barrel betrays him. Config enables his team to once again seize the advantage and extend it immediately as Blame does walk into the site, gets information. Forrester still lies on the rafters. Config will have to be prepared for that heaven fight. Zifex lands one through the beam. He's not going to anticipate an AWP, doesn't seem to matter. And now Forrester, he's been great, but it's the last round. We get to see him play it out. He won't be expecting to. Oh, but it confirms that he has left. And Farley, bit of a race against the clock here.
Forrester's chasing him here.
No, back up the vents. We're going around the world, up and down. It's the right move. It's the right move to make.
Forrester's gone back towards heaven. He's read this one as well.
They're staring at him. Jiggle and executed. What a recovery for Astralis. It was looking bleak. They'll take it. 6 rounds secure. The bare minimum for a competitive T side, and it's there. Entropiq swapping sides, and we'll see if this can go the distance.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies, and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running through your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T-Red, and if you're quick enough, you should be able to catch any CT trying to get up from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch a CT player out.
Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many go.
We're in the ESL Pro League's playoffs. This is season 15, and Entropiq meet Astralis in the round of 12. A competitive half, a very promising half from Entropiq, making it clear that they weren't going to roll over and make it easy. Testing Glaive as he does manage to recover 2 rounds at the tail end of the half to leave us to a very competitive 9-6 scoreline. I got Chad Burchill here to break it all down for us as it unfolds. Do you think they're going to be content with a 6-round haul?
I think so, right? Because that middle patch there, Forrester, the man on your screen, his multi-kills were just putting them under so much pressure. 5
Kevlar vests. The CTs will just have bullets as a defensive option. Quick. Really quick. 1xBet agrees Astralis are favored. Config makes that clear, but Lackey, oh, he does better. 2 for the price of 1, and a bomb plant? Fake. Leads to Glaive straight through the smoke. Okay, never mind. Crosshair placement supreme.
And the fake as well. How does Glaive hit that one? Forrester going to be scratching his head, but they're in towards B.
This is good.
Have a smoke on Elian here for late as well.
And Zipex already makes his presence known. Bomb planted.
It's the one way.
Don't want to be peeking too much around that one. This gets awkward though. No kit for Astralis. If they can find it back now, as Lackey looks the wrong way. They can play the numbers game. Nickelback so low. I'm looking at Elian. That P250 has to bang and has found one head whittled away with 33 HP. Poor old Nickelback. He was last seen decon. It is a 10-second defuse. If he could somehow play with this door and find a quick head, but that should be plenty of time, and a nice pistol win for Astralis.
Almost got out of control. I'm curious why the bomb, wasn't getting tapped. It wasn't the classic, let's tap the bomb, let's hope he peaks, let's take the fight. It was just like, let's just chill, shall we? And chilling works. Yeah, very close stuff right there, and a fortunate kill for Glaive onto Forrester through the smoke. That was a freebie that should have never gone their way, so great work from Glaive here. The pick from Config right there, you can understand exactly what he's doing, because with the flashes, they tend to go wrap around the front. And there it is. Okay, so yeah.
Anything to say?
Yeah, look, we'll take those. And Blame, he's got a bit of the smoke vision as well. He'll grab one just on through the fade. And the plant, it's going to enable an Entropiq buy 2 Galils, a MAC-10, and 2 Deagles with a bit of util around it. This round here is going to be highly contested. So we keep blowing off. Forrester is going to play behind this. Molly had a chance, just a glimpse. Actually hold on to a bit of utility here in Entropiq, right? So they haven't used too much for their opening gambit within the round. Still have 4 smokes left over for a wall if they want late. Molly's flashes for a top hit. That's what the doctor ordered. But they are back in spawn right now, lining up a couple of these smokes. So deployed in the air and Blame to deal with it up secret. It's very deep, squeaky smoke.
Yeah, actually nearly cost Glaive his life there. Missed nade, too much damage done to Forrester, down still functioning at 83. But they've thrown the wall of smokes and Blame's seen nothing. So they will be battening up. Yeah, 3 here on the top side to defend. They charge through, looking for that fight on Heaven. An impact made. They will have to find them, but the frags go in the Entropiq's way. In buckets and spades, Config disrupts though. Could have strung together a couple, but there's so many bodies on that site. And last man, who was Zipex, he was the last to arrive and doesn't look like he's even going to bother.
Yeah, should be the save here. It's surprising that caught Astralis off guard. I think the biggest issue was the walk around the front side of the smokes, right? Farley's just come up Heaven as they started to execute. Glaive with some flubbed utility as well. I think that gave them a bit of a buffer, right? The missed nade, well, that one is done in panic. The missed smoke, he's thrown that one too deep and it's left Squeaky basically open. Just trying to see what they can scoop up now. 1 M4 found. So this is the execute, right? So Config is playing in the smoke. He's essentially baiting his teammates. He couldn't play out wide because you could see that molly behind the vent. He had to just wait and see if he could find his moment to strike, and only getting one as he peers on through. Problems now for Astralis. Entropiq the first to reach double digits and done with that buy. Walk away with an M4 as well. They can get an AK into the hands of Nickelback here. And, well, Astralis, right, because of the pistol win and then the next round loss, they only get 1,400 coming on through. So their buy is not going to look anywhere near as fierce as the Entropiq force. And it's Zipex the one who's left over with the M4, right? And I'm not taking anything away from Zip here, but they need to activate him to find some kills, or he needs to put himself in the right position so the frags come his way. This is their map choice. Remember, Vertigo up next and Overpass if we need it. And the Force Buy has come on through. They've left a little bit of residual cash here on the Astralis side.
Oh, it's quick again, and Zipex makes that M4 sing immediately. Glaive's D good for one as well, but they have taken the top site. Lobby defended well as well. There's more. Do they really clear out Blame? The answer is yes.
Having a good game, Alien.
Farley up in Heaven. Not going to be easy, especially now the Flames will force his hand to retreat, and Zipex is taking a beating as well. Tries to deny, just find that Hail Mary. Glaive managed it already, and now I dare I say it's probably the same case for Zip.
Yeah, they should save this, right? Don't give up the M4. Just hold on to it, see if you can be threatening again. And Zip did put himself in the right place, right? He did find some impact. He gets a kill out of this one right here, but it's not enough because everything else just fell apart quickly after. Alien prepared for the ramp push, so really good stuff out of him. Forrester, the first player in the server to get up to 20 frags. Alien with 16, the next highest in the server. And then we have 3 players sitting on 13. Zip is one of those, Config another, and it's Lackey on the other side of things. So, high power being felt.
Oh, just laughing. I just noticed Glaive isn't showing one of his 4 trophies. He's actually flexing his Stockholm gold coin.
Oh, I see.
He really couldn't care less about one of his 4 major trophies he could put in his case.
Which one would you have if you were Glaive? Would it be the first or the most recent? I don't know. What would you do?
From my understanding, I think the Starladder Berlin 2019 one meant a lot to the boys.
Okay.
So I think he maybe for a sentimental reason I'd whip that one out, but I don't know. That was the one where Device
every day.
broke the trophy.
Yeah, well, he did that a couple times, didn't he, Device?
He certainly did. Trophies, monitors, Pajama Ninjas.
They're still here. They're up against Heroic. No, tomorrow, maybe. They have Liquid play tonight. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry, North American fans.
It's coming.
Liquid might be able to actually get something done tonight, right? I think having Naf and Elige in the server, OC playing well. I like what I've seen from Heroic so far as well, so it should be a banger matchup.
Be a good game. Yeah,
a 7 p.m. fixture, in case that you wanted to catch that one later this evening. Same place, different time.
Different teams. There we have a different wall of smokes thrown out. We'll see what the immediate knee-jerk reaction is from our CTs. Now, shouldn't be too much for Astralis to celebrate here. As discussed in that first half, the magic number that the economy dictates is 3, but good luck finding 3 rifle frags up against these AKs.
And one of the problems here as well is they're likely to get in the bomb and get that bomb down as well. So some big dramas here with Zip positioned over towards ramp, and if they execute top, which they are, Farley needs to go huge.
Needs to get vision and one chance, one opportunity.
Give it everything you got. Think about Spaghetti.
Would you capture it or just let it slip?
Eminem, what a guy.
What a guy.
What a confectionery as well.
What's your personal preference? You were chalky, you were crunchy, you were nutty?
I like the Crispies when I was a little bit younger, but I think I've just gone back to the basic bitch, just the standard.
Yeah,
You
your
feel
bog
like a
standard
peanut
M&M.
type of guy.
I've dabbled in a good peanut.
Yeah, I thought so.
They aren't bad.
Well, this round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it hasn't come with a lot of excitement here. It's looking like 4 players want to stay alive, Zip tucked in towards spawn, and the other 3 looking for exits. So this tail end might get juicy.
Yeah, here's some juice for you.
Freshly
Expressed.
squeezed. Oh, a bit pulpy for my liking.
Crad gets himself a couple of Crad stat pads.
Say that 3 times quick. I don't, because it ain't easy. That's a Counter-Strike tongue twister right there.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the excitement really heats up. 12-7.
If you've just tuned in, I think the excitement starts when you see the score.
True.
This is Astralis' pick, Chad. And at this point, with the pistol win and then immediately having to buckle under the T force buy, Astralis are going to have limited options if they cannot convert right here, right now, round 20.
They have a kit. There's a positive. No AWP for Farley right here. So how are they going to get this one done with the rifles alone? There's the man in question. Across he goes.
Yep, straight across. No one on silo to spot it. Lucky late arrival there. That will be his responsibility, but Farley's safe and sound for now. In fact, it looks like Lucky's going to be throwing some util from there. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Lucky's Molly tutorials. Just to the right of the black dot. And lovely hut Molly provided, at least for the hut side. Nickelback swings through, and Config good for the first and the second. He's built himself around, and Elian is his 3rd victim. 1 mag, 3 frags. Up to Crad. Not looking too healthy about it. Config does give him the duel he wanted, and somehow Config lives on, wants to finish the job right now, and his greed does get the best of him.
It still fall apart here. I know it's a 2-on-3, which was a 2-on-4 situation, but it is Crad and Lackey, and Lackey has a forward position right now towards ramp. Could catch Zip offline here.
Yeah, he is just on the fade. Zipex, ooh, 1 shot.
Can't re-peek that now. Has to give up the territory, which means B is open. Someone has to respond. I think Farley might duck down secret to deal with this. You can see him starting to rotate under now. Glaive up towards the top site. And they are going to finish towards B.
0 util. I think we both had the same thought. Single flashbang. And so this will just have to be positioning and reads. Can they catch? Oh, he does catch a perfect glimpse just as Crad looked away. Near impossible now. He knows a planet would be very beneficial in the grand scheme.
Gets it down.
Yeah, just like that. Anything else for Lackey is golden.
That's gravy.
Down. Yeah, that's 3 players down and the bomb plant.
Beautiful stuff. They have gotten the bomb down every single round so far within their T-half. So
contrast.
Yeah, it's really good stuff from Entropiq here. They're going to continue to be threatening. They have plenty of cash right now. Forrester has 7K. That's before the loss bonus hits his bank account. You've got just under 8 for that. A Crad over 10K for Elian, so his AWP can come out. Entropiq are going to be flush for a buy right here. But this would be the perfect opportunity to maybe take a timeout, have a bit of a discussion of how you want to approach this next round. Unless Nickelback has got it all sorted. Great stuff from Config here on the 3rd. You can see the crosshair of Elian getting drawn towards Blame as he pushes on through, and then Config will swing and punish, and then Farley with the final 2. A round that almost got out of control, but back underway with the buys. Do we see a pace change here? Because that was still quite direct. They threw the smoke wall yard, and then they just committed top.
Forrester does get the insta-pop. Smoke and down. That's a lot of ground. And he's actually ready to fast flank Farley. This is not a duel he's going to be used to.
Or ready for, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, this could just be a single click to the side of the ear.
What do you do if you're Farley now?
Pop his eardrums. The Molly's confirms it. Farley! Farley! Horrible death. No fun. 0 fun allowed by the boys from Entropiq. And this is starting exactly as they would have planned. You get an opening pick. You've got lower control. I mean, they're almost spoiled for choice here, Chad.
I think if they go towards ramp, they can pressure Zip. You can see Forrester now starting to come on through towards the window side. We'll have to make a sound cue, and there it is. The jig's up on where he's headed, but Zip, we don't want anything to do with it.
Forces him forward, and they're coming into the... Oh, this could end so badly if Forrester isn't given the time. No one is responsible of looking at ramp. Alien completely booked. The frags come in. Entropiq throwing themselves forward and just being met by hot lead. Only the one back. Good frags found from the Astralis topside hold, and what looked so promising and so threatening is now just Forrester, and he's been held.
Oh.
Sprayed through the floorboards.
I could get away with that. Blame is very scared on that low HP. Another kill here would be nice from Entropiq. Remember, the cash, it was flowing. They can go for another buy next round. 1900 loss bonus. It should be just enough to get everybody across the line. I'll be looking to save this here, Forrester. Only 18 seconds remaining on the clock.
Stickers are kind of fire as well. Yeah, thank you.
Must have scratched them off a bit, huh?
Yeah, he's done some crafting.
Some scratchy boy. The red line.
The little star letter X, you know, the star, and that's a star, not an X, is it? There's no X's in star ladder.
Well,
it's a star.
We could put an X in star ladder.
Star X ladder.
Star ladder extreme.
Oh,
could be a new tournament circuit.
Sounds
the screen.
Sounds very on brand for them as well. Just have some giant flaming guitar, flamethrower.
Yeah, this one here, right? They didn't use the space that Forrester had, so that one there, overcooking the pooch or overcooking the hooch.
Yeah.
As we might be talking about as well.
Is crazy.
Yeah, and he could be overcooking this one. He's taking a timeout, he's talking it through, and there's hooch. You say pooch, well, here he is, having a bit of a chat. This is motivational or disciplinary?
I reckon this is entirely motivational. He's just saying, guys, you live one life, and you're making the most of it. You're chasing your dreams. We're going to chase our dreams further in this tournament. Astralis got nothing on us. 4 majors. We're going to have 5 majors.
Okay, all right. That's an interesting way to use the 30 seconds here. So let's see if it pays off, shall we, Dan?
Let's find out, James.
Well, they can get that buy through, so no qualms. Guess who's got his AWP? It's Farley.
I haven't seen many of them.
No, and that's the thing. T-side nuke, not always conducive with the AWP. And CT side, well, they've been under the pump. So great that he can get that in his hands finally here. But let's see if he can make a difference with it. Config up to 18 kills now. He's trying to chase down Forrester. Deep molly, leaving the hands. Some moves from Elliot up on towards the silo.
Okay, so just controlling anything aggressive CT maneuvers towards red early. Just to enable safe passage of what looks to be a little late arrival from his squad. Lackey up there as well. It's Blame's responsibility, but don't forget about that Farley AWP, as we discussed. He will either be smoked off or throwing bullets to punish. Quick re-smoke of Squeak.
Should get there in time to post up here unless a smoke wall comes, and you can see the reposition of Blame now, just dancing around yard, trying to jump and peek. They can just park the bomb here behind red and just crossing drive.
Just going, and I guess if you hit the headshot, mission not a problem. I was going to say not accomplished. Farley missed his chance. Glaive dancing the dance, but he's losing teammates, needs both. Crad 22 and now has to retreat. The smoke is good enough though. That will keep him guessing. Could they still be low sight, as it looks like they... Oops. Want to return.
Yeah, this is a little bit of overthought here. They did a top fake to draw the rotation. They got everything they were looking for. Now they've gone lower, and now they're denied by this smoke. They're out of utility. There's only a smoke and a flash remaining right here. Sure, they have the number advantage, but 40 seconds on the clock, and maybe, just maybe, Astralis can start piecing this one together. Farley's aggressive over towards the ramp room. You've already got the player of Glaive still down towards the lower side, calling sector clear. And Zip, it would be the next to respond to that. He's calling yard clear, so they can start piecing this puzzle together quite quickly.
I hate to see victims of overthinking, but Glaive is about to punish them. Nice finish onto Crab.
Get away here.
The nade is to slow the advance. He knows he's going to be hunted.
Vent to top.
Vent to top? Okay, well, lobby for Farley. Heaven to be occupied. They have to plant now. Who's responsible? Elliot needs this, but nice shot. Bomb can go down. It can be denied. Need that from Forrester. Bomb does go down, and now the recovery's on. 13, a frag away. It's Glaive. 2 already to the good. Half health and advancing up that ladder undetected. Missed the Heaven smoke. Imagine if that's the punishment.
The best call here for Glaive is save.
He wants to have a look, but he's hiding in his own smoke. Elian is hiding in his own smoke. He landed on top of him. Okay. AK. No kit. Oh, no. Kit and frag. Oh, no, they let it slip. Glaive goes on to win the clutch. Just enough health. Comes in with half and takes the 1v2.
That is ridiculous right there. He has just Goomba stomped Elian on the way out Heaven. Realized that his feet haven't touched the ground yet, and there's no way I should be levitating. I'm good. I'm not a god. And then the elbow spotted on the hut play.
Oh, I want to punch a desk for Entropiq. They felt so good until it did. And look at this recovery, 4 seconds. You get the bomb down. Forrester, the bodyguard. It's hype. This missed Heaven smoke leads to a 1v2.
Yikes. And that's the thing, right? You can see Zip, he's tunnel visioned on denying the plant right there and gives up an opportunity in the 2-on-2. So Glaive has to bail them out. Frustration now for Entropiq as double digits are reached by the Danes.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row from Astralis. You are going to be feeling a bit hard done by, but weapons are out. Recovery required.
Look at the Galils, though. They just scatter the battlefield here for Entropiq, and this is a chance for Astralis to take control within this map. If they win this round, it should just be some pistols coming on through from Entropiq for the following, and 12-12 very likely here. Molly dropped. That'll slow the progress. Zip's the one actually peering over and sees nobody home. It's all the ruse again, and they've already been beaten by this. The yard smokes into a top pop, and it comes again.
Config ready to take at least one, but they are charging Glaive needs another, and it's Forrester that's gone down. He's usually the heavy hitter. Crad, half health from Glaive's spray, 7 bullets in the mag as he looks for another and delivers it as well. Oh, Entropiq, they are gonna see this gap close. 4 now in a row for this defense of Astralis, and what's more impressive is how often they have not gone fully down. I'm seeing a save every round.
This is really rough.
They're just going to start to take the lead here by playing this numbers game.
This is the problem, because as you're talking about the type of rounds that they've lost here against Stu mentally, it's like, we probably could have already finished the game by now, right? You could have broken the back of Astralis here in terms of the finances. In the last 2 rounds of play, Glaive's gotten 6 kills. He's just stalled them out. He's just now greeting Config as far as the top of the charts go. Alien has to hold on to this. As I mentioned, the loss bonus into the next one is going to be 2,900. So for them, you know, you're going to have a couple of upgraded pistols around this AWP, and they're starting to get a move on. You can see them having a look around now. Can we find Alien? We know he has the AWP. Removing this would be instrumental. 8 seconds. They would just be jumping into this line of sight here.
Yeah, they are flashing. They know he's there. Oh my God, they're hunting. Look at this. I haven't seen a hunt like this before. They're really pushing the issue. And down goes the AWP. That's
after time, Alex.
Dude, that's salt in the wound.
After time.
That is full grade A salt in the wound. I'm talking Himalayan. I'm talking pink. Oh.
That one really stinks, right? If they weren't already tilted with the type of rounds they've lost, the fact that Alien now has $150 to his name. This game has just slipped through the fingers of Entropiq. I know Astralis is still 1 round behind here, but they've had so many opportunities, so many chances that they manufactured that have just been ripped away. And now for Alien, this is the problem, right? Next round, sure, they get the loss bonus of 3,400. Unless they get a plant, he won't be able to buy. And into this round, he needs to get dropped something. Is there any charity going on right here for the Entropiq boys? They want to hook him up with a pistol of some kind to at least be threatening in round 24.
I mean, you want evidence that Counter-Strike isn't just a shooty, bang, bang? The fact that Astralis have been not only managing their money, but punishing Entropiq's has led us here. They've always had a threatening round for the defense, and now it's the boot is on the other foot. Alien has got nothing more than a bag of Haribo and a bus ticket to try and get through the last stages of Nuke.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult, right? So if they do get a plant, they can try and help him out in future rounds, but when we see that T-side at AWP again, I'm not quite sure. That's going to be a big question mark going forward.
Full-on Roblox. Oof.
Those nades are pretty quick right there. Glaive feels the brunt of that, chipped on down to 52. I like how swish and quick that Entropiq just pulled off that little maneuver. For Astralis, if we're going to talk about them, it's about holding on, not giving over too many rifles here. This is their opportunity to start to consolidate. They already lost the force spy, right? They won the pistol, they lost the force spy, and that's what put them in hot water.
Flame's so ready for these duels. He just wants to get some frags going, and it's Farley that takes the first duel and ensures that they are aware he's got company. They wouldn't mind another frag, and they've got 2.
Pretty good, actually.
Brad's got another headshot in him. Gets a couple of chances, but it will just be left at 2. 12-12 tied up. All tied up, and yeah, you can see the finances will lead to Alien probably going rifle.
Yeah, I was going to just see if Nickelback was going to drop his AWP player or not, but no, he's opted to go for the AK with full utility behind it. Alien might need to operate here with a Galil. Oh, actually, he's gone AK Kevlar, so no head armor for Alien. His head could explode with just 1 bullet of the M4. Nice shot from Farley. Doesn't have the most kills, but in that first half, had some impact rounds. Glaive, the first up to 20 frags now for Astralis, and 12-12 all tied up. Entropiq, tug of war their way back into this. Forrester down the vent again, and we saw how this played out last time. He got a free kill onto Farley. Can they utilize his space a little bit better this time round? Coming into Blame's domain, and if he actually goes and tucks in close, he could unravel all of this.
Oh, you have to clear this. Lackey will be likely well drilled. He'll have his crosshair drawn to that fight, but he doesn't even find Blame. That's a big opening for Astralis.
It's a good position for Blame. He often does well there.
And now they come knocking on Zipex's door. He knows his objective here. Forrest is hearing a lot of information. He knows he has to be the hero of this round. Distraction employed in lobby.
They've used so much utility just to get Forrester towards lower, right? And this is the thing. He needs to be more active now. He has the space, but Astralis is just letting him stew in his own juices. Yeah, come back to us. You got to find us.
You're going to be frustrated if you're Forrester. You come all this way and you walk straight into Blame's crosshair. Just like that, Blame, positioning alone, has netted him 2 frags here at a crucial juncture of the game.
He keeps on moving. Very dynamic stuff from Blame here. 3-on-5 scenario now. Ensure the low HP of Config and Blame. You can talk about it, but you need a kill and not able to get one back. Crad goes down, falling apart 1 by 1.
Does look like a bit of a ghost team now, Entropiq. The mental side of Counter-Strike, very real. Couple of gimme rounds that have gone away from them, taken away from them by Astralis. Of course, credit goes both ways in that respect, but looks like they're headed back to
already,
spawn,
yeah. They have to, only 10 seconds remaining right now. And this is the thing, there was a play that 100 Thieves used to do back in the day where they would get JKS towards lower quite quickly, and he was very competent of getting down that vent. But if you get down the vent and they don't rotate, right, we know that the sound cue has to be made. If they're not going to come to that lower side of things and you don't take initiative and you don't force the issue, but if you can get down the vent, open the door, drop a smoke, force them to respect that rotation and know that it's not just them manufacturing down. Astralis, they see this play and they're just allowing all that space for Forrester to go, hey, it's all right. You can't punish us. You have to come to us.
Seeing the blame angles in, it's just like, that's the perfect embodiment of everything you just said. Because all he has to do is sit there in warehouse and hold his secret walk up. Unless their ears aren't in position and earshot to hear glass breaking and doors opening. But they were. They thought it through. Very well played by Astralis. Oh, he's doing it again. Oh my God, no, he's doing more. Blame, he wants to win the round right here. And he very well could. Double kill out of Blame F. Disappears again. And the round already ringing in Entropiq's ears as their face flush. And sweat on the brow. This looks like 14 for Astralis and Entropiq. They have been dead silent now for 6, nearly 7 rounds.
This is the Astralis that we watched throughout the group stage that were just taking these unbridled aggressive duels, and this time it's through Blame F and just pushing on through. They're starting to take their fights now, the Danes.
How annoying it must be to play against Blame F, because now he just disappears. Like a magician. A smoke bomb. Not going to make the same mistake of an overly deep smoke this time. Foresters try and tip the scales back in their favor.
Yeah, that zip swing up heaven, right? That's on a timing that Forrester's going to get caught there. His toes spotted as he's trying to jiggle and clear out close. So do you save again? I feel that maybe, just maybe, that's the discussion coming on through. And you can hold on to these weapons for as long as you want. But look at what they have on their side. It's just flashes, right? If they don't go down here and they just hold on to the AKs, they can't reinvest anything. Their teammates are the ones who are going to have to get Galils with utility again, as 3,400 is not enough for those AK-47s. Nickelback saved a little bit extra. I don't think you need to hunt, right? Like, if you're Astralis at this point, it's like, okay, let them have the AKs. It's fine. Like, the rest will have Galils. It's all good. They're not going to get any lost burners here. Config's having a look.
He just wants to leave him on a goose egg. Could even happen after time if you're not careful.
It's a fragile point of the game still, right? If one round goes against Astralis, then their finances will start to come into question. But with the conversion, you've got a few members now above that 6K mark. Actually, Farley's up to 10K. Scratch that. They should be sitting pretty Astralis now for the remainder of the game. And they can take a couple more risks like they've done so. For Entropiq, the discussion needs to be, do we actually take a half buy? And they've taken another timeout here. The final timeout for Entropiq has been called in round number 27. Who's trying to be vocal about this? Now, you've got two choices. We invest around the 2 saved AKs. We try and deny Astralis from getting to 15. Or we play this one a little bit more humbled. We make sure we get the bomb down, and we can operate in a full gun round next round. But then we need 3 consecutive just to get to overtime. So this is that blame aggression one more time. Beautiful. Second there, just the transfer with the spray onto Lackey. And yeah, he doesn't hang around, right? A lot of players would be tempted to hang around. You know there's a lot of chaos right there. Blame's done enough. He knows he's won the round at that point. Dips on back, gets on out of dodge. And they board again. Entropiq, they don't want to battle for overtime here. They want to get this one done in regulation. Purchases behind these saved weapons again. It's going to change the tide of this one here. They don't have a single Molotov and only 3 smokes for this entire T round.
Does that point at something quite direct? Could do. Looks like Nickelback is at least posturing for something very quick, but the spray is completely shattering their attack. And 3 frags, and make it even more so. They throw more bodies into the problem. Forrester and Elian up against 2 after that frag. Forrester is traded, but so quickly thrown into a very uncomfortable clutch is Elian.
This would be a massive clutch. Blame actually took significant damage there in the fight with Forrester. So there's an opportunity, and the fact that Farley has the AWP...
And he's committed to the top side.
Yeah, so maybe don't even worry about Elian's health points at this moment. If he gets a head-to-head fight and Farley misses, or just walks on into the crosshair. Timing just...
Oh my God, he has no idea. Farley was so close to death. They come as a pack. Elian going round. But the bomb still does eventually have to be retrieved, and finding Astralis may be the hardest part of this clutch.
If he goes up heaven, he has to make an audible to drop. He's hoping to catch a player in the back right here. They're so far away that they shouldn't hear him fall. If he just slides on down, might be able to start working his way back in towards lobby. But look where Blame is, tucked in towards Trophy. Farley deep within Squeaky. These are fortified positions right now, and they know that the bomb just sits right on the cusp of the Squeaky door.
Yeah, Farley's not known to miss these. Good shutdown, 15. I can't believe Astralis have managed to make this defensive half look so convincing, so threatening. Always seem to have an answer for Entropiq, and it's been getting more and more one-sided as this half has progressed. This is how it ended. If you want to see how the half ended, it starts with and ends with this spray.
Yeah, what are you meant to do, right? He's just completely blind, pre-firing that angle, and gets 2 kills, right? That's what you pay Config the big bucks for. But again, no plant. They've really struggled with plants in the last 5 or 6 rounds here, Entropiq. And they go underway for the final, what should be the final round. Zipex got the opener, it's falling apart.
Started so promisingly now, Entropiq just feel like these 3 rounds are never meant to be. They've got to break through. Elliot is playing around red and is the past tense, forced by Blamed. Another double for Astralis in the opening. Missed main smoke, it gets worse. Forrester need to find Glaive and has done so. 27 and counting. He's doing everything he can for the squad here. He hasn't been cleared. He hasn't been cleared. Krad, the bodyguard, and now perhaps more to be done. 2v2. Made 2v1. Krad swings out and punishes Zipex to swing in as well, and there's a 13th just out of nowhere. It was Forrester and Krad with 5 between them.
Yeah, I think that caught everybody off guard, right? It felt like that should have been the game done and dusted, considering how that opening slew of kills went. So not giving up just yet. And Forrester with more impact being felt now. Just 2 more necessary for this overtime. And, well, the buy can come back in for both teams here, but Galil's going to pick up the lion's share of rifles for Entropiq again.
Mine was dropping the one way.
If Astralis lose this round, Farley is going to be the only one with a really good buy going into the next. Everybody else from Astralis is going to be very brittle. So this is a chance for Entropiq, not done yet.
Starting to believe a little bit themselves. Fist bumps exchange, better buy. If they can avoid a double casualty in the opening 30 seconds, that certainly would go a long way as well. Krad's the one to put Ramp on notice. Zipex caught straight through the smoke. That will open up an avenue and force a rotate. Who to acknowledge? It's Farley. That does mean 1 less presence here as they head towards Blame's yard. Tucked in the smoke, he wants to try and catch a little sound cue, a little glimmer. Like he does. A toe exposed and another opening for Entropiq. Glaive can try and tip the odds here. Baited on the shadow. Lackey has an opportunity, and with the Galil, no less, he has posted a second. Entropiq, out of absolutely nothing, have managed to post the 14th here. And just jumping straight into Config punishes his hunt. It's Farley in a 1 versus 5 that is incredibly stacked against him. The bomb will be planted, and he gets to play the save game.
This is crazy now, right? There's some actual problems. 1900 is the loss bonus for Astralis into the next round. They might even want to try and hunt and take this AWP away from Farley. Now, he's trying to go to one of the most unlikely places to save. If he goes down towards B, they'll search towards spawn. They'll most likely go over towards lobby to make sure he can't get away. As they're clearing this out, Farley's just hoping that they don't come his direction because they need that AWP going forward. He can drop a gun or 2 into the next round. So Farley's survival here is integral for Astralis' buy into round number 30. And there's a couple of dramas, right? Like, we talk about how Entropiq are a hard team to put away. What felt like it should have been the last round, they flub their lines, they overextend a little bit. Entropiq will rip those away from you now, and they're breathing down the neck with overtime, not too far away. Bomb goes off, and Farley too close to the bomb. He just loses it all.
Oh, yeah, well, you set it up. You explained the state of play. Farley would have been able to throw out a rifle for his squad mate, instead taken away from him by the bomb itself.
Oof, and he's prioritized the AWP here. He had 6K, he's just bought back in. The timeout has been called. Right, he could have dropped the gun. That would have gone to Zipex or Glaive. Config and Blame both have above 4K, just, so they can get the rifles out here with Kevlar around it. U2's going to be light. Zip and Glaive are going to have to operate with something less. An MP9 for Glaive, a 5.7 for Zip. You got to put these guys away. You can't allow them to have an opportunity to get back into this.
I'm sure it's stressful to not be able to actually influence this game outside of those 30-second timeouts. It's Entropiq exhausted all of theirs. Map point again for Astralis. We've been here before. 2 opportunities have gone awry. Can Entropiq defend their honor for a 3rd time consecutive? Will OT arrive map 1. Forrester, he's been so good. A very prized scalp to take, and again, he gets himself down the vents. Astralis have handled this well before. Sound cues are required. Will it be glass? There's a lot of moving pieces now as they adjust. There's the broken glass. Zipex confirms his presence. He's got to deal with that and towards ramp.
Blame's coming. Blame's here. He has to be the hero.
He really does. He's got one of the few rifles. He does go anti, but from behind, Forrester takes him down. Zip, so much to deal with.
Get away.
But he does recover a rifle. He is responsible entirely for this low sight. Elian containing that lobby aggression. This can go either way. It is teetering. With 60 seconds left, the answer of a 16-14 or OT, it still hangs in the balance.
If Farley can get up secret quick enough, he can help lock down main here. He can call yard clear. That means that Glaive and Config have to know this is coming.
Config's in a very powerful position. You see this work so well for Jax of G2. Usually good for one, guaranteed. If they come through Squeak, it's even better.
Back to ramp. The doubt here.
Okay.
They've just parked Crad hoping for a reaggress. Nobody's pushed so far. They've still got a couple of smokes to go down towards B. They could smoke off single or double. Zip is playing in the back of the site. They can't molly him out of position here. He can stand and delay, but needs to hit some absolute scorches of shots.
Bomb plant is a huge leg up, but you have to get to the site. Zipex stands to deliver one. Slowing them, rotates fast, 15 seconds. Astralis, they just need to delay. And they are. The frags come in. Entropiq second guessing themselves and falling flat at the mark on the finish line. 16 is secure. And the Danes are happy with that. They take their map pick. It was not all sunshine and rainbows though, Chad. That was a hard-fought battle, full 30-round affair.
It had to work for it, had to work for it. Entropiq are not a team to be sniffed at. And Astralis, they pick up their map choice. It's not going to get easier from here. Vertigo waits in the wings, and I believe so does Heku on the sidelines to pick up a bit of a post-map interview.
Yeah, I already got to talk to Config, so I wanted also to get to talk to the second part of the deadly duo. Blame F, congratulations, you just won nuke. There were like some maybe difficulties in the end, but I've noticed that you are really vocal before the game, during the game, and of course in the end. Is it to just encourage your boys, or are you playing mind games with the enemies?
No, I just think that on nuke especially, I'm holding outside on CT at least, so I have to talk a lot, because I'm controlling a lot of it. So yeah, I just think that's just the position, honestly, mostly.
But I mean more when you're yelling, when you're in all of the emotions and stuff.
I don't know, I don't even realize I do that, I think. Honestly, I think that's just something other people do as well, then I just do it, and it's not something that I think about at least.
I see. Well, the thing is that right now you're rocking a 7 map pool, and that means that you have the luxury of banning some things that you don't want to play. Today you decide to go for Dust 2. Were you all on the same page right away that you're not going to play Dust 2?
Yeah, I think we were, just because they look decent on Dust and it's not one of our strongest map right now. So maybe we need to fix a little bit before we play it next time. So I think it was pretty easy to choose that one.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck on Vertigo.
Hey guys, NIP here. We're gonna have to play a fun game where we have to guess whether or not the name that we say is a band or a CSGO team. It's gonna be exciting.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm gonna start with this one here.
Yeah.
These Nuts.
These Nuts.
Is that a band or a CSGO team?
This is a really tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with a CSGO team.
That's completely wrong.
Really?
That's a band.
That's a band.
Yep.
These Nuts.
Yeah.
They're for sure gamers though. That's for sure. Oh, that's tricky.
Fox Academy.
Fox Academy. I mean, that gotta be a CSGO team, no?
Did you find out?
I don't know any other brand that's called Academy, so yeah, I'm gonna go with CSGO.
Well, there was a band. I straight throw you a shady one.
Nothing but thieves.
It's CSGO team.
100 thieves?
No, nothing but tips. This is bad. Nothing, yeah. You know this one? No, of course. Nothing but tips.
No, bro.
No, bro.
Yeah.
No, bro.
No, bro.
No, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know about that, bro. A band called No, Bro.
No, bro.
Why would you choose that? That's more like a joke name for an open qualifier.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say CSGO.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have said the same, but
Yeah.
it's actually a
Oh
band.
my god, dude. Why, dude? Oh, I'm gonna start this amazing band. Let's think about a name.
No, bro.
No, bro.
Yeah.
Let's take that, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
You know, double pony.
Really?
Yes.
It's a go team, it's a go team.
Yeah, yeah. It's the famous one we played against.
Dark Tigers.
Dark Tigers, that's Czech team.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So that is true. I knew that's the only team that I knew actually as well.
Yeah, that's a.
But yeah,
it's a Czech
it is.
CSGO team.
Okay, it is. That was the easy one. I wanted to give you some confidence again.
Lincoln Vikings.
Really? For reals?
Yeah.
You guys gonna have to do better.
Yeah, we have to practice against them.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, I'm gonna say bad. I'm just kidding.
Let me do another one.
CSGO team.
Lemon Dogs.
Really? Is that one there? Oh, okay. CSGO team.
Yeah.
X twice.
Okay, guys, so we just finished this game. It was pretty enjoyable, I would say. I have no idea like where these names came from, but it has been very fun.
Well, let me tell you a world about where you lose the second pistol, you go up 12-7, and then somehow, some way, nothing else seems to go your way. We welcome you back to ESL Pro League Season 15. We are in the playoffs, round of 12, just on the perimeter of the quarterfinals. Now, of course, we look at Entropiq having dropped that map, rather fumbled almost, if you think about it, on the map of Nuke. And when I say we, it's Maniac, it's Yanko, and of course, for Maniac, chomping at the bit, what's up?
A perfume of missed opportunity is how I would put it.
Perfume of
missed opportunity by Entropiq. Now on sale. Anyway, first half, I'll buy that. Entropiq. Look, they started well, and all the win conditions we listed, they were there. Alien had a really good first half. Forrester was doing a beautiful job. Anytime Astralis was trying to play that late, slow rotation-based Counter-Strike on the T side, it was actually Entropiq who was punishing them. 12-7, everything is supposed to go Entropiq's way from that point.
Yeah, I think it's just self-inflicted wounds, really. You know, we saw that in the game against Mouse in the play-in for Katowice, right? Like, they lose a very close first map, and it feels like, you know, they kind of let that one slip away, and then they completely crumble on the second. And here it was, you know, a couple of weird rounds, but also some weird calls towards the end that made the game really much easier for Astralis to play.
And let's just start kind of going over some of these rounds in which questionable things happen, or, you know, things that come out the obvious. Yanko, I'm looking at round 7.
Yeah, I think in the first half, right, things weren't going great for Astralis. You know, after that initial back and forth, Entropiq had a really strong CT side. Forrester, Alien were playing really well. And this is, you know, Astralis kind of trying to change the pace, go for an upper fast pop play. But Forrester doesn't get blind. He gets 2 kills straight away, and the round is pretty much over. But then you can see round 14, Astralis actually comes back to it in a half buy. They don't have a lot of choice. They go for it again. He's in a bit of a different position. He gets flashed here. Glaive gets the entry on Crad. Forrester's still blind. They completely swarm him. They get 2 entries to get the site, and they convert the last 2 rounds of the half, which will prove crucial going into the second half for Astralis.
And what the scoreboard says is here is that Astralis tried to play a different Counter-Strike in between these 2 clips, but actually they had to divert back to that very brawly, fast-pacey Counter-Strike, and Glaive did a good job on the entry.
Commendable, to say the least. You talk about resilience, Astralis showed just that, or is it more of a misstep, a missed fumble?
I mean, it is a missed fumble. We can talk about round 22 if we want now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Entropiq had everything they needed. They had all the pieces. They had everything in their own pockets. We have here, round 22, it starts with Blame being caught completely off guard after a little bit of inside pressure for Entropiq. Farlig misses an easy shot. From that point on, feels like Astralis is a little bit late on the trigger. We see Glaive fumbling a couple of shots, Config falls. It's still obviously in the advantage of Entropiq. Glaive's going to find that quick kill, repositions himself. Here there is an interesting call coming in from Entropiq. Good reads from the situation, realizing if we go back upstairs now, it's going to be all right. We have Farling now with the AWP in that position. Just grabs one, traded, but Glaive here, Xip, I don't understand how he jumps into it completely alone. This should have been the kill that Entropiq needed. And now Glaive in 1 versus 2, of course. Little shout out to Rushwa there, because he falls into his face. I mean, we're laughing about it, but what is Elian doing in that smoke in 1 versus 2? And then as well here, a misstep, misposition from the last teams who get fall. There's no way that Glaive was winning that 1v2, and this is actually the beginning of the end for Entropiq.
Dude, you lose 8 rounds in a row, Yanko. How do you bounce back from that? How do you say, like, all right, guys, even after timeouts and rushing squeaky door, what do we do?
Well, that's the problem, right? This completely broke them down mentally, right? Yeah. They had such a great play to make it a 2v1. Then it's what's a guy supposed to do for you to shoot at him? He was on top of your head, and they were disjointed in the 2v1. I don't think they had time to reposition. They weren't sure where Glenn could come from. They know he was down, so he can come up Wentz, he can go secret, main, up ramp, heaven, right? A lot of different things, but I think it definitely affected them because even with the timeouts, the calling wasn't great. What Astralis did after that was put more pressure yard. Blame had 2 back-to-back aggressive rounds outside where he got kills. Then they take a timeout and call a door rush. Like, what are you going to do after that? Like, just go back to yard for a 3rd time. If you take a timeout and go yard again, there's no way Astralis is playing for that. They were playing for an inner play. They shut them down, and that got them all the way up to 15.
Sometimes you got to see the forest for the trees, or rather the Forester over here in between over here on the Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Throw that up there because the config's on the other side. You already know he is. And when the numbers run themselves, I guess they're not going to lie to you, are they, Maniac?
No, they won't. And Forrester, I guess, has a right to be a little bit flustered after that one because he did put his best foot forward. He had a massive first half. He was multi-killing, over multi-killing, also in mid-round situations. Config, on the other hand, had a couple of moments, as Yanko was mentioning, where he looked down the A side, mostly on the CT side for Astralis. You mentioned Blame, and I think it's just fair that we give him a shout-out. Blame had a really poor first half. He was completely stopped and destroyed by Alien's Peak, by Forest Peak, but then on the CT side, he came back alive. And not everyone can do it at the top level. Not anyone can be just snap on the floor in the first half and then actually rise back.
And I would love to get your thoughts just really quickly before we go to break. And Yanko, I'm looking at you about Vertigo. We already know it's a weird pick, so where do we go from here?
I think Astralis is going to win just because of how this first map finished. I think that's one of the weaker points for Entropiq. Like, if they lose a map rather than their opponent beat them, like, they make some major mistakes in a map, like, they have a very tough time recovering mentally from it.
Scary stuff, all things considered, at least if you're on the Entropiq side. You just about barely missed on the first map of the series in a veto that looked pretty damn good for you. Except Astralis have a game plan of their own, and that's taking us into Vertigo. Let's see if they can close this one out and advance within the playoff bracket itself. We'll be right back after this.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hello. Can you repeat?
I think I'm lagged, bro. Something wrong. Sorry. I need to use some tricks in case I want to win. Where are you at, bro?
I don't really know. Playing like look. Well.
Yeah. Is this the coach or actual player?
It's MVP of this moment. Hello. Boom.
Oh, we have some nice headshot skills.
We're just waiting. Okay. Let's push. Push, I saw you. Hello?
Do you know that you can surf there?
Mm-hmm.
Actually. I'm just showing that I can have some surfing skills. I'm pushing you, bro.
Okay.
Just call it. Oh. Time to step up.
Hi. Oh, someone low HP. Body shots.
Brosh.
I saw you.
Why am I always alone?
I saw you. I can shot you through the wall.
Yes. Okay.
Push right.
Where?
No, just trying to find you.
I know, I think these spawns are rigged. No one wants me to win. I'm not done yet, bro.
Body shots.
Yeah, like you do.
I do it only once.
No, watch match after. Okay.
One of the most famous comeback in CS history. Oh, sorry, man.
Entropiq, a team that refused to go down easy and nuke the embodiment of it. 16-14, Astralis head to the second map of our series. This is playoffs, it's do or die. Fury are waiting for the victor in the quarter-finals. As they exchange their fist bumps, we prepare ourselves. By we, of course, myself, Machine, and Chaddy B. That's how you say it formally.
That's the official, that's on my birth certificate, actually.
That's Chaddy B. Getting into it, though, as Vertigo starts with Astralis on the defense. You know their names, but a new unified Danish front. Config, Farley, Blame, Glaive, and Zipex defending up against Entropiq. And look at this. 3 CTs walking mid. Nickelback is not ready for this. Ah, Crad maybe can make it even. 4v4 at the moment. He can leave with an extra frag if Zipex gets hunted down. A nice find. Blame punishes, and 1xBet heavily leaning towards Astralis, as does this pistol.
They're into B right now. The fight's going to keep on coming for Lackey here. Zipex will grab one, and there's just 2 remaining. Alien and Forrester, the heroes of the last map. Need to get it done in a 2-on-4.
He's trying to exploit a way into an extra frag, and thinks better of it now with the bomb on his back. He'll let Forrester try and work up ramp.
But look where Farley is. He hasn't left this sandbag position over towards A the entire time, and he's not really playing for info, just the odd jiggle, just to make sure they're not walking up on the upper deck on him. Forrester will be able to slink his way all the way through shore in towards the site, and Farley is accounting for that. The rotation of Blame is now greeting him, and it is a 2-on-2 on A.
Yeah, USP's favored for some of these exchanges on that headshot box. Blame does take down Forrester, and a nice clear. Elian, good for that. He knows Blame's there, and a couple of click opportunities have gone awry. He's got 45 seconds to try and piece this one together. And he's being hunted, actually. Blame, very push happy. He's had a great pistol there. That's 4 kills from Blame F. And you will hear when he finds those connections. Heku asking him a little bit about it. It's just not even something he considers. And attributes it to his role on the CT side. But yeah, he's got a voice in the server and in the studio.
Yeah, good stuff here. I can't believe the clear. Elian, very diligent right there to get that kill, but it was the only kill for Entropiq within that round. And it will just be the Glocks with 1 deagle and a flash to try and make something interesting. Now, I'm curious to see how much of that mid-crawl comes into play from Astralis on the gun rounds as well. We know Config will be playing this position, right? So he might want to get a bit of a move on and target some of the weak points here of the default from Entropiq. Now, well, that's a deagle kill over towards A. Glaive getting very push happy there. Elian's going to rip his skull off the shoulders. If they're able to scoop that gun up, it'll give them a second weapon to work with here. The Glocks, just the pea shooters, not really too much to be concerned about.
Well, already the first 2 rounds, we've noticed that there is a bit of a lean from Astralis to deal with mid. Like they have 3 in the pistol, 2 initially on the gun, and I think that's just also by nature of the weapons they're up against.
I agree with that sentiment. I think like you want to bully B early while you can. You can also use the range of these weapons, which Farley apparently doesn't need to use. He's going to push up real close, take down Nickelback. So back level 4-4, and as they ping pong across the map, Blame will find Crad stuck at the net. Another chance, yeah.
Wasn't far off. He gave him some clown hair with his crosshair.
Oh!
Yeah, that's not gone swimmingly.
Like, he got picked at the deagle through the floor right there, so that was pretty cool from Forrester. There it is. Config will get the final frag. The rifles be retained. Glaive should be getting a bit of a drop from one of his teammates here. Blame could drop him a rifle. Config could do the same. They're both just under that 4K mark. And he will be given a FAMAS from Config. So nice shot from Elian there.
I mean, that's special. That's an AWP line you typically take, but you know what? Why not take the discount AWP, the $700 hand cannon? Good for an opener, but Astralis definitely looking good for the closer. Let's see if we can get that first gun round under their belt, or if Entropiq have something to say about it. They're leaning towards the A side. Lackey's responsible to head-to-head with Zip, and Glaive is not deterred at all around the smoke. Lackey profits. If they would get this, the B side's open, but Config is there to respond. And all backpack, Nickelback is known. Dropping his util to try and reposition. This is threatening stuff from Config. He needs to reload. Are you really going to do this with just the USB? Not the fight for you, Config. Config is playing a very dangerous game.
Finally gets the reload. Installed out Blame here as well. They might not be ready for the Tetris swing from Forrester, pushed up towards the white box. Still juggling positions here. They're going to get caught off guard by this flash.
So flashed. And then Molly is perfect for his hidey hole. Still no punishment, though. Forrester does eventually put his name in the feed, and Config eliminated in round 3. Blame is here. Good off angle. With left side gen smoked, he'll jump his own util.
Have to go through this.
Oh, perfect. Elian just sitting around on the sandbags is met by the spray. They are trying to pivot away.
They've used all their nades here. They've just committed everything towards the B-bomb side. They've dropped back. They've given up the space. And now they're just going to settle into a 3-on-3 with 35 seconds left on the clock. I don't know what you do now, Entropiq.
I mean, you'd love a quick headshot onto Glaive from Crad, but not going to be given easily. You can see the jiggling motion of Glaive. He's not actively contesting. I say that as he decides he will in the off angle. 19 seconds. He's actually leaning A. Just this cut of noise. He's got to do it all. Oh. Forrester has saved the site. With 10 seconds to spare, and the rotate back is beheaded. The Entropiq flavor is unique.
I can't believe they just cut all the audibles there and walked on in. Forrester is an absolute machine. That AK with 2 massive shots within this round, and Farley's actually considering this. He's going to give this one a bit of a look in. The FAMAS up close and personal, peering over the ledge. Long way down, my friend, as Nickelback isn't expecting a player already to be pushed past. So there's one. No kid is going to try and back off, and if he can find an M4, that would be nice. He's picked up a kit. There's an extra $400 that'll be saved going forward. Blame will be able to rebuy. Zip's going to be very, very close to do so as well. And Farley will be able to drop a rifle. So important stuff here, but that was looking like Astralis' round. It got very chaotic for a moment there. You could see Zip, he's very brave to play on the wooden boards around a B lurk smoke. That smoke almost completely negates this type of a play that Zip's going for because, well, the T's can use the cusp of that smoke to look on over. So a bit of a risk there goes Punch, and that is a blistering hot shot from Forrester there to get them back into it. Hasn't slowed down from Nuke by any means and helps get Entropiq on the board for their first T round here.
Yeah, Forrester is definitely one to watch. This kid is coming in hot and steamy into a very big affair up against Astralis. Playoffs do or die, especially a map to the good for the Danes. See how this one shapes up. Glaive not going to be leaping down ramp this time, but they are caged by that ramp smoke. It's all about the reactions off the back of it. Do you drop a lurky smoke of your own? Again, they come knocking on mid, and again, Astralis have invested into a...
They're already out, Config.
Ooh, he will be not long for this world. Only a 5-7, and he's lost his rifle support. Zip, weapon recovered. Maybe Config can fill this void.
Surprising to not see Lackey trying to take a bit more space towards B on that kill. They know that Zip is the B defender here, but they're happy just to pivot back towards A, so containing any pushes across the map, and Blames is the next they have to deal with here, up close and personal on the scaff.
Got to clear him. Glaive in support as well. They do seem to travel in pairs, and Glaive on his jump across for info. That smoke tells everything they need to know. Blame booked. Glaive could be next. Strafes out, and you'll never guess who's finding him. Forrester has got the double entry into A. The rotate's on its way, one way or another. Forrester will find you.
Jeez, okay, well, he's just ripping off scalps here, and he's doing it in all fashions. The CT side, locking things down. Config gonna be the next to fall. Lucky's bullet rings true as well. That'll be his first within the round, his second kill in total. And now down to the eco for Astralis here. Very flustered stuff over towards A. On that jump peak, a defensive smoke gives away the position of Blame. They just start mowing him down through, he can't get away. Could have been an element of surprise here, but yeah, you can see this. Forrester reacts immediately. He's like, you're not getting away. You ain't going anywhere, my friend. And then Glaive trying to pick up the pieces goes down as well. Ready for everything is this kid, as it will just be 5-7s across the board. Now, 5-5-7s.
5-5-7.
It's fun to say.
Haven't seen that in a while. 5-7 does land that dink, just not quite close enough to finish the job. Blame is hunting.
Lackey hear this?
I don't know. He's not acting like he did, but they are committing to A, and that smoke on bridge is going to ruin their day. Which 5-7 skin do I prefer?
Well, that one fell flat. There was a bit of Kevlar behind this as well. You can see Blame has head armor, Config has Kevlar to his name. So this was feeling a bit more like a half investment, if anything. 2,400 into the next round. Scratching my head a little bit here as a desperate maneuver from Astralis nets them absolutely nothing.
Can you explain where Lackey's rifle just went?
Did he throw it away? He might have thrown it away because he's worried about dying. Like he could have thrown it off the map. Maybe Jay, the gun watcher. I'm going down. Oh, look, where did he leave it?
He's decided he didn't want it. Instead, he wants to give them a kill.
He's not giving them anything right here. Might be a little bit worried about the bomb, maybe. Yeah, I don't want the Glock. My gun's a little bit better, says Zip, and only just.
All right, well, that worked out well. Lackey calculated in his hiding of the rifle, will not fall into enemy hands. Entropiq, they will take the lead. 3 consecutive rounds here. The ramifications of that buy with the Kevlar alongside has put Astralis into a bit of a dire circumstance. They have opted to go for another half buy.
Yeah, more 5-7s coming out here, so Farley is even being gifted one right now. He doesn't want to spend a penny. He wants to get that AWP out as early as they can.
Let's see if Astralis can convince us and the chat for the 5-7.
Oh, oops. Just hit the roof there. Wanted that one to land at the top of the scaff, but another molly will do the trick. And Glaive, he's over towards Sandbag with a smoke.
They love a good boost. Flight path's pretty ironed out now on Vertigo. Expect to see T's casting glances at the potential, both left and right, of this yellow.
I think the way that they want this to operate is Glaive gets mollied, they drop the smoke, and then they all get glued towards that Sandbag position.
Like this. Just like that.
Exactly like that.
Wow. There's a counter, though, in the form of a nade. Crad does delete Glaive, and it's Crad that continues to keep things... Oh, Forrester, lazy clear. He's gone down too. There's a rifle now. This gets really bad. If Config could just do more damage, Lackey cut down to half. It's Zipex requested to clutch, and the fact he's faked gives Zipex a bit more room to stretch his legs. Not being held by Lackey's angle. He's been allowed out of Ellie. Oh, he doesn't
strike timing.
spot him. Yeah, it's a Cruel Mistress's counter. And there's one back for Crad. So this is the gap. Lackey's sticking out.
He saw him.
Oh.
He saw him.
Oh, just as easy as that. This gets weird. A 1v1. Thankfully, Crad is here and posts 3 kills to secure 4.
Okay, that one got close. Almost got out of control right there. Config, you could see from that position, right? Maybe he didn't know that both players were wrapping Crane to front sight, but that was a big kill for him to make. A little bit of survivability. They could have played out the 2v2, but Astralis will now finally get out the guns here. M4 is being purchased on up. Farley's going to get that prized possession of the AWP. And here's the bait and switch on the boost. Beautifully handled here. Well done. A nice maneuver with misdirection.
We're getting more and more of those, aren't we, in terms of like misdirection and exploiting defaults with your half buys. Oh, that's a nasty, nasty bullet straight to Glaive. Ellie and pre-aims.
He's killed Glaive a couple times. There was the Deagle shot, and now there's that quick shot on the AWP, and Zip, you're in trouble, my friend.
Should be a dead man. One single bullet through the board, and it'd be no, but there's the flash. They're all doing the Darty. Mantles up as Lackey. Good for it. They don't have to commit, but you can see that they are kind of stumbling over each other to try and work out who will sell it. And it's none other than Forrester. Cut out of the round very early on. A little one-way smoke on default's a nasty one. You get no vision, but your legs are sticking out.
Problems here because Nickelback is so low. I say problems, actually, they're starting to gravitate towards this AWP, so HP not going to be a problem as Nickelback's dropped the NAF and he's going to have a little bit of a look around, and Farley has to be extremely concerned because he can get overrun in this position. He's on his lonesome. Blame F's mid. Config is disconnected from the pack on B. This is going to be hard for Farley to hold on to here. Not likely to retain this AWP. One and done. Seems like the most likely outcome, but they are starting to pivot. Bogdan's Law plays on through the peak. It's going to net him a kill. Needs to get away. Needs to tuck back as fast as you like here.
Farley stops the swing. No, Lackey. Caught lacking again this time. Now the bomb loose. And a hot molly on top. Crad's flank is everything if they want to turn the tables now.
Not accounting for this.
Lame F. Oh, he's cut down Elian, so now even anticipating this flank from Crad. Loud, 15 seconds. How is he supposed to turn this around? Kills short, needs to plant. There can be disruption from Config. Both sides. Doesn't matter where you plant, unless Blame is too passive. That's a free frag. Astralis will leave a triple kill out of Blame.
Oh, comms off a little bit there. They didn't get the AWP back, and it was just to the right-hand side. So Farley has to operate now with just a rifle here. Going to feel a little bit hard done by. The AWP was not salvaged for him to carry on through and try and go toe-to-toe with Elian in the next round of play. But this is when the unbridled aggression of Config actually helps, because they thought that they had a bit more space to work with, but Config wasn't afraid. He's like, well, I'm not scared of you. I can aim too. Steps on out, gets them a necessary kill, and that throws this round into disarray. So Entropiq probably feeling like they've given one up here.
One of the many weapons in Glaive's arsenal. Was trying to convince us of the UMP when he joined us on the cast. And he is continuing his walk.
It's been spotted. Elian knows there's something awry here. Pivot back, I dare ya.
Oh, and that's the end of that. That's what Elian was looking for. Glaive kind of committed on such a small slither of information. That's what the T-side AWP presence can cage.
Yeah, this is the thing. Now they're operating with a man disadvantage again, but there's no Config to battle one back. Bit of a smoke as a one-way on the top of the sandbag there, and he's actually using it in a different angle with Farley.
He's got toes. Can't see that left side commit. Great catch from Obs as Config's down. Falls to Farley, and Elian was missing his shot in the blind spot. He could get another through the top. Farley trying to exploit, but oh my lord, he's so susceptible to that shot. Lucky to have gotten away with that. A two-man advantage for Entropiq. They cannot afford to lose this. They're walking into the stack as it stands.
They need a fight here, right? If they just sit on the side, they'll get executed on.
This is the fight, Forrester. Ready for it. Farley turning around, and yeah, he was waiting for the flash. A bit of a miscom. Didn't quite manage to execute as intended. It looks like the call has been made to save the AK.
Yeah, that right there, you're right. It must have been a miscom because the traditional flash, I didn't quite see where Blame throws it, but that flash lands, and when you're going for it early, if you're going for like a CT aggressive maneuver, you want to have your back, right, to the, I guess, the drop-off, right? So when you step on out, the flash pops behind you. Here, Farley's going through those same motions, but they're already close. It's like he has to wait for the flash to pop and then swing. It's a different fight, right? You're not looking for down the ramp, you're looking for a close fight there. And Forrester was blind, at least that's what the kill feed would tell us. But one back here from Entropiq. And I think Glaive's hijinks of aggression around that tarpaulin is going to come to a close here. Might have to start dropping off from Crane and playing behind the smoker in that facet. Because Elian is punishing them whenever they want to maneuver behind it. Just those eyes, those keen eyes with the AWP scoped on through, catching any little glimpse of darkness. And there it is, all 5 staying alive. So a bit of a bank now starting to be established over there for Entropiq. 2 saved guns and the conversation to be had. So yeah, you can see just tracking that little dark line through the gap, and Glaive goes on down. Paper thin staff, timeout called. This will be the first here from Astralis within this map.
So flashed. He was so flashed. Kill feed wasn't deceiving us this time.
Yeah, need to have a conversation about what they want to do here. Next round, it is going to be 2,900 as a loss. So if you just operate around these 2 saved rifles, instead of trying to force buy, you have a much stronger buy in the next, but you will be handing over the 6. So the conversation is, how can we get the most out of these 2 guns? Blame, Zip, where can we put you on the map? What type of stack, what type of boost, what type of little move have we been working on the CT side that could net us an opening kill or 2? Farley's going to be dropped to 5-7 thanks to Zip. Yet to see investments from Config and Glaive just yet. Glaive yet to frag, having a bit of a rough start to this game. 007, secret agent in the service.
Pace behind this. Forrester using that spawn and charging up short. Oh no, backs are turned. Sandbags could be next. Just like that, all of the scary prongs of this defense are gone. Thanks
no
to
bite
Forrester, yeah.
No bite whatsoever. The 2 players who are left with the rifles in hand are 2 of the more passive elements of this, so I expect the kills to keep on coming. Alien with 1, Nickelback another, and now it is just Config disconnected from the pack, trying to have a biff with Lackey, but he'll handle that, and 2 rounds in a row, 5 stay alive. Great stuff here from Entropiq on their map choice. This is already a great T-half. Anything more, going to be gravy.
I do love a good gravy. Do you know what also I think is underrated in the kind of gravy / mash department is sweet potato mash.
Yeah, don't you doesn't get enough love.
Why are we not repping that? That is God's gift in the vegetable department.
I feel like chains have overdone sweet potato fries. Now they don't do them crispy enough and they just come soggy.
Yes,
I don't want this.
sweet potato and soggy round for Zipex. How has he gotten away with that? A bit of a slip up. Quite a literal one. You can see the fall hazard. He was nearly there.
He's getting swung on here.
Yeah, finally might be a dead man or not ready for Crad.
Blame's pushed down on A again here, and this didn't work for them last time. You might get flashed on through.
I like this. I like this a lot. Elian doesn't as he goes down with a white screen.
Finally a change it for Astralis. A 2-man advantage here.
Yeah, aggression may be the answer. Double incendiary. And still Forrester trying to find a gap. He's going to try and punish. Oh, Blame, surely vulnerable, does lose his head. And now A could be a problem. There's still a man advantage for Astralis. This changes, though, if Glaive...
It's a weird smoke.
He's thrown out a bit of a freestyle smoke there, and Farley's going to have to try and fill this short gap. It's not worked out for him before. He's just going to hold it passively. And it should enable a bit of a reset.
Farley needs to be so careful. If he overlooks here and goes down... Given one over here, and it's Forrester again. Another double for him. It's a 3-on-3 that is well and truly on. 45 seconds. A seems to be the side of affection
Glaive
right
has to
now.
find more than one, or break his silence at the very least. They can come round at Forrester. He's going to clear his corners this time. Or not. Flash, both doing the dance, and now the advantage is back in Entropiq's court. Astralis, red-faced, hot under the collar. A reload required, and the bomb now planted. They should get away and play the advantage. Nickelback will be first contact. He can afford to get away as well. They really are in dire straits. Do you even go with no smoke?
I think they should save right here. How do you get back into this? Config needs to find a miracle right now and getting spammed on through. Forrester finds 3 kills and the round already looks done.
Yeah, I love this angle from Config, but oh, it's not going to get you far. They're going to double peek. And just as easy as that, Config, the last to fall. They lose everything, and you'll never guess who it is. Forrester with 4. Call him Forrester.
This guy's awesome. We were talking about him throughout the group stage here. It's great to see more of it as well within the match against Astralis, round of 12 in the playoffs. And starting to get a bit hot under the collar here, I think, Glaive. That was rough death for him right again. The flashes just suppressing as part of this. There it is. He just turns into it. He turns into it. They're both staring at the flash, and Forrester's got a couple of kills in this game. Saw the barrel, had the lead time, able to get the crosshair in the right place with the white screen, but yeah,
Good flash. I mean, it's designed exactly for that duel. You can see Forrester had the timing just a little off. Two-man B lean. Astralis are trying to mix it up with light weaponry. They have to try and find something here. Otherwise, Entropiq, they can run away. Posting double digits on T-side Vertigo is not too commonplace.
This was the problem with the veto, right? I was looking at the map pool, I was a little bit concerned because it felt like Entropiq could have taken this to a multitude of different places. I was like, well, do they want to pick into well, Dust 2 got banned? There was no Inferno here for Astralis. We do see them taking it to Vertigo and showing a very strong
Watch
form
out,
here.
the shark is in the water. Blame swimming in his Speedos. Forrester will throw out the util on his own. Is he going to do it all on his own? Or can Blame be the remedy every time? Forrester again with an opening kill.
It's twice. We saw it with Farley. We now see it with Blame. They're not accounting for that close angle of Forrester here.
And there could be more for him. He has been dinged, somehow alive and kicking. Good nade.
What a nade.
What a nade, off the floor. Oh, it's Deagles from Farley. He's made the round out of this.
This one's on.
Very much like Donkey Kong Lackey. Gonna give him a gorilla fist or not? Wow, Config gets away with that, and now Forrester, he started this round well, but low HP. Again, catches Config's hunt. Can you really build anything out of this? The bomb is lost. You have 0 health. There should be no way in. And Astralis know it as well. It's their round to lose. Lovely threading of the needle so far. 2 angles to be cleared. Worried about short. Too worried about short, and it does come to bite him. Farley gets the credit, though. I mean, that round was looking dire until suddenly 2 Deagle frags popped up in the feed.
He did the same thing on Nuke when they took the lower site. Remember, he just absolutely bopped Alien up towards ramp, gets the second kill on Lackey, and they ended up losing that round. This time on Vertigo, they're able to make good on their promise to Farley and pick it up. And this is it, that flash again. Like, it's a good flash. How many kills is Forrester going to get while blind, right? Yeah. Through smoke is one thing. That's Glaive's jam, but apparently Forrester does not need to see to put the lethality in the server. Double orbs, that's the change up now. Config, it's going to just be smoked and flashed off the B line immediately. The lurk smoke with the flash combo is enough to send him packing all the way back towards mid. And Farley, are you really risking this? We've seen what happens.
Yeah,
we've seen what happens.
This is Alien's field day. He just waits. Can't see much, admittedly, now with all that smoke up. He may have lost his potency. But he wants to hold it. Many AWPers can do great things from this slither gap, and oh my god, Elliot does catch a glimpse. He's burning. He has to go down. You can see the barrel. So much damage. Elliot trying to find an angle, and it does lead to his demise. Farley again puts his name in the feed, this time as an opener.
Took a molly, took a HE, took some teammates, but they do get the kill. They get the scalp they're looking for, and does this stall Entropiq out right now at 7? Will it be another consecutive round here for Astralis?
I can't believe we're about to watch it go down again. Is Glaive gonna flash? Yep, it's gonna be the same battle on short. Forrester and Nickelback this time. It's a 2v2 here. Flash thrown in. Nickelback blind, he's not quite as prepared. Forrester, the late arrival, unable to trade. That is the end of the round. Farley confirms it. Swing through, force of the hand. And just the 2 of them, Lackey and Crad. A whole 5-man Astralis roster, and with info aplenty. That Deagle round from Farley may be extending play significantly here.
Bit of a miss. Blame is low. Lackey has space. Time a problem.
Config is really overexerting himself.
Crad needs to get to the side.
Yeah, he's actually got another one, and this swing could lead to Glaive. Going down, they're doing it. Lackey clears him out. Blame so low. One will do it. Lackey gets it. Bomb down, 1-on-1. What a turnaround. 2v4. 2v5.
Has a smoke and a kit here, Zip. So he has a way out here, a ripcord he can pull if he feels threatened in this situation. Just try and get the defuse under the nose.
Uh-oh, that's a very weird smoke. But still, the frag comes to him, and the Minister is in, saves them from a very harrowing defeat. Such a valiant attempt from the 2 of them. Crad, Lackey, big ups. Not able to put an 8th on the board.
Oh, wow, that round, I cannot believe it. The time was just ticking so low, and it's this little Lackey maneuver, right? So the missed shot is how this starts. Farley goes down to Crab, but Lackey, with 10 seconds left, weasels his way up to the site and gets so much impact here. So much, and you can see that on the 4 with the smoke, just how much bounce he got out of that.
Imagine it's all deliberate, just for the sound of that smoke being deployed. He knows he's got a little extra airtime on it. In my mind, it's all 5 DGS for the Clutch Minister, and he has given them a real leg up now. Like, the Astralis were scratching their heads for a while.
Remember how that round started? Was just a fight isolating Elian down there, trying to be cheeky through the tarp again. Now they don't have an AWP. It was double AWPs invested. There's not a single AWP retained. On the other side, I'm pretty sure Elian's big green lies idle on the floor right now for him to scoop on up.
This is the util combo.
Well, the flash worked this time. Actually, no, the kills work this time. The flash has always been working.
But it is such a popper. You saw there, right in front of your face, full flashbang duration. And a bit of a change up this time. We're going to be having Forrester continue to show the presence. That molly, and yeah, not going to give Elian the fight this time.
Forrester's crept up a little bit here. Quite aggressive behind this smoke.
Oh, he's playing a dangerous game this time. Glaive's the one to pull the trigger while blind.
First kill.
No.
Yeah, that was 0 and 11 for Glaive, so he has been in the grave a lot here. Config gonna grab one back, and finally things starting to whir into action for Astralis. It's another 3-on-5 situation. Surely they clean this one up.
Neat and tidy is the objective. Lucky with a clean and tidy swing. Somehow gets his crosshair there in time. Zipex is gone. Config to fill the void on B. They can afford to. The numbers certainly favor them, and
he's
run boosting to peek it, and nearly falls into Farley. Not quite ideal. Krad's somehow alive and kicking. Farley not punished, and yeah, that's Lackey again, but look at their health. This one ends only one way.
And Config's pushed behind them as well here, so surely this one is done. 50 seconds left. There shouldn't be any naughty plays that are Lackey this time round. Config's gone around the world. He might lose them here to a timing. The bomb can go B. If Lackey runs right now, he could just run in towards the site. Doesn't want to give up the sound cue. Config's starting to understand that this is possible.
Glaive's going to make it over to construction for the cross as well. So Lackey's lost that little gap he had. Oh, Glaive just looked away. Oh, he's heard him. Or he's seen him. Glaive reports. And now ready for the walk-up. No plan, so Glaive will start getting a little concerned as to where that pesky T is going. And where is he going? Into blame is the frag found. And Astralis are making a CT half out of this after all.
It's good to get Glaive on the board right now. If he can just start getting a little bit more impact here, well, he's able to pick up a necessary kill as part of this because he was blind, right? That could have been Forrester finding the entry. We've already seen him be a menace. So it is a big kill for Glaive to get. I know in the context of the game, right, it's not going to mean a lot, but if he can start to now get that confidence behind him, they can still win the half 8-7, as it is just down to a couple of pistols and one AK-47 in the hands of Lackey here, who is searching towards B. The nade deep, chip damage done. Elian with this deagle, it's already been brutal. Lackey has been sharp.
Lackey just taking the standard duel. No funny business, and yeah, Zip has his crosshair where it needed to be.
Where's the AK, says Nickelback. Please give me the AK.
Where did it drop? Where did it drop? There it is, right in front of my face.
Let me get out of here.
And actually finding a bit of space mid-open. That will force someone back to CT, or the entire team back to CT.
None of them have armor. So if this was to start falling apart, I would send out a howling how.
Yeah, no hows required. Ooh. Fast flank config will be there. Elian trying to sell something. Glaive surely going to consider the short walk up as soon as ramp is cleared. This is a fun.
Bring it around the rosy.
There is a small universe where actually he could backstab Glaive if he even considered it. Has Glaive not considered it? He is
I think
now.
they know it's up now. So many unknowns for Elian. There it is. Yeah, it just was piecing it together, right? So the information was just constantly being updated there to help them understand exactly where he could have gotten off to. But that AK from Lackey doesn't net them a whole lot. And now for the final round, Lackey is going to have to operate with a MAC-10. But something that has chopped and changed is the CT defense. They've been playing 3 heavy A early. So if you're Entropiq, now something very B or mid out the gates, it might be the play to make here. Put a bit more pressure elsewhere on the map. See if you can find that gap, see if you can punish Config or Zip and just get them to go one and done with the trade. But looks more of the same. Default spread, a 1-1-3. As Config is searching in middle right here. Oh, catches a bit of a timing.
This was 7-3. Could be. And Astralis recovering to a 1-out half.
Didn't this slew of rounds start with the Farley Deagle?
It did.
So Entropiq are going to mentally be a little bit hampered here, knowing in the way that they've lost some of these rounds.
That was Nuke all over. Don't forget, we had a full 30-round Nuke with a couple of those oopsies. Astralis ready themselves to adjust to this B take. They're not ready for Xipex's position. Nickelback unable to trade, and 2 bodies hit the deck immediately. Oh, and there's more to be done. Zip gets the double. The rest should fall into place now. They have the bomb. Astralis not known to let these slip away, these advantages. Right on the edge of the smoke, Elian has to come up clutch. An ace clutch asked of him, and they're asking too much. Astralis, what a recovery on Entropiq's turf, Entropiq's soil. They find their footing, and now we swap over to the T side. The Danes to attack. Will the third be required? You better stay tuned to find out.
What up, Future Pros? I have a nifty fast A smoke I saw Apex throw to help you on your pistol A rushes. You throw this smoke from the T spawn and it will block off the left side of the A side, allowing your teammates to run up short with a bit of smoke coverage. To throw the smoke, first shoot out the glass above. Really, this is the only one you need to break. But shoot them all anyway. Then get yourself stuck into this invisible corner next to this beam. Aim between these 2 dots as shown and jump through the smoke. This smoke will soar through the sky and land perfectly to block off the vision of short from the bomb site nice and early. As long as your teammates take out anyone playing close, you will have a decent standing to win the round. Good luck and rush A?
Second half, second map, first game of the day. It's playoffs, baby, and Forrester doesn't even need to see his enemies in order to defeat them. So many of this first half was openings from Forrester. He had a great game on the Nuke 30-round affair. Left with Astralis, of course, with 16. Puts us here on Entropiq's turf. And a half I'm sure Astralis will be satisfied with, given how slow of a start they got onto our second map.
Yeah, and they can thank Farley for that double eagle and the closeout there to actually set them up for the 5 consecutive on the way out the door. But let's keep track. Glaive only had 2 kills in that first half. He's going to be integral as the 1x bet odds favor Astralis here. And yeah, the pistols for the Orpers keep on singing.
Yeah, hang on. They haven't finished their meal there. Forrester's got an opportunity, and so has Nickelback. Molotov's out for the sandbags. Glaive puts another frag down range. That's his third.
Oh, if you're going to stand and fight like this, you're Gonna lose a lot of space back, and oh, Blame almost hitting the shot right there. So more pressure felt on A. Lackey isn't afraid, he's still pressuring forward, and that's enough.
They're gone though, completely gone. Blame is keeping them both here, he could even win the round. Oh, hard duel, doesn't matter, Licky Lucky's gone, and yeah, Nickelback, wrong place. No teammates, and Blame is just playing with you. He wants to make this as long and drawn out as possible. Nickelback just ignores him.
Have fun. Now this position from Zip is good.
Yeah, very good. You're not going to be clearing this one on the rounder corner. Goodbye. Nickelback says. There's nothing. Don't you pull that
spot
face.
hasn't worked for poor Zip this entire game. T-side or CT, but Nickelback, this would be some clutch on 1 HP, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the 1 HP, 1 tap is not to be.
Well, in one round, Glaive has just doubled his kills from the first. So this is great. And as I mentioned, he's going to be integral. He needs to be feeling this as the caller on the T side to get them into the game. Now, Blame's done his job on the CT side. He stood up. He was an absolute brick wall, as we expect him to be.
Good server as well.
Yeah. Now, this should be an eco from Entropiq. Astralis likely to get themselves up to the double GGs.
I don't know if it's not the one, is it? That Zipex position, it's just not the one.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I like it when you're playing on the CT side when there's no lurk smoke, because it's a good for one and done. But when there's that lurk smoke, like we saw in the first half, it's just the...
It's even better when you got some first contact stairs side.
Yeah. Lure them right in,
yeah,
line and sinker.
This one is a couple of P250s, and Blame F's got a molly for their boost. Extinguished, trying to win their duel, and yeah, the AD spam on the top of their teammate's head. Very Cirque du Soleil-esque.
Flame's having fun this game, 19 kills and counting for him.
More fun to be had, especially with a Mac-10. No armor on these boys. I reckon Nickelback's going to have a little look at some point. Oh, actually, never mind. Blame has gone down.
They've seen enough.
Going. Yeah.
Well, they should be going. Config trying to cut off the rotations here. If you're Astralis, you don't want to give over too many more guns, right? You've lost Blame, sure. He farmed a lot of cash with the 2 kills that he got, but you don't want to give over any of these rifles. Entropiq are going to be buying next round regardless here, and you'd prefer to give yourself 2 opportunities as opposed to having to buy back in with 2 to 3 people. So Config has dealt with Nickelback. Now it's just Elian to find the USP in his hand, and he's actually just upgraded that, hasn't he?
Quite the upgrade.
Yeah, the P250. Damage done, not the kill, and they will retain 3 of these Galils. It's only Blame who lost that Mac-10. Glaive can hold on to his, and well, this is how it started and pretty much ended. One of the keys is once you do identify that you are up against an eco, when you see the heads explode like that, you're already starting to think about the next round, because you know that the rifles are coming out now. Elian has even been able to afford the AWP, so the Glass Cannon AWP is all he can muster. Everybody else in the squad able to pick up the Silent Stem 4s. They have smokes on the 4, only 1 will make it 2 incendiaries in play, and not a single defuse kit here, so keep that in mind if we get to the post plants.
So many ways this can go wrong for Elian, just with the no armor. Galils, Mac-10s, they'll shred through you, and oh, he heard him, he tagged him, and he jumps at him. Config felt trapped. And the cornered animal leaping through the smoke does lead to an opening pick.
But look how much space it's bought them. Entropiq have respected this just because of that pace, right? Oh.
Fireworks.
Yes. Sky Molly there. That's beautiful scenes over towards B, keeping Forrester's eyes pressed to the skies. But I was going to say how much space they got towards A if they wanted to just maneuver up and go for an execute here, but this is a chance. The shadow spotted, Zip on notice, tagged on down. Blame again to work this short position.
Smoke in response. Finally testing the water, Zip up ramp.
Saw something.
Did. Can still go wrong. Cutting noise. Blame did just lose a little more health than he bargained for on the wall bang.
Oh, that's the AWP.
What's that? Elian goes down. A bit of an overextension. Farley again with an impactful frag to try and get some space into the site. The whole of Astralis are here, or what remains of them.
I mean, have flashes to get on in here.
Yeah, it's a duel that Nickelback has to win and does. And this standoff from Blame and Crad is still going. It's an ongoing exchange. Glaive needed to. Unable to provide now, and woof, Blame is looking sharp. You better fear him. Don't give him these fights. The barrel is there. If he can isolate now onto Crad, Lackey on site. Now taking the duel. 10 seconds. Blame's got to get out of there.
considering the save here, but that means they can go and pick up the AWP. Lucky's already tasked with going and doing that. Blame will hold on to the AK. It gives him something to be threatening with in the next, and there it is, the AWP found from Lucky. So it was the timing there. Nobody was actually watching the top of Crane, and Farley took advantage of that, right? You're expecting players on the jiggle, the reposition of the AWP, he scoped in towards the top of Crane ramp, and Farley just using that Galil to deny him any traction with the big green. Now, they will be able to buy back in here, Astralis. It's not the end of the world, but it is a good response from Entropiq early to be able to get the third round of play on their side.
Round 19. Let's get into the nitty-gritty now. Couple of sacrifices on the CT side. Nothing perfect either for both.
Oh, very aggressive.
Oh, very aggressive. Look at this flash. He's so blind. Config knows his days were numbered. Nickelback does not hesitate to retreat. He's not looking for a rifle. He's looking for the advantage and to maintain it.
And nothing can be gained here. Astralis can't do anything with that. You know somebody pushed mid, but where can you go?
What the bloody hell just happened?
Oh.
Zipex has just given him another man advantage. Extended by what I can only assume was a strafe.
Did he fall off the map?
I think he might have. We'll try and find his corpse 51 floors down. Or was it a crater into B steps? Forrester's got another. Farley's gone. Astralis have to recover this one. What is going on? He's had a couple of weird moments this half. Ah, we found him.
Yeah, he did fall off the map. We don't see that every day of the week.
Well, you know, Axel unscrewing his silencer made us all feel like, you know, it's a pro mistake as well.
Yeah, we're all human.
Yeah, well, we're all human when it comes to falling off a vertigo as well. Need to see that one again. I'm sure we will. But, yeah, the only way in which he won't feel bad about that is if we see Glaive popping off. He's still alive and kicking. One of the 1v4.
Well placed nade, so much damage done, but surely there's no way into this.
There is no way in. There's a three-man peak at the same time. They're just going to counter three in their heads. If they could stop him planting, that might be...
Good plant, all things considered.
Hey, that works out nicely, and he is going to have a duel with Nickelback that he cannot win.
Okay, that's a bit odd, right? But that was a great aggressive maneuver from Nickelback, who opened and then closed the round, right? He was the one that got flashed in for this aggressive maneuver. Here it is. You can see the second flash through the skylight. He turns his back. Config steps on up and wasn't expecting somebody close and personal. And this is...
Oh.
I see. I see. Well, you don't have the safety railings all the way around, guys. It's a construction site, all right? You got to know a little bit better, as he has a bit of a smile on his face after that one.
We've all just... I mean, you're holding S, you're waiting for the wall. There's just...
I think he saw Nickelback's head as well, so he's like, if I could just have a little more space. Back, please.
Oh, I can empathize. Funny, though. Let's get into round 20, where we expect to see it all tied up. Is this starting to smell like a third map?
Well, I think the next gun round will be very, very telling of that. Now, this is Elian's chance to pluck a couple, like shooting fish in a barrel, says Config. Your AWP is no good for my Deagle, so that is a gun lying idle. If Zip can stay alive, if they can just not give over a death, they can start to use this number advantage. And there's another one. Glaive takes down Crab.
Okay, pressure's on. Forrester and Lackey have at least found the multi-kill required to even the ship's keel. Farley and Blame F. Now, they're both not too shabby on their pistols. No Deagle for Farley, so no more impact in that respect. But Blame's there, top of the scoreboard in the server.
Look at Nickelback. He's just staunch at the top of the round, ready to take a fight.
He wants to. They get the info. You are committed to this, and that seems to work out wonderfully. Who cares? Yeah, you can try and take a shot. So can I. And they tidy things up. 2 loose ends were created by those pistols, but it's all tied up now.
Well, because of these kills, the money hasn't really been able to be... It was a buffer for Entropiq so far. The most after all the buy-ups come through is Nickelback with 4.2. Keep in mind the loss bonus will be bottom of the barrel at 1,400. So it has been important that Astralis have been getting these kills. If they can just win out a round, they can break Entropiq here on the CT side. A 2-man B start, 3 towards middle, and flash again. They're actually targeting the default. Lackey's taken down Zip. Nickelback's in towards the ladder. They might not account for this.
Config, your days could be numbered. Lackey makes his presence known from trajectory to deep smoke. Config has nothing to rat around with that. Nothing at all. And with that, where's that flank? What's the update on that mid space that was taken from Nickelback?
Just left. He didn't want to give up. Very in-game leader style. Doesn't want to keep pushing the issue. So he's going to drop back, play the number advantage here.
Yeah, Yeah, Krad stands into Farley's spray. A 4-on-4. Elian is posted on sandbags. It was a tight angle. Pressure now as they close the gap. Glaive is on site. Over the top. Nickelback, a sitting duck, plucked. And a 3v3. We need to see that bomb.
It's so loose. It's down towards the lower side of things. They need to go back and get that. This is all over.
Yeah, they're so committed, and Lackey's good for the double. A triple in total, and by the time Blame arrives, it's all cooked.
I think they tried to react off of the B info that was thrown their way, and they reacted fine, but the bomb was just not with them here, and now Blame left in a 1-on-3 situation. Forrester disconnected from the pack, but standing side by side, Lackey and Elian on A. Blame has a nade. It could be greatly placed on the head of Elian here.
That's a dead Elian. And that's a 1v1. So smooth with it. Anticipates that they stacked A. Oh, and there's some info. Forrester throws out the stop molly.
This is mind games right now because he had time to go back to B if he wanted here. Does Forrester doubt it, or does he just sit and wait?
How long does he cut noise? Blame for the 1v3. Forrester. Noisy. Oh, Blame needs to plant now. Fakes it out. Forrester dancing with him. 5 seconds. He needs to kill, and Forrester, brave in the face of Blame, finds us an 11th for Entropiq.
Wow, what a close round, and it was perfect from Blame. The nade, how could he have known? But then the shot, that was beautiful. And then just flubbed the movement there with the bomb in his hand. This was the aggression from Lackey out the gates here. Tracking Zipex through the smoke. Beautiful stuff from Farley. The miss from Elian almost enabled this round, but remember the bomb. Blame had to go back and get that, and then still makes a round out of this. Great round from Lackey, all things considered.
Shot combined. Look at that. Oh, it's dreamy.
See, that's the thing. I don't think I computed in his head quick enough, because you might have wanted to just finish and go straight A there. One player was unaccounted for, and that's it. Blame's tried to make the best out of this situation. Another timeout will be called for Astralis here. And again, the money's still quite brittle over there for Entropiq. So likely to see a half by here with the loss bonus currently falling in favor for Astralis. Tech-9s, 5 of which it's either going to be a fast B or a fast mid to B here. Something where they can really take advantage of the range of these pistols.
To be or not to be? That is the question of round 22. Farley straight through mid. Large and in charge is Lackey as he takes 2. Glaive, a dead man, you just can't win that duel.
Even though it was low, right? The Tech-9 at that type of a range. And now it's just Blame, again, unfortunately left in the clutch. No fault of his own. He goes out mid, goes for the trade, and everybody else is just disintegrated. As soon as Lackey gets 2 in mid, that's job done. At this level of Counter-Strike, you're not expecting him to mow down everybody in an eco-slaughter.
It used to be that way.
Yeah. Well, that's back in the day before we knew how to put our crosshairs in the right direction.
Ye olden counter days. Blame would love something here, and it's not... I'm sorry, it is obviously a long-range Tech-9 tap.
He's on a heater right now. He is having some great impact within this game. If he can get one more kill and just really grind the gears of Entropiq, I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but it may still come in handy, right, if they're able to keep this economy under the thumb. Nickelback is playing this top ledge position again, so for Blame to hit this with a Tech-9, he would have to do something spectacular and unable to convert. Blame goes down 12 now. 2 rounds is the lead for Entropiq, and can they extend further as the guns come back out? Here's the bop again with the techers at range, and that's a beauty. See that one from the bird's eye view right there. Forrester going to be scratching his head about that, how that one happened.
Yeah, that was quite the shot, wasn't it?
Actually, Hooch has decided to take a timeout here, Alex. So the coach of Entropiq has called the second timeout, and this is the chance for them to close out the game here. So likely giving him the instructions on how to do exactly that. Elian's AWP is in play. The buys are coming back on through. The only one yet to invest is Nickelback here, but he's got more than enough to do so. And talking directly to Elian is Hooch there. You could see that. Maybe giving them the update on what to expect, what maneuver comes next.
Well, you gotta, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm, treating them like an underdog when I shouldn't, but Entropiq have made this such a competitive series.
I think this is a 50-50 type of match, right? Considering this is new Astralis with Farley in the mix, Entropiq, they look pretty good within their group. They picked up the big scalp of G2 in a game that felt like it was going the distance, and definitely did.
True.
Nickelback hasn't invested. He's staying with the Tech-9 here, Alex, so I'm not sure.
It's maybe just to guarantee Elian orbs for the rest. We'll find out as this plays out. 2 CT smokes to cage the push of Astralis initially. Forrester dispatched to throw bullets down. They really want to repel anything that Astralis want to create here.
There are a lot of smokes on this ramp. And he's given up the fact that he only has the Tech 9 here. Maybe you assume that's in the AWP's hands, and he's spamming another smoke thrown on now, and they've dissuaded this fast A play.
It means that Elian will be in support to B. He's already actually over there.
Yes.
Crad, what are you playing with? He's going for a little pop flash maneuver of his own, and yep, back turn, Glaive gone. If Crad can get away, untraded, which he has. Oh, don't speak too soon. A lot of util burned through in this early exchange, but they do leave with an advantage, chat.
Yeah, Forrester's tucking on in towards elevator room to help out A as well. There could be an impending A attack as the smokes are starting to be limped on out. More stall utility. They're going to fight.
Yeah, oh, and Farley's head was spotted. Crad does back up. Elevated, ready to punish. So many here to receive them. Entropiq, this is a big round for them. Farley, another opening. Oh, and he builds upon it. Double entry. And double trouble now because the site is lost. The bomb is planted. Lucky. Trying to be a little rascal on the fade. Oh, Loud, he knows where that angle is, knows what it means. Blame caught out and punished. Short to be cleared.
Oh.
He's good for it. Lackey making a round out of this for Entropiq. Recovery imminent. Config. Thrust to clutch.
Against the AWP as well.
Should be his frag every day of the week, Elian. Posted and delivers 13. It means a lot to Entropiq. They know what this indicates. They got cash in the coffers. The same can't necessarily be said for Astralis if they concede again.
Oh, dearie me, that is rough right there for Astralis. It looks so good with the Farley double kill onto the site. Zipex gets the follow-up. Blame not expecting another player so close, right? This is the double kill from Farley. And then Blame, yeah, just trying to play that angle. It's a risky one. You're so committed to that position. And the double up from Lackey, beautiful stuff right there. The trade just not available. And easy as you like, Elian will strike.
It's the smallest details. A step, a single step, dismantles the 2v3. Aggressive angle, not very bullet friendly.
You didn't hit him at all.
No.
Not at all.
Those greats are the opposite of bullet friendly. Can't think of what that would be. Bullet averse? Yeah, no, maybe. Can you repeat the question?
Look, I'm just trying to think. It could be an armored vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, Glaive's going to be feeling pretty hard done by here.
Now, we hate this angle, or Chad Birchall does.
It's not a good angle if they boost. The only problem, but Elian, if he's quick enough, can hit a gnarly flick, right? It's only a bad angle if they go for the mid boost on the close box.
Still got a gap on this, has he? Very much so. Very much so. They need a good flash, and well, it's there. And still no spot on Crad. He falls off regardless. The bait and switch they're attempting. They have the man advantage, so there is a balance to be struck here. Config returning to middle. We know Elian was posted, and he has just given up on that angle as they return. Hard shot to hit, doesn't. Gathered into Config's crosshair, and the frags come to them. Two quick headshots out of the Danes. A perfect smoke to wrap around. They've got them locked. It's just Forrester these stairs, and Config's going to catch Nickelback's push.
Oh. Well, they know that Forrester's the B player, right? So head on over, get yourself towards A. Well,
eventually.
Make sure you can get that bomb down. 20 seconds, no dramas, no qualms. No problems, as Astralis will snatch one back. The close nature of these rounds hasn't completely bankrupted Entropiq either. Nickelback with that Tech 9 buy, well, not the Tech 9 buy, the Tech 9 round, I guess we could call it. He still has 4.5. Elian still has 5.4. Loss bonus means they will be able to purchase the AWP. Nickelback can buy, Forrester can drop something, and it's all going to work out here for Entropiq unless Hooch wants to play it a little bit more conservative.
And the logic behind that, I wonder if that, because it was off the back of a timeout, Nickelback comes in with just that Tech 9.
And then they played 4A as if they're expecting just a full-on A biff, which would have been great with the Tech 9 up close in person. It wouldn't have mattered, right? An AK versus Tech 9 close range, it would have been okay. It's just when it stalled out into the mid-round, it started to become a bit more of a problem.
But it just could have been one way to just destabilize Astralis' finger on the economic pulse of when they're against a buy, when they're against a force. Because there may be weapons now that you weren't anticipating with that extra cash. This could be, you know, this round coming, you could see a weird death from Astralis, expecting gaps that aren't there.
It is interesting with the decision from Elian to pick back out there under the pressure that he was just under, because he still had two players towards B.
True.
So, you know, just under the pump, maybe feeling that he needed to make a play there, and that's put them in a puzzling situation now as another timeout has been called from Entropiq here. Hooch getting back on the mic, a conversation is being had.
Oh.
That feels like a bit of back and forth right now where Hooch is telling them what to do. Not what I want. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Feels like he's given them very clear instructions with that back and forth we just caught.
I nearly beat you in that 1v1, Elian. Don't you forget that.
But this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Winner of this goes on. They move forward into the quarterfinals to take on Furia. This is the grim side of the bracket here. We've got Na'Vi versus FaZe as the other quarterfinal on the lower half of the bracket. Furia versus the winner of this. And it would be rough to go out 2-0 for Entropiq. They do have the lead, but only the tightest of margins. And the buy has come back in. The AWP, the only emissions is a FAMAS and an MP9. Can they make it work?
Time to find out. Looking quick. Glaive going to be leading the pack and jumping straight into Ellie in a leg shot. This is the repeat that cost him. This time flashed off, posted for construction, smoked and forced away. Astralis have pace, they have config. This was all to set him up to work his magic through the smoke, an underhand and push. It's ballsy. It's a lot of space provided by config alone. He can re-smoke Ellie. This is suffocating. But a welcome to the feed. Farley gone. Nice from Lackey. Good fight for config, but he's gone down. It's Forrester that steps up to the mark. They have to clear construction. Blame is good for the frag, combined with config's early damage.
27 now for Blame.
He's doing a great pile of work. Still a 3v2 though. That bomb ticking for Astralis. They can't afford to let this slip. They've got all the bells, the whistles, the incendiaries and the smokes. And off we go. Glaive, got to be careful for that spread. He is
on Zip.
Dangerously. Zipex one and done. Glaive, the low HP clutch. There's kits. You jumped over one. They jumped over one. They don't have one. Smoke, where is it?
Picked up now. They've got a kit.
And 5 seconds, if he could just hit the wall bang. If he could just hit Crad. If he can, and he does hit the first. Oh, but they just assume a slight delay in the spray. And nearly the 1v2 out of Glaive.
Oh dear, up to 14 now. This one is getting close, and it felt like Astralis had everything they wanted and more right there. The mid-chaos, all the smokes, the underhand flashes. I don't think they knew where they wanted to end up. There was so much chaos in middle. You can see the smoke starting to subside now. You feel like config should be good for at least a kill in that position, but couldn't get it done. Forrester with some impact right there, and the defuse Crad. The box, it's just covering him slightly, and he gets it through. The buy's back in. Underway we go again. Astralis just need one, and they can almost draw this level. If they get one round, they deny the save. Entropiq's money will be broken here.
Crad is ahead of all that util, so low, playing with fire. Rambury smoked. They're posturing to go on the fade. 27 for Blame. He's doing everything to keep Astralis in this. Nice smoke. Combination of util implies commitment, but the bomb's nowhere near.
Prad's not moving. He's on 28 points of health. He doesn't think he can get away right now, and I feel like he's committed to this position, especially with this Glaive push.
He just wants a one and done. And he's got it.
Oh, it's a trade, but that's a sacrifice of Blame, who you just said had 27 kills. That's a big name to lose in the feed right here. Astralis are going to have to get it done with everybody else. Farley up to 17, config 17 as well. Glaive and Zipex need to pull up their stocks right now. They need them.
45 as they regroup and retool.
Only one smoke for the A execute here, currently on Zip, and a re-aggress coming.
Glaive will release that crouch and spray upon a flashbang, but they're doing it dry. Oh, and Glaive about to be hunted. It's Forrester, shuts down the leader. Farley coming. The pressure's on them. They have to plant the repeat and reminder for Entropiq, as that's the frag given to them, and it's Forrester again just keeping it active in this defense. And another 26. He heard us talking. Unhappy with being the second highest fragger in this server. He is running for Blame's 27 as he takes 26. 15 though for Entropiq. That is 4 map points.
Feels like we're destined for overpass now. Third map waiting in the wings here. Just one more round required for Entropiq to draw this series level, and they're not giving up.
This move from Forrester, oh, when you're posted up, Orp is staring at you. He has the audacity to leap off and take that engagement. Big plays for a big game. This is the playoffs for Entropiq, and they are setting sights on quarters, or at least that third map.
Yeah, this is an Astralis timeout here. They still have one remaining after this if they even get any rounds to operate with more. But hitting the big red button, having the conversation, trying to talk through what can work. And to be honest, the pressure that they've been applying to Alien in middle, it's working. They just scrambled really well in Entropiq to make sure that they were able to buy a buffer, keep Astralis smoked off, deny them the entry points into either site easily. So what's the call going to be? You can't go up a ramp. There's so much utility being dumped your way. You brute force it through. That's a coin toss. You go back towards middle with something quick. Alien decides he is going to hit a shot this time round, and you don't get that space you were looking for. or you go over towards B. And that's where Forrester, the absolute beast, is holding. So good luck.
Yeah, Forrester just feels like Entropiq's turret really can just set him up and watch him go. This is quick. And no Forrester's in support. Crad and Nickelback gonna try and keep 4 Danes at bay. And look at this barrage of utility.
They're using so much because they're worried about the smoke spams, all the pesky flash pushes that Crad's been going for here, but they were actually operating a little bit more passive. They're coming through.
Oh, the flash is good. Glaive retreat. It's up to Nickelback. He can't do anything with it. Good crosshair on ahead. It's nice from Crad to get one and get away. Sticking around. He wants to punish.
Cancelled. They've called a cancel on that. That was their gap. That was their way in. It was just Crad here. Now Elian fortifying this A bomb site.
Oh, it's a second bump. Lots
so
of
many nades.
Whoa, and Zip does win the duel on short. Crad was flashed. Elian falling back as the bomb goes down. Doesn't have the lineup for denial.
Might call the save here. You don't need to go for this round. You don't need to play the 3v4 post-plant situation. You have no idea that Astralis literally just expended every single one of their nades just to get that site control. And you only need the one to pack up your toys, take them home, and try again in the next round of play. Loss bonus for them only going to be 1,400, so this might get long, these last few. This is where you have to ask some big questions, right? Nickelback, let's do the maths for him right now. He currently has 2,200. He's going to be up at 36 with the loss bonus coming in. I don't think anybody can drop him an M4 at the moment. The same thing with Crad. So maybe Nickelback and Crad operate with some MP9s. Zip will go down with the bomb right there. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, I was just laughing that he's going to be back where he's put himself. Another one off the building for Zip.
That was a safety net position from Nickelback there, right? He's actually playing that position. If Crad goes aggressive and that maneuver happens, he's meant to get one and stall it out. But a necessary kill from Glaive. And remember, he had a pretty rough go of things in the first half, only had 2 kills. Now he's up to 11, so his impact has been felt throughout this second half of play. And the final timeout now used from Entropiq. They're going to have that exact conversation we were just talking about as far as the finances go. Is it worth investing, or is it worth we go for a save? You want to work out where everybody's money at. It's 1,900 into the next, right? So this is the thing. If you're that of Forrester and Lackey, that means you can't invest in too much money this round, right? You might just have to carry on through, or you force buy. And it looks like they are going to go with the force buy option here. Nickelback's been able to get the M4 in his hand with some armor, so...
Yeah, and Crad's actually opted not to fully invest in Ev, just so we can get another bite of the cherry. We Nickelback on the pistol next round. Let's go. Entropiq, 3 more map points ahead of them. Astralis weathered the first. You can see Nickelback lingering in Ellie for steps, trying to keep a count. Crad with the no armor deke. He would love a one and done here. In the same way he operated with that low HP rifle, he's trying his luck on gaps of the smoke.
He's re-smoked the same... Oh, it's actually fallen through right now. It's fallen through the floor here, so he either has to play more forward or drop back, and he's opted to go forward on this.
They try and use it like some sort of one-way.
This is geeky. This is thinking on his toes right here.
It could lead to something good. The pop flash is brilliant. Will hide in the smoke as he waits for vision to return.
Elian's coming back.
Could get caught out by this, and just one click is all it takes.
They've been pushed away from B. Farley took a lot of damage as they were starting to look for some space. Forrester's pushed forward towards Wood, and Elian posted up top ramp. Is going to be smoked on off here. Has to pick his battles wisely.
Slurk, smoke, and flash is enough to reveal the AWP presence, and Blame starts his crawl.
Oh, they don't have any smokes left, Astralis. They don't have a single smoke left to execute. What are you meant to do against this orb? And they're gambling A.
Oh, that's a big pick. Elian misses. Over the edge of the one-way, pre-aimed by Blame, and now they've lost 2 of their defensive positions. They can start to walk, and this is a nice little fake. Bomb's going B. It's wide open.
Back will catch him here on the push.
Potentially, yeah, one back is turned, and there's another on ramp. Config, however, has taken down Forrester.
That should be the round. They want to try and save this orb.
Blame's here to really make this hurt. Sure, you've lost the round, but you might lose your AKs too. They do. Nickelback sent back to spawn.
Okay, well, Lackey's currently over towards spawn here, and they're leaving the site right now, so they're all hunting to make sure he can't hold on to anything. That's a nice shot, and Farley's low here, Alex. Lackey does have a kit. The bomb halfway ticked. I think the concerns that Astralis may have had should be starting to filter away. Blame's actually rotated over to be safety net on the bomb here, right? So great stuff from Blame. It should be good for his 30th, and he is. That's secured. Now, We were talking about the money situation. Normally what happens early in the game is if you get the 1,400 loss bonus, right, and you've just lost the round, normally you go for a force. And because then you're only going to get 19 after, right? So you're not going to have enough for a proper buy. And that's kind of where Entropiq have found themselves, right? So those investments, that's why I was a little bit curious why Crad didn't go all in. He was going to have to take a double eco anyway, right? Or he was going to have a force and then an eco, because that's what we're seeing right now. The eco from Entropiq. They're going to battle here in the 30th round with rifles. So now it's just a couple of P250s, a couple of digs, and some light U2. They're going to have to hit some big shots here.
Yeah, or take some big risks. Not known to be caught out by this kind of thing. The boost flubbed.
Heard as well.
Yeah, and that util from Crad will at least keep him honest. He's doing a lot with a little here.
Clave's overcommitted.
Yeah, no lethality.
He's pushing.
Crad is using that smoke. Ollie's next to him.
There's another one here. They're not going to expect him.
Maybe Crad trying to worm his way behind enemy lines. 3 people not looking. He does take one. Blame as well. It's a good scout, but the rest should fall into place now.
Yeah, the fact that it's just the USP on Nickelback, the 2 Deagles though. If you're able to post yourself in the right position, Lackey, he's had a couple of heroic moments throughout this game. He's over towards the scaff position, up at the gap, peering on down with this Deagle, trying to see if he can find a single head, regathering back towards B are Nickelback and Forrester as they've opted for the divide and conquer approach here with the pistols. Time would be the only real problem as there you go, some contact taken, some damage done either way. And it's actually going to gravitate them over towards this A site now. A bit more utility for Astralis to operate with in a round like this. 35 seconds.
Oh, Lackey really taking his sweet time, but it's led to the demise of Config.
If he gets another one, Alex.
I mean, yeah, especially at 28 seconds. If Lackey could somehow disrupt this plan. He's been spotted retreating. Still, damage through the smoke. My God, Zipex is 7 HP. He's done a lot here. If only they could have found that lethality, because Glaive has come to sweep the rest under the rug. A very threatening presence from Lackey. Everything considered. We're into the final round of regulation, folks. We've been here before. It's an opportunity for Entropiq to end this in regulation, to take their map pick, and to force us all the way to our 3rd overpass, if we require it.
It's crazy. Both maps going all the way. All going all 30 rounds in both. And right now, I don't know if Astralis have necessarily cracked the code. Some financial woes for the last 2 rounds has been a problem for Entropiq here, but they can get the buy back out. No defuse kit, but all for Elian in play. And woof, Crad looking extremely concerned right there. Default spread again. Aggressive from Nickelback. This has worked before.
Ooh, info, but for both ways, both parties. It's Config that's dropped down immediately in as Zipex summoned for assistance.
Oh, and Blame, he's found another kill.
How did that go down? Elian's lost his AWP.
Okay, some massive issues now. He was the only defender on the A side. They had 2 middle and 2 towards B. There is so much room. Red carpet right now if they wanted to execute towards A.
Oh, recovery required now. Nickelback takes the space on short. Crad trying to throw something to delay anything to slow down Astralis' crawl, but now they're actually calling a cancel. They're going elsewhere. Forrester. So much to do. Off angle.
Being accounted for.
Oh, it's looking, but they adjust. He doesn't find their heads, and this one looks like overtime.
Race is on.
Charging forward, Crad the frustrated. Not flashed. Config is. And one does get caught, but they're not clearing their corners. Lackey takes one on the clear. And Blame is here to punish Nickelback's linger. 15-15, we do it all again. We wipe the slate clean. Vertigo is not done. We take a quick one, and we'll be back with overtime, kicking this one off in style.
Hi. Good to see you, Michael.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right.
Perfect. And we're all set here. Should we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's
you know, observers, they like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production, the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself, who's perhaps a little, you know, unknown, they're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You know, you like work. Well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me.
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant. Get him out. Security!
No,
You got it, boss.
Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day.
Wait.
Get him out.
Look at the camera. Look at the camera for a moment.
Oh my God.
A very even clash on Vertigo, and in fact the whole series, these two teams have been inseparable. We've got none other than Astralis and Entropiq. Vertigo, and it has to go to OT. Hard fought. Blame really is sailing for Astralis. He's filling in the void of a very absent Glaive in the start of this game, but everything seems to have evened out. I got Chatty B with me for OT. And it starts with Astralis on the attack.
Yeah, Glaive back online now, up to 16 kills. He's actually overtaken Zipex here as all part of this, and his impact was felt late within the piece. And
Zipex's impact was felt in the ground.
Yeah, that one was a little bit unfortunate, but some aggression.
Oh, hello. Oh, goodbye. What is going on? Everyone throwing their body into the mix. And this could be a quickie. Forrest has provided two. He's still there. Blame knows and looks to punish. Has managed to put the lead in the right place. Blame low because of it. This is a 3v2 chat. This OT just started. And now Nickelback has got Blame dead to rights.
Okay, well, Zipex, a clutch very early on in the piece here, and a round that he should go for, right? You don't need to save 12.5 T side. They've tried to change the pace out the gates here. Now, Zip will have to find a kill early as part of this, but, well, that's the kill we were talking about. Nickelback goes down. It's going to thrust Zip forward, but both are waiting on the site, Lackey and Elian, to close this one down.
I can't believe Zip just wants to have a little glance. I mean, they are going to push him.
They're running at him.
Yeah, and that's the end of that. Simple as that. Working as a team, working as a unit, a guaranteed trade in the form of Lackey. And Entropiq successfully defend the first attempt from Astralis.
Yeah, it looked like they were ready for it as well. There was more than enough bodies there to deal with that A-ramp biff, so that just might send Astralis back to a bit more of the normal, which is not as fun, I'll be honest. Nice little flash off the wall there from Forrester to set himself up. But this is it. They just peel them apart, and you can see 3 prongs. One aggressive through the smoke, one up top crane, and one pushing out through that gap position. They've dealt with this one in style. And Astralis might just go back to the 1-1-3, where they weigh out the utility. You can see Elian there just listening for how many feet are trundling across that bridge. Crad dropping it again, and he catches the boost, but Blame grabs the first one out, and damage done through the smoke, so they get away with the entry and their lives, Astralis.
Okay, that's a change of pace.
That boost was mantled very quickly there. You could see Crad going for the same maneuver. And they're continuing to push. Forrester here to be a part of this.
That smoke. Gap for Blame to work off. And the Molly not going to provide any info.
If they were to explode B now, it is just Lackey. Elian is floating on over through spawn, but it might be too little too late. They're going in.
Yeah, this is going to be a full commit. Lackey does already put his name in the feed, and he's already repelled the invaders. They want to fight him. They have to get through him. Double from Lackey on the defense. Elian good for one onto Glaive. I know it looks like Config's been cut short as well. Forrester wrapped around.
Such a quick flank from Forrester there. He just beelined it. It was the W key being stuck on down.
And it's not something he's been doing a lot in regulation. Farley's going to clear him. It's just a question of who can click quicker. And Forrester's good for it. So 2 of the 3 CT rounds they'll be playing out go the way of Entropiq. Can they get the clean sweep?
Yeah, this is a big issue now in Astralis. They saved the timeout. They had 1 left, and they're going to use it here. This is the final timeout that's able to be called for either team. So if this goes on and on, no more pauses, no more tactical conferences with the coach, Farley has been gifted the ability to get at the AWP here for the final T-side round of OT number 1. The rest have plenty of cash to splash on those AK-47s. But this is a great double here from Lackey. You catch it on the replay. The execute was coming. Still a lot of time on the clock, but they were very committed to this, and this is the Forrester flank. Those kills were going down on top of the site, and Config just not ready for the bullet in the back of the head. Farley left on his lonesome. And this is good from Entropiq. It's showing mentally that they aren't out of it after a game that I think people felt they should have closed in regulation. You have some remnants of that from Nuke, another game where a couple of rounds went against them that maybe shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, what was it, 4 map points? 5, I think, at one point, maybe even. And so those 5 opportunities slip away. They've got 3 opportunities here in Elian, keeping his ears peeled. Crad is not going to be too dejected after losing to that boost. He's still trying some funny business, and on the edge of the smoke catches Glaive. A coordinated opener, and a very nice response.
I'm not sure what he saw right there, but it doesn't matter. Pull the trigger, Nickelback down, and Crad sticking around.
Lots of fun and games around the smokes here on Vertigo.
So many resources towards A in these last couple. Like Forrester hanging around here, Crad still forward.
There is a timer on that.
He's so brave around the smokes as well.
Starting to progress up short.
Ooh, doubling short here. This is nice. Oh, do you stick with it?
I'm not sure.
Not anymore, you don't.
They know. Molly from Config could have forced the hand anyway.
Oh, that Molly didn't land, so pressure starting to heat up now in OT.
Really is. They are feeling flustered. I like this boost. Forrester will not have too much vision. It's deep enough. But as it fades, he will have the off angle. Can they keep them at bay? Pop flash turned. Crad 2 on his play, and he brings the fight to them. Config was ready. Handles business.
The smoke's going to be fading shortly.
Elian catching 1. Farley's AWP is denied, and Forrester on this boost spot is good for the double. Astralis leave this T-side with nothing, unless Blame can find everything. Lackey good for it, 28 and counting, but it's 18 in the bank for Entropiq. They have guaranteed a second OT minimum.
Oh, Astralis there. I'm not sure who threw the first Molotov that they were looking for to clear out close on short, but then there was a second, and it kind of completely screwed their scaling. That's the shot from Farley onto Nickelback there. Looks like he did get a glance, but I said the smoke was fading. Yeah, you can see here it's dissipated completely, and then there's a massive void that they have to cross. 3 consecutive rounds required of Astralis here to go OT number 2. Well, this one will be going straight towards map number 3.
Glaive this time, with the swap of sides, is going to be an aggressive presence.
Yeah, Blame didn't have much luck in this position. Let's see if Glaive can change that. Look at the nade. Big damage done and more to follow.
Glaive knows what's coming, ready to disrupt.
So many smokes.
Yeah, this is fruity now. Very fruity.
I think you might want to back off here because the smoke's going to fade for both teams simultaneously. Another awkward one is going to leave a massive void. They can even boost on over the top of that around the back, and no killer's gone either way, even though it feels like there's just been a battle for this forklift position.
Still 2 smokes on CT, and Farley is responsible for mid-side. You can see Crad lining up something special here.
Yeah, this is going to land top scaff here to push anybody back. Currently nobody home, but here they come off the swing.
Glaive finds Nickel.
Saw a lot there.
A lot of information for him to relay. And they love this angle from Blame. He's just backing himself on this one, and Lackey not prepared for it. Bodies are dropping left and right. It is Forrester, though, still alive and kicking. He's one to be feared.
They can drop back still, and if they go towards B, it's just Zip. It's been a full rotation over towards A. They've left middle completely. Farley, Config, and Glaive all currently on the A site, and Krad's already starting to work up the stairs. Zip worried about middle. He has a lot of pressure points right now, Zip, and he's on his own.
He really does. You'll hear them start calling for backup.
He can't go down without a kill, or it's a 3-on-3.
They're into the side. They've cleared quad. They're all posted up looking for Zip, and that's the Alien Orb. It could very well be it. Bomb needs to be planted. Jumping. Info. Krad has an opportunity and takes it. Forrester, tip of the head. Hard shot. Farley needs a rifle. Finds one now. 2-on-2. Time ticking in favor of Entropiq to force it to 3. And we're off to overpass. Just like that, Entropiq take their map pick. A hard-fought battle. No doubt about it. And a lot to be talked about for Astralis as well. We get to hear a little from Entropiq, I'm sure. Oh man, hard-fought OT victory. We will require a third to separate them. Let's see if Heku can grab words from the Entropiq victors.
Yeah, just like a few words from Nickelback. I mean, this series is so intense. The first map, 30 rounds. The second one, the OTs. It kind of felt that when it comes to the OTs, you actually changed the way how you play the city side. Is it something that Hooch told you?
Yeah, Hooch called we need to fight on ramp on A. Like, need to need to fight with them. And because we're playing like a bit on A, like a retake, and now we should we start to play like 3A, 4A, and fight them, and we win.
Yeah, well, now it's going to be overpass and map that both of the teams are really good at. Do you have like a special plan coming into the series?
Yeah, we have game plan. We will follow it. That's all.
But if something happens, Hooch will back you up, right?
Of course.
Of course. Thank you very much,
Thank
Nico.
you. Оба тут. Девятка и смогу.
Сюр сейчас залезет.
Убил.
Поставил.
Nice indeed if you're a fan of Entropiq. They pull it all the way to the brink, and then we get a little OT taste, and it's Astralis and Entropiq that are going to take us into a third as well. We have that decider map here in round of 12 coming up next, but first, let us break it down for you here on the analyst desk. My name's Trace. Alongside of me are Yanko and Matthew. And, well, according to this script, this was not how this was supposed to go. What happened, Yanko?
Well, I think the most important thing for Entropiq was the fact that they were able to reset mentally after that rough ending to map number 1. Also, get off to a reasonably good start on Vertigo. You know, that allows you to just forget about what's happened before and play a kind of level game, and they're definitely a favorite on Vertigo.
And it felt like they were very much so deserving to win that Vertigo map. You look at Astralis winning both pistol rounds and converting on both occasions, and then you just look at the overtime. I think it tells the story. Once you reset everything, once everyone has the same resources, then Entropiq just played a much better game. They were much more comfortable in these mid-round portions of the game.
And Forrester, definitely one of those guys that was comfortable there. But the one thing that it just seems to stick out from time to time, and at least in this map of Vertigo, was the idea of losing a man advantage, Maniac.
Yeah, listen, I think we could have found a lot of different examples. We went for round 10 in that specific occasion. Astralis showed a lack of expertise in some of these situations, things that really shouldn't happen. Here it's BlameF pushing after having such a great difference, then it's going to be Farlig being caught off guard here. He jiggle peeks with the AWP. Astralis right here in the last 6-7 seconds just allowed Entropiq to come back into a 3v5. Glaive, which at the time is having a horrendous game with 008, gets perfectly flashed at here. He's gonna fall. Forrester adds another one. And truly a situation that should have been Astralis every day of the week. That was a perfect 5v3, set up well with a pop flash, just slips on through their fingers. And truly a syndrome of what happened to them on the CT side.
It's a rough way to go about it, isn't it, Yanko?
Yeah, I mean, you know, dropping advantages is not something you want to see, and you would think that the way they claw back on their T side, maybe that gives them, you know, a little boost coming into overtime. But you know, Hooch took care of that with the call to Entropiq. Rather, just put more resources into a ramp. Let's try to shut them down there, and it worked out great for them in overtime.
Yeah, for Astralis on the T side, just trying to barter their way up the A ramp. Even, I mean, we talk about some of the utility usage over there, and it was all of it. You know, they had to dump everything they had to get in the site at certain points. Maniac.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the problem for Astralis was they were never getting any map control for free. It was either they had to use every single nade they had in order to gain these 20-25 meters, or they would get absolutely dumpstered by Entropiq. Whereas on the other end, Astralis were not able to play defensive, so they were forced into fighting early in these first few seconds, and Entropiq knew exactly what to handle or how to handle it.
I mean, next map is.
See, this is how Glaive must have felt.
Yeah, must have.
Right now.
You know that
0-11.
That point where you're just like, oh, just back up a little bit more, and you just fall right off the map. Unfortunate stuff there for the side of Astralis. We do now look forward to Overpass. Of course, the stats and highlights and all that will continue to run as well from Vertigo. But now that we have a decider map in the series, now that we look at this at an even keel, back at 1-1, basically a best of one, all things considered, Maniac. What's the doc saying?
I think I've seen enough from Astralis to believe in that third map. It's not like they were completely blasted out of Vertigo. We knew it was a map that they just very recently added again in their pool. They had been removing it. We're moving on to Overpass. This should be better. The one issue that I have with Astralis right now is that I have little faith in Farlig's ability to take over a game. That's the last piece that we haven't really seen it.
I don't think he's able to take over a game yet.
And that's a problem on Overpass.
And Alien has showed that, but not against tier 1 opposition, right? Like, he has been the worst statistical performer on Vertigo for his team, and they still managed to win. Okay, it may not be the most op-heavy map in the pool. Overpass certainly is one of those, so we'll have to see. I mean, for me, so far in this series, both teams have shown, you know, good things, bad things as well, made some mistakes. I think Overpass comes down to simply who makes less mistakes in crucial rounds.
So basically putting them on par. I mean, if we're on a seesaw, right now they're kind of level going into map 3. Is that an equal way to put it?
I kind of like that. I was picturing like...
It's like a seesaw back and forth nonetheless. Maniac, you've seen yourself in situations like this before. Hell, even you, Yanko. We think about going into a map 3 and just how to get everybody back on the same page of what could have been a long, drawn-out overtime experience, but what do you do?
I mean, it is a long series already, and you just want to make sure that, you know, the energy is still high, that the atmosphere is good within the team, that no one's getting, you know, tired, you're not getting jaded, you're not you don't want to linger as well if you're Astralis on what happened on Vertigo. It's done. It's in the past. You can't bring it back, right? Like, let's talk about Overpass, what our plan is, how we're going to do it, try to hype the players up a little bit so that they just get into the match, you know, talking and feeling good.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing up here. We're feeling good, we're doing a little talking, but also going to a little break so that we can come back with Overpass, find out who's going to be walking away with this one. It's a pretty simple concept. This is the round of 12. And who do we have riding a scooter here? Seems like a dangerous thing. Maybe our commentators know a thing or two about that. We'll be right back after this break.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Close to me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated.
Kablamo! Ho, with the breach, holy moly! Hey guys, how to breach.
Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another? I'm behind him, he's like on the coast down here. Oh, two.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. Go through this though. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh! No! Just spiral back around. Oh, I see two.
Nice. Did you get a gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one.
This guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gulp. Two.
Okay, two spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
level pegging Entropiq and Astralis, knifing it out for the third. We are looking to separate them. These two teams have been battling it through, regulation all the way, 30 rounds and then some bonus ones on Vertigo. And this is an important knife, Chad. We're going to be seeing the Astralis boys win this one out. They'll have the choice of side, and worth mentioning, Entropiq did have the choice of map with the third of that veto process. Ancient and Overpass were left over, and they opted to remove the newest map in the pool.
Yeah, you can understand. So Astralis have been favoring Ancient. They've actually been picking it in certain series here. So to force them into Overpass, the map that they lost that 15-7 lead against Heroic, maybe that's still ringing in the back of their ears after the shush clutch. But over towards B we go, and an early biff with a 1x bet odds still favoring the Danes. We're in.
Yeah, they landed a nice goosh early, but that does not stop Farley. Zipex is on notice as well, so this can tumble, and is, because Forrester has made it very clear he is still fragging up a storm. Bodyguarded, stuck between two mines, and now, well, this one concludes. It's just Glaive. You do have Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 hanging out on the observer cam. Glaive with nothing more than his USP.
Yeah, literally nothing more. Poor guy, $100 to his name. Would love a kill. Spammy on the USP, and Alien will finish him off and pick up that of his own, and they will walk away with 4 USPs. So they're not going to come in handy, guys. But yeah, the USP over the Glock, in case you weren't too awares. 9
USPs in play for round 2.
Let's see if they want to go down that 5-7 route again. Config investing in one. Glaive with a Deagle, a UMP in the hands of Blame here. And just some steady shooting. After the opener right there, it did fall apart for the Danes.
Yeah, they had the pieces there. It was just a question of losing so many to Forrester in quick succession. The molly well placed on barrels, and wow, good nade actually from Glaive. That's going to
very deep
be swallowed by Lackey, so they get 2 off without any rebuttal.
So good damage done, and now one of the issues is you know that the CTs were aggressive. And we talk about this a lot on Overpass. It's true in gun rounds as much as it is on a 4-spy, is just how many prickly little corners they could be hiding in. The connector, worried about them up close in bathrooms, pushed up behind the tree or the rock at long. There's a lot to clear on a map like Overpass. It doesn't just work like a traditional map because of some of the swings and roundabouts that you have to be worried with. Now up long they trundle, 3 of which Crad dealing with the banana/mid position. Forrester going to rejoin the troops. Oh, Crad, I think he has his jump throw key maybe close to his spacebar there. But he will get that one down. A lurk smoke front of sight for Blame to play around with the UMP in hand. And now out of utility are the Danes. But Astralis with some info, and Farley swing out. You get the kill. Lucky the lower dead.
I have to try and find some more, and the pot shots don't connect. Alien has the bomb, and it's been spotted though. Or rather, excuse me, Nickelback is maneuvering that back. Config's really aggressed towards the toilet divider. And so he'll be at least be able to report any dissents.
There's 35 seconds. If they go towards A, there's going to be at least 3 players here. Zip is playing passive Glaive as well. Step would have been heard.
Yeah, definitely. He can strike here, and drive-by gets really awkward for Entropiq. They need Forrester, they need Nickelback to start charging into this site. Elian on long side is delivering, but it's getting sketchy. Very, very sketchy. Nickelback bringing the bomb.
Oh, no.
That was all hanging in the balance of that duel with Glaive. And so low. This is so winnable. And Zipex takes it as easy as pie. 3.14, and defusal is secure.
Beautiful stuff. That early damage made Lackey an easy kill for Farley. Then they had the number disadvantage. You were right. Alien did have the bomb. He threw that across to Nickelback, hoping that the in-game leader would get it out of there. But they continue forward as Blame, looking like a zombie possessed right there. Must have run out of ammo, looking to get the knife kill. Nickelback, you wonder, why is he pushing? Why is he pushing? Well, that was a necessary kill, but the low HP, and Zip is going to pick up a big 1-on-2 right there to send this first half into a bit of disarray. The 4-spy wars are on. The buyback from Entropiq coming through. Scout, Galil, some pistols around it with the util. Entropiq make work with this. Can almost operate as a bit of a bungled gun round, right? Because you still have enough weaponry to make this one work. Do get the playground control early. Some nades go either way. No damage done.
Farley's going to stick around for a moment, but thinking better of it. It's short. And it's Forrester, very, very close to the action. Hasn't been spotted out, has gained some information thanks to the boost and jump from Glaive.
We might see a point of contact on long here, Alex, because Elian's posted up with the scout. So if Blame goes for a look, he might cop a tag here.
Well-drilled individual is Blame. Got the M4 and the flash is perfect for the frag. Gets it.
That's actually huge.
Can he get away? Never mind. He'll fight his way out. 2.5. Nickelback brought down to 50. And the bomb nowhere near them, so not only losing the numbers game, but the map territory about to be given up in retrieval.
Well, Farley's reposted up towards long right now, and I'm sure Glaive would love to get over and get that M4 that's loose on the ground, but he's still tucked on towards B. Zip and Glaive to defend, and there's some information spotted. Forrester noted now. 35 seconds remaining as they look to set up a boost here.
Glaive could be susceptible. Slippery.
Oh, and back towards A. So 20 seconds, roughly, as they're going to trundle towards this site. There's an open runway right now.
Yeah, it is wide open. Farley won't hear it. Config will be on his way.
We might even get a plan out of this, you know?
You'd take it. You certainly would take it. Bomb to be planted. Farley to deny. Oh, that's an important duel. That's it, the round, just like that. Farley sprays them down. 3 in quick succession, but the plant found.
They should hold off on the defuse so that Glaive can go get this gun, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Glaive just hightailing it towards long, has scooped up that M4, so that's the best that they could walk out of the round with. So crossing the T's, dotting the I's are Astralis, and they will win out the Force by Wars. That's 2 consecutive rounds, but it is a good plant for Entropiq, so at least they can stay slightly threatening. Now, this is really good from Blame, because I thought that he might cop a tag. The flash was good. You saw Ellie there have to hide behind the tree, and on the swing back out, Blame's aim is too good. Bomb just going down right there, so the consolation prize for Entropiq. And they are going to be buying in with just a couple of digs here. Now, just to note, Nickelback hasn't invested anything. And that is likely because he will be dropping the AWP for Elian in the future gun round. This is just the slow, drawn-out default spread with pistols to milk through the CT util. You can see if you look at your minimap on the top left of the screen, there's no real committal anywhere early. Blame and Farley are quite far forward, so need to be careful they don't give over an M4 here.
Just like that. Farley revealed as well, and he can mop up as he has 2 nice, quick, clean kills. Going to make it difficult for those weapons to be retrieved, sticking around.
Now, one thing we might want to talk about here is this roster of Astralis has been on debut at Pro League Season 15. And they were able to pick up a 16-8 victory on Overpass against EG. But against Heroic, I did detail this earlier, they lost out from a 15-7 lead, I believe it was, to then lose in overtime 19-16, and that was after a shush. I believe it was a 1-on-4, but it was a 1-on-3 that looked juicy once he got to the site. He had that hard clear, he takes down Glaive, the 1-on-1 with Blame, and then, well, Heroic, you know what that type of a series means to them in the Danish Derby.
Zipper where they can have slipped across. Good for the confirmation. Oh, of the information. 4 hearts still beating. They are building up quite the bank. And they've certainly set the pace.
Now, it doesn't mean a lot, but that was the first opening kill for Entropiq, was Lackey's Deagle there. So that's almost like a non-issue one because it was unable to be traded on top of it. They didn't really take any space off the back of it. An immediate response from Farley with the double up. So we'll keep our eyes on opening kills. I think opening kills on a map like Overpass, especially for the T side, are huge because this is a difficult map to operate on. But that AWP is in the hands of Elian, and away we go. Farley's got his out as well. Deep incendiary. They will go with the extinguish. The nade to follow through, and the wow, patience of Lackey almost paid off. Walking into the AWP. No monster smoke, right? Oh, I thought they doubled it there, but it was a flash and a smoke, so that's okay. And that's one of the things, right? In the meta, it's so common for the monster smoke to come in from spawn and just consistently be re-smoked for the entire round. But Config, you've got company.
You can win the round right here, right now. Lackey's is first, and dicing with Nickelback. It's damage, but they do claw one back.
This worked before for them, right? And Farley is in a position where he could go for the wombo combo flash setup, almost similar scenes. Blame might be hearing some of these steps.
Oh, yeah, here's the run boost and the scope. So Farley going to flash him in again. We could have a rinse repeat here. They could both be doing the flashbang dance. And they are. Complete freebies for Blame F, set up for success. And Astralis, this is a dream start for their defense. Again, 4 players staying alive, keeping that weaponry. Krad's main objective now is just to force a couple of them to open their wallets.
Where are you going to go, mate? Can't go forward, can't go backwards. Going to go to the grave. Krad goes down, Glaive picks that one up, and this is a fantastic start for Astralis. Now, the bomb not going down in the last 2. So Entropiq, finance is starting to become an issue here. The conversation will need to be had. And it feels like Config's going to be a Maybe with a bit of a death slam, not grabbing the second there. Low, but Blame F, the other combo of the Bash brothers will pick this up with a flash. And that's Counter-Strike, guys. If you're dry swinging corners and your teammates have got flashes, what are you doing?
I mean, just the luxury that Blame is hearing, not only a scope, but the jump on the head. He just gets a perfect visual of exactly what's coming around that corner, calls Farley for the flash, and immediately round is won.
Hooch has taken this time out, has been very vocal again. Lots of talking from Hooch, right? You get some coaches, they sit back, they more monitor the conversation. It's one-way traffic. Hooch is saying, and you're doing. And that's very clear here with the hierarchy of the team as the pistols are being purchased. 3 Deagles, 2 P250s, and some light util around this. Is they need to try and find a pressure point early in Entropiq that they can go back to, rinse and repeat throughout. Blame and Farley have had no issues with their aggressive maneuvers over towards A, but aggressive maneuvers against pistols, that could be the recipe for success for Entropiq. 1 foot fault, they can get back into this as they do burn on down through the initial mollies. Lots of pressure long here, and this is not what you'd expect without an extinguish, right? Because they've actually braved the flames, they're going to have a timing that might catch Astralis off guard. Look how quick this is. They're not even stopping for anything.
Normally, you have a conversation between the two of you toilets. Who's got long? You start thinking about it. Farley might have to acknowledge it now.
He's going to be out of position, Alex. This round could fall apart. He's not even looking.
He's going to eventually consider it.
This is a huge gap.
Oh my God, he's dead. Absolutely cooked. And now the space can be taken. Blame going to come in with no information. Toilets is lost and occupied. Crad has that on lock. He says, with a P250 alone. Hard retake though. This is the punish. Can Elian ply this recovered AWP as well as he's supposed to? He's posted up. Config should be dead, and now a weapon to be retrieved. Elian using Farley's weapon against the squad. Config now gone. AWP still bankside. They scream, they decree. Bullets down. Zipex is a god. How does he get away with that?
Smoke for the bomb here. They can do this.
Yeah, how are you supposed to deny? Planted safe side. And on the defuse now, it's Astralis with a recovery. Farley's death. It's punished in a way, a frag and a plant, but still nothing to celebrate for Entropiq.
Yeah, that's an opportunity that's gone missing right there. Just unable to fortify with the pistols alone. The AWP up close and personal, not getting them a whole lot. But this was great. You could see the braving of the flames and those timings I was talking about. If you don't hear the extinguish, then you normally expect to buy an extra, what, 5 to 7 seconds? But they've just run straight on through, and you saw Nickelback leading the charge. He's actually led by example there. Listen, we're going. We are going. And they get all the way in. So it's a good eco, right? If we look at it from that perspective, it's a good eco, but it's an opportunity. They could have converted here.
Oh, he's whiffed the smoke. Tried to extinguish. Saves him from the nade, I suppose, if you're looking for a silver lining. Forrester coming on out. Bangs his head off the tube in order to evade that spray. This glaive he has to trifle with next. Good pressure from Forrester. Here. They're just charging, actually, straight into Zipex. A fully blind spray and return the favor. Into the site comes Lackey. Bomb on his back. The flashes are there, but bodyguarded nicely. And yeah, this is going to keep going. Forrester now caught out. Crad trades back. This is insane. 1 minute 15 and a 2v2 with a fast flank on its route. Finally posted Heaven. He is waiting, making sure he doesn't take an engagement before Blame can activate. Blame will, just by presence alone, deny any monster maneuvers.
Both playing waterside here. This is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's just a question of if Farley...
Oh, they're pushing. They have a great idea about this flank here.
Yeah, they're working it out.
Too quiet for too long.
Farley trying to draw distraction, trying to run interference. Farley concerned about his flank. They're running out of time now. Elliot loses his duel. Big pick. Blame to try and get that kit and get that defuse. Crad needs to deny this. Crosshair in the right place. Needs to deny it now and has. I think that's the round.
No time. No time at all. That is really rough right there. You think Astralis, they've got that one. They're trading in towards the B site. It was a beautiful scene. Just constantly chopping and changing within the kill feed. And there you go. Entropiq do get one back. They're able to pip the gap. And you can see this from Zip. He does really good to get one while completely flashed. Lackey comes in. They gets desperate. They're pushing through the smokes. They want the space. I guess if Lackey runs in, you got to follow him. And they do. Glaive grabs one back. Crowd on that trade. And this is a great shot from Farley here. But you can see where they planted. Good awareness. Good understanding of the situation. There was a lot of unknowns. And it was too quiet towards CT. It was too quiet towards Heaven. They read the play. They grabbed their second round. 5-2, back towards B we go, straight through Monster.
Yeah, it's going to be quick. Let's see if Zip can once again get a frag out of this one. Good damage, a dink to Lackey, doesn't stop his run. He could catch him. Zipex hidden. Glaive trades. Config's nades, good for a frag. Sound cues are heard, yeah, but Config just sprays on through. Forrest has been great, but he's not ready for this. Pushing through the smoke is Config. More nade damage, great from Astralis as they are completely washing them out of this round. Victory, very short-lived. Unless Elian's got some magic bullets in this Deagle. 3 left, and he's got 0 HP. 6 for Astralis, they are feeling themselves. This is, the dream start for any team in a third map decider. Starting CT, losing that pistol, and then finding your feet immediately.
Yeah, otherwise this could be a completely different looking half so far, right? You lose the pistol, you lose the force, then the conversion comes in. Right now they're really keeping Entropiq at bay. And this was a great rotation in from Farley, just dealing with any of that slack that may have been left. A timeout called and another opportunity here for Hooch to get on the mic. Now, when he made the call last time out of the timeout, they took a lot of space, they grabbed a lot of room, and they got the bomb down, but they didn't get the round. There's enough money for Lackey to buy. The same can be said for Elian and Krad. And while I can break the news that Forrester has just forced into a Galil, so there should be a purchase here. The pressure, they're mounting a lot of it over towards B. Blame has a buffer of cash, 6K to his name. So it's looking okay over there for Astralis, but they'd love another consecutive just to keep that cash flowing. Both coaches chipped on in.
Still tense. Trace remembering to stay hydrated. I hope you are as well. This is my Hydro Homie responsibility to remind you to get a drink. Maybe on the next eco, because this one's worth sticking around for. Looking like another heavy lean towards the B site early, and 3 CTs are going fountain pushing. Elian's job is to try and cage this. I don't think he's going to be anticipating so many bodies there. B is great. It's ripe for the plucking. If only they knew. Forrester has really enticed them now. He's taken down Zip. It's just Glaive. Up against the entire Entropiq squad. Low, but not low enough. The B site open for business. And Astralis may just want to play their funds.
This is it. Blame around the world again.
No, it's safe and sound. Nickelback lives on.
Yeah, and this is it. Like, Blame has closed the door. They won't be able to escape. I think exits would be a good option here, or hang around and see if you do get a kill. But realistically, you can see just where Blame's parked. Just the speculative shots from Farley through the smoke right there. They're not actually going to tempt fate on this one. They're just going to hold on to their guns. Blame can drop into the next. Farley should be able to do the same. The lost bonus bottom of the barrel. But B, it is a bit of rinse and repeat. And Astralis, once upon a time, right, they would, nice shot, just go for a lot of B plays, like turn Monster into an aim map. And that seems to be what they're doing here with some of these maneuvers.
I mean, it sounds kind of dismissive to say it this way, but the reason this time it worked was not due to a change in their strategy. It was due to Astralis sending 3 aggressive to Fountain. They were operating under the assumption it wouldn't be another B.
And this is the thing, now this conditioning will play into the rest of the game. Do we have to start 3B all the time? If we're playing 2A, do we do a bit more of a retake setup? Because if you're trying to read as an in-game leader and be ahead of the call, well, Glaive, you've just lost that battle right here, right now. So this is where you can either nut up and go for something that is quite aggressive as a pack again, right? Or you can chop and change the setup. And they are changing the setup. Zipex over towards A this time, and Farley's AWP back towards the B bomb site. And Entropiq have now decided to head for a bit more of a standard default. Big nade, doesn't do too much damage. Ooh, dismantling immediately on the back of that smoke. So Zip is going to stay tucked in towards the connected position. Blame has to deal with both Party and Long. No smoke. We've seen this before, right? And Farley was patrolling here. And you can see Forrester up on the barrel means that his legs are not going to be in sight for Farley unless he pushes well and truly into the monster tunnel. So this is quite telling, right? If you're reading the play here in Entropiq, you'll know, I haven't smoked monster yet, guys. This is a different look. And with that info, you now get a spring in your step towards A. You can take more space. You don't have to worry about the AWPer divider. You don't have to worry about the AWPer long. You can take a couple of extra liberties here. And Farley now has just started to rotate back towards the first letter of the alphabet. They smoke monster. It is just Glaive and Config over towards B here. This Config position could get rumbled if they go connector and a short split. And they're coming back B. Config, you might be in some hot water soon.
You heard that? Knows they're distracting them. Oh, but Forrester's legs. Waits and bides his time. Good find. Now. Config does try and throw a smoke to contain Krad. He does actually fall off into the headshot. Puts us back into a 4v4. Time is just the main issue here. Farley spotted out toilets. The AWP is on A. It's the right call to hit B. It's just Glaive right now. But 19 seconds, if he can just disrupt, as the Flames have. Swings on in off the flash. Oh, and builds a round out of it. Glaive looking for his third. He's won the round off the back of that lone defender. Sends Entropiq packing. Good supportive util as well, but that's all Glaive.
That flash from Zip, god tier. That right there, as a supportive player, well, not as a supportive, as any player, throwing a flash and then somebody profiting 2 blind kills off the back of it, that's what you love to see. That is what you'd love to see. Beautiful stuff, and that's another wombo combo flash assist coming in for Astralis. You had Blame, who had it happen long, a couple of plays, and now over towards B, so the utility usage is great. And a little stat line we were looking at before the game was Entropiq throughout the group stage, out of all the teams, we're actually the highest rated in terms of flash assists. So getting a taste of their own medicine right here. Astralis, the OGs as far as utility goes, showing us how it's done.
Yeah, and Zipper's been flashing for Glaive for a few years now. He's familiar with the turf and the moves, and speaking of, Farley's let one slip, yeah. It leads to 1. It leads to 2. Elian with just the AK, but catching Blame, and Forrester, he's anticipating an aggressive CT walkout. He's trying to catch on the fade, adjusts immediately into Zip.
One's great.
Does keep the advantage in the favor of Entropiq. Config's here and hearing this. Oh, Elian, I hope you spotted that. I hope you were ready for that. He wasn't. Config's got him. And now running into B. Glaive is pushed short. They've got so much util. They better have something in preparation for a late short arrival. Smoke sight, Molly, graffiti. They're not ready for sure. That's big.
I don't think he was spotted either. He's going to creep through.
He's just going to walk through.
Oh.
Config will take first contact. Draw eyes away. Hard clear for Config.
Not checking his corners.
Checked his corners. Crad lets him slip. Anticipating short as well. This is so naughty. Crad, you take it. Take it before Config accidentally sees you. The restraint is killing me. Now he knocks the head off. Trying to work it out. Glaive now short. Does manage to neutralize one. It's Nickelback that pulls it across the line, an important fourth as the gap now closes.
I can't believe he didn't shoot sooner. That is actually wild, right? Like, what are you gaining in that type of a situation, right? you still have questions to ask. So I'm sure Config scratching his head like, what?
Why did he?
Yeah, all right.
He was alive for so long.
And this is the miss. Yeah, just, I guess Farley may have been in conversation or looking at his radar or not completely focused in right there. And this is the trigger discipline from Crad. There's the kill traded out, but now it's just the pistols here. Blame into an M4. Aggressive molly extinguished. An idea. Blame must know that the push is coming on through. Lots of space taken from Blame.
So much info courtesy of Blame, and he's actually got Elium dead to rights. Big find on a solo mission.
Everyone else needs to stay alive right now for Astralis. Entropiq need to find a kill back, and if Astralis start to linger and push on out and give one back, all of Blame's hard work is done. They don't really know what the buy looks like on the other side just yet. In this position from Config, it is perfect. The 5-7 strikes.
Yeah, that looked way too easy. He's even pre-aiming the boost here. Oh, Astralis. These are the rounds you can pull out in order to really distance yourself from the competition.
Can't be getting away with one like this.
Yeah, you
can't be giving one of these over.
I mean, I understand, not ready from Elian's perspective, but Blame's taking it. And now Astralis are running with it. So blind. Glaive gets info. They are committing. It is just going to be duels. Blame's here as well to support. Will they check barrels? The answer's no. Caught with a nade in his hand. Blame doing so much work. He has to finish the job as well, and he will. One, not quite the last. Config now spotted towards connector.
He's playing.
Checking him. Oh, Config's done it. Astralis throw an absolute haymaker towards Entropiq's hopes and dreams. They're back in the doldrums of 2K, and an 8th that they had no right to win. Astralis take it by force.
That is crazy, right? That is crazy. You think about that, should have been 5 rounds right here for Entropiq. 5 rounds, and then they could have had, what, maybe 7 on the way out the door. Look, they can still get 7. The TK here onto Forrester. Look, it doesn't feel great, but it was a scrappy situation. The Bash brothers, Config and Blame F stepping up in a big way with a double apiece.
It's huge, absolutely massive, and it only makes the gap even bigger. Oh, Blame nearly got caught out.
Thinks he's lost him in the smoke here.
Misread that one a little, but no problem. No harm, no foul.
Can he get on out of dodge, though? Because Lackey's starting to peer around the top side. Blame's option may actually be better to go out through B. There's another kill. The AWP over towards Monster again. Config grabs another, and this one here is just getting rinsed apart. The bomb is down passive. Elian with a Glock in hand. I think what he'd be looking for right now is death.
Some of us have days like that.
Comes for all of us. But this is an overpass, right? And remember, 15-7. I'll keep reminding everybody that the Astralis T side, it has had its woes before. I'm sure that with the demo review, they would have discussed about what they could do better going forward. A bit more salt in a game like that, so maybe some emotions getting the better of them. And then steps out. Zip will gladly oblige, and they keep all 5 alive. That is great, as there's 2 rounds left here for the Danes.
It's been a dreamy first half, hasn't it?
It's been splotchy rounds. There has not been a single Entropiq round that has been posted back-to-back. And look, that is great for Astralis. It means that they've just been able to continue to punish them here. Denying plants in the last few. 3rd timeout called. Hooch wanting to get on the mic again, understanding that 5 rounds, 6, it's possible. You'd love to get those on the way out the door here. And remember, here's the clutch, highlighted for everybody. This was the Zip 1v2 on the Force Fight. Then we were highlighting the Wombo combos with the flashes, setting Blame up for some success. Just giving you some of the moments here. This is a round that almost got out of control as well. Entropiq, they zerg through the long bathroom Molotovs, make it all the way.
Yeah, and even in their victories, you know, that Crad 1v2 is a perfect example of it, and this one as well was 2v2. In their limited victories, they've been close. Never having like a full, very healthy conversion. It's made it very difficult. Pulling teeth as Entropiq try and find a competitive half. 6 would be great. The conversation's been had, the timeout concludes. Let's get into round 14. And Blame, he's been catching good timings on these. He's not going to go for it again, I'd imagine. He's actually willing to force a hard clear out of Entropiq.
This didn't go well for Farley last time.
Yeah.
Blame's on an island now, committed.
Ready to rock and roll. No way! He gets 2 and Elian's missed his shot. A 10th round looms again on the hero play from Blame. He's been kept honest, I guess. 1 back, they do shut him down.
And now you have 1 minute 14 seconds to operate with 2 flashbangs. And this is overpass of all maps. Forrester needs to find something. Information taken. The surf away is smooth. The immovable object of the boulder. Stalling Entropiq out here in round number 14.
Thinks better of that. Elian's not been having too much fun.
It is pretty nice when you've got the immovable object of Blame and the unstoppable force of Config on the same team. They're not against each other. Their energy's going in the same direction.
Yeah, it is just a parallel straight to the head-to-head in the quarterfinals. They could be meeting Furia.
Oh, I would love that match. It's got entertainment written all over it. Elian trying to get activated late here. That's his 6th kill.
The bunny hop's not going to help him. Farley does track beautifully.
He's going to get away. Krad's coming. Farley tucked to the left. Barrel spotted. Tap, tap, tap it in, says Krad, and now Farley can tuck tail. Killing him after time would be the worst for Krad right now.
Hi, guys. 5 seconds.
Quick Lavers.
Oh, he's going to have to try and find a safe haven. 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
Holding his horses and living. Oh, my lord. Oh, that would have sucked. That would have absolutely sucked. 500 bucks is all Krad would have had. But instead, he throws the AWP over, and Elian will still have his signature weapon for the last round of play. This is Blame, just another round on virtue of his frags alone. This is a huge way to get the round started. What a luxury for Astralis to have, to just send that boulder into an aggressive defensive stance. That sounds like an oxymoron.
I like how he's playing it now. It's a bit more like Rainwood, you know, aggressive and disruptive, and also becomes a linchpin late if they do get past you in one of these little maneuvers. But can they make it 5 on the way out the door? It could make the world a difference here. Spam back through, Glaive chipped on down. 35 points of health here to operate with the remainder of round number 15. And just on that point, there's a big difference between the 11-4 and the 10-5 for Entropiq here, especially with a pistol win in the second half.
That's fit. Could make a world of difference.
Boost coming up here. Krad backing off. He might catch the kill here onto Blame. He's ready for it. Hey, he's seen this one before, but Blame still gets the kill.
Yeah, tagged up, but it's Krad that's body bagged up.
But if you know it's Blame on B, do you start to now press the issue towards A? Right, he has more than ample time to rotate back. Farley still resides on the site, and this is more of a totaled up A defense. Config taking space off of that connector kill. They're starting to turn the screws right now.
Yeah, and Blame wants info. He's going to use his low HP to try and find a ratty corner and off the flash. Yeah, Forrester's dealt with him, but Farley, just looked away as the space was taken.
So close,
He wants
Farley.
to answer long, he doesn't know.
Close.
He had no idea. The punishment's not there, though. He's given the information and, shy of the mark on the hip. This is a way in now. The 5th round looms. Config's on the flank and fast. High flash. Nickelback clears CT. It's only Config. Can he come up clutch? Zipex from the grave does find one on the Molotov spread. And with 20 seconds, if they can just pick up that bomb, this gets much easier. Nickelback does find it on the edge. Planting now. Elian needs to close this round. 10-5 and a 1 pistol, and they're right back into it.
Playing passive, they both dropped on down.
Kit's available for him. Easy first frag, won't anticipate a second there though, and that's Elian. Double up, double trouble, 5 to 10 then, as we will swap sides. This one really heating up. Still uncertain as to who can take it. Astralis edging forward. We'll have to find out together in the next half.
Hello guys, my name is Nato Safix. I've been asked to showcase a few tips and tricks here on Overpass, and I've got 3 lined up for you. One of them being probably more of a funny spot you can use in matchmaking, so let's go ahead. When I was playing AWP, one of the tips that stuck with me on Overpass is if you can jump up on this here. Then a lot of people are holding this angle here, and it's quite good, especially if the opponents have pistols, for example. But for me, it's sometimes better to grab this angle, because even if the flash comes over, which you won't be able to dodge anyway, you'll be blind. Then when the players swing out behind the rock, they probably clear this here angle. And then when your flash starts to fade, the players will be pretty much in your vision, and then you can like just slow clear out. So typically you won't be flashed for that long unless they flash like really super far. If they just flash in your back, you won't be blinded for a very long time, and you'll be able to get some easy kills. If you're going into the underground area, it's a pretty funny tip, I guess. I use it a bit in matchmaking because I find that it works quite well. And if you just smoke off the underground, for example, you can jump up here on the ledge of the pipe. Then you can go up on the pipe, and it's actually quite a hard angle to clear. So if the terrorists are not aware that you're going to be there, it's a pretty neat self-boost. You can also get a teammate to boost you up, and if you do so, it might be a fun off angle. Not only that, if you're up on the pipe, you can actually look through the windows out into short. So if someone's taking short and they haven't properly cleared connector underground, or however you would like to call it, you might be able to get a sneaky kill. So if you're playing CT side on Overpass, what many terrorist teams do is that they do an execute with a smoke wall. So you have the 3 smokes here on the bomb site. And the problem with this is that if you're the CT, you can't really get any clear vision. One way to get impact is simply just jumping off this trash can. So if you do that, you can get some info. But not only that, you can actually also boost on the corner of the trash can. So when the smokes are up, basically you're able to sit on top of your teammate's head. It's just a way to get a clean kill without potential for a refrag.
New Look Astralis meet with Entropiq, and it is a battle of the round of 12. We're in the playoffs of ESL Pro League Season 15, and this one going the distance. But creating some distance was some of the fraggers and toe taggers of Astralis. Blame F going for those opening duels. And Chad, you had the stats.
Yeah, in that first half there, Farley and Blame combined were involved in 11 opening exchanges, and they were able to convert 9 of them. Blame with 6 to his name. So the aggressive maneuvers on the CT side or the kills coming their way, either way, they've set themselves up on that double-digit pedestal right now, and they're coming very fast connected. This is a biff.
Oh my god, he's not going to be ready for this. What the bloody hell was that? Farley, great shooting. Blame's managed to open up with a double of his own, and you can see 1xBet believes Astralis have got this in the bag, and the pistol already indicating as much. One across, needed that clean tap. He hasn't been able to provide it, and now with his information, they're just going to regroup. Blame to take the space late.
They have a smoke and a flash. Right now, if they were to group up, like in gun rounds, we talk about it where they spread out and they send someone in to find a bit of info. This is the type where you kind of would want to group up, because if you just trade out efficiently onto Lackey, you're in, and he's about to peer on down Monster with an aggressive maneuver. Spots a lot here, Lackey. A kill would be great.
It's not enough. There are opportunities now going awry as he confirms he's getting closed in on and just unable to find the head.
Maybe save your Kevlar here, Ellie, and it might not be worth going for this. I know it sounds crazy, but a 1-on-4 situation, a B-bomb site retake, no kit, no hope. Spotted now, information relayed, and all the eyes of Astralis turn in his direction, dipping and dodging, trying to get out of there. That Kevlar, right, it could be worth its weight in gold if he wants to go for a force buy in the next with a scout behind it.
It happened so quick, Chad, but recapping that fight in Connector,
Ollie's opener was crazy.
There were 3 CTs from Entropiq there.
Yeah, so they were going for full-on connector control here, right? They were going to 1-3-1, trying to control the central point of the map here. So Astralis, if they wanted to take territory, couldn't pivot back between the 2 bomb sites. But unlike Farley's AWP, his Glock just absolutely rocked the head of the first, and then Blame just follows through. He's having a great game. Oh, Elian chased. He's got 1. And I think it might just be left at 1 as he gets hunted down. Config, final kill of the round. 11 now for Astralis. Now, this is the question. We haven't seen Entropiq go for too many force buys, and if they opt to go for a force buy now, that would be problematic. So Farley gets that opener on the jump, and then Blame, beautiful stuff there, just able to avenge his fallen comrade. Now, it isn't looking like a force from Entropiq. They're just going to have the USPs. This is going to usher out the red carpet for Astralis to get up to 12. Now, I want to point this out. Blame is having a great game, yes. He had a great game on Vertigo, though, and it still wasn't enough for them to convert. So let's see if his team are able to get them across the line right here, right now. Spread across the map, Blame and Connector, zip outside B3. Glaive, Farley, and Config dealing with any A aggress.
125 average damage per round from Blame so far.
Second highest util damage for his team as well. He's having a good game, and he's showing a bit more diversity in his play, right? He's getting stuck in. He looks a bit more unleashed. The fact that he was probably involved in a lot of those opening duels he was winning on the CT side might spur him forward on the T side as well to try and keep up some of that action. He's trying to tuck tail and make sure he isn't spotted in the blind spot. 2 towards long. Nickelback on the site, Crad rotating over, just Lackey in that sewer position we highlighted before. Here comes the flash.
Config safe and solid. Delivers that. That was the gimmick, that was the move.
Yeah, they need to scoop up the bomb in T-spawn, but there's 45 seconds left. Glaive is tasked with doing that. Farley covering off any pushes for bathrooms, Config for long, and we'll call this one done and dusted. Now, Furia are waiting in the wings, and I'm sure that they're happy that they've got to see these teams play quite a consistent amount of Counter-Strike here. There was all 30 in the first, it was overtime in the second, and this one here, well, we're not done and dusted yet, but they've shown 3 maps here today. It's going to help a team like Furia just settle in and see what type of form they have, what strategies they're running.
Yeah, what's up with Art wanting to play Astralis as well, believing that the Furia boys have something that can disrupt the Astralis boys, saying if they feel easy.
Yeah, that right there, I think that with the way that Entropiq play versus Art's aggression, personally, he probably has a hard time getting away with some of his maneuvers. Yeah. Whereas there's clear from Astralis, they also enjoy the chaos in some of their games, right? They have a switch. Sometimes it's config, go kill, and Glaive gets involved in the aggression as well. Sometimes it's a little bit more tempered. Farley will finish things off right here. Now, this is a 3-map affair. Yesterday's opener between Fnatic and Ents was over 2-0. Then FaZe versus Players, it was back and forth, a 16-4, a 16-5, and then a 16-9. So all single-digit map victories in one of the showstopper fixtures we had of yesterday. Later today, 7:30, I believe the time has been adjusted to now. Might be a little bit later if this game continues to go on. Heroic versus Liquid, North America's last and only hope, unless you count Twists, but I think he's migrated now. We can call him European soon. He'll fly that Canadian flag, but Molly missed.
It's Molly, yeah, and Crad got a lot to do here. You saw how it worked out for Blame.
Back turned.
Back turned and executed. They're looking lost. Entropiq. It's a long old series. Astralis, they're weathered veterans in the longevity.
Right now, if you have got the aggressive A prong down, you know that likely Alien with the AWP, you just regroup over towards B and go for a set piece. Forrester and Lackey are the two that they need to rumble. And this position from Forrester, extremely susceptible to a nose flash, right? So if you can stand by this little pole over here, you whack a flash through Monster. If he's blind, Lackey needs to swing on out and protect his teammate. No flash, just the swing.
Just drive.
Yikes.
Give him the equalizer. That might slow things down. That forces
a lot. And of smoke.
Coming through. Could be punished. Good. Gets the vision back. Lackey's good for the frag onto Config, and now Astralis. Yeah, completely.
It's crazy how just that kill back, like that tiny little difference maker, that great position, it's such a nuisance. It's great if you flash, it's terrible if you just walk on in, because the CT is going to have the advantage from that elevated position time and time again. 35 seconds left on the clock. Nickelback and Alien locking down A. Lackey and Forrester still reside on B, and they have a smoke, a flash, and a HE to brute force their way in. They need a bigger crowbar, I think.
Well, there's the info. Nickelback confirms he's under some threat. And he has delivered onto Blame. Just brave, just ready. Glaive's got one back. Elian could have gone down to the pre-fire. He is susceptible with no armor. Over the top, Glaive exploiting and running down the AWP.
It's a plant.
Can't be stopped. He fakes it. No time now. Unless they both were to line up, Forrester finds their head. And they will convert and recover. It looked like it was dire straits upon Krad's demise, but saved by the absent nose flash.
Yeah, it's just the one kill back, and it changes the whole dialogue of the rounds here. And Zip, right, he's creeping out. You may be expecting somebody on that close right-hand angle, but elevated in the fence position, no monster smoke. Nothing to save you from Forrester's aim, and he picks up the final kill of the round. They do retain the AWP for Alien. I'm sure he's going to be happy about getting that back in his mitts.
I'm sure Astralis are also going to just start with every CT round posted, recalling how it does feel to lose slews of T rounds on overpass.
Yeah, I think fortunately that one wasn't a crazy clutch. But if they do lose one of those in the piece here, here's that nose flash I was talking about.
Got to get the bogeys out. He decides on an alternative. Forrester's ready for it.
And this is just going to be a B hit. So this is a big issue right now for that of Astralis.
It'll be like 4 here. Crad can support short from connector.
Yeah, they have a lot of room. So they have to hope that they get a multi-kill early, right? If you're trading 1 for 1, the onslaught of CTs is going to be continuous. And Lackey's trying to do... He's avoiding this nose flash. So here we go. They're picking up the flashbangs and dropping on back. So this one's being called off, I think, Alex.
Yeah, I'm just going to stick around trying to punish if they did.
55 seconds and not a whole lot's happened. Krad's in connector. At least Nickelback's now over towards A to help out Alien. So the cut of noise across the map has forced a rotation. Krad getting some info here. But that's it. They've thrown flashes A, and now they're going back. So this setup is looking much better for them to execute against. There's a positive.
Yeah.
Maybe the only one we've got right now for Astralis in round number 19.
Krad's still got nothing to report party. I'm sure he'll be around in time. As soon as
Alien's rotating.
Is thrown into the equation. Alien is on his way. Util light. Alien does have an incendiary, could make things awkward short. Here they come swinging through. Lackey on pillar. Forrester down, and now it's up to Lackey. Delivering, can't make it 3.
Krad push though, it's coming.
Barley's in. Krad from short to deny the plant, and that ruins the round. They got 10 seconds. Astralis no way out but frags. Alien spotted, tags up Glaive. Take everything away from the Danes here. Blame in retreat, heading back to spawn, and they'll let it happen. But there's the 7th.
Yeah, and that Krad forward position the entire time, right? That is such an issue. You highlighted it early. He retained it on his lonesome, and it was a pivotal kill because if the bomb goes down and they were all retaking from spawn, a very winnable round for the Danes as we do see a timeout called, and surprisingly, this is the first for Astralis. I think that tells you how well the first half went. Now, for Astralis, they've had great starts to these games. Sure, they didn't win the initial pistol, but they won the force buy and then went on a string of 5. Here, they win the pistol, they get the conversion against the eco, and now this is where it gets difficult. This is the gun rounds, and I like that they saved all the timeouts. You want to use these quite liberally, I would say. So every time that you know that you're going to have a gun round or a round you can still be threatening, take a timeout, talk it through, right? Make sure that everybody's on the same page. Don't just leave spawn with someone going, oh, wait, what am I doing? Make sure there's a clear plan and a clear understanding of the expectation.
I mean, Lackey did everything required of him there. You saw what that left Crad with, and the time was on their side in a very big way. So fist bumps and belief starting to brew. Entropiq 7, Astralis 12. 4 rounds away from securing that Astralis Furia fixture. Or we go the distance. Every map so far this series has.
Yeah, this one feels the same. Just this AK, P250, the flash used, the space taken. They need to crack the head of Crad.
Yeah, but also, you know, if you put it on the Entropiq lens, they can't afford to lose someone early and put a weapon into an Astralis hand. Quick on the retrieve, gets it. They cannot afford to go down to another Astralis funny business eco round. This one rifle from Blame. You knew it was saved, it's been revealed.
In this type of a situation, with no utility, your bodies have to become your flashes. So with the Glocks and the P250s, if they can jump and they can make it be against the AWPer, Crad has spotted this. He's going to send a nade sailing downtown. But now they can actually start the press. It is only Glocks, but you can't really swing on that. So if they're able to bait out a shot of Elian and scale for space, that is the best option for Astralis in a round like this.
Yeah, the boost ain't bad. It will get over Elian's scope. He's just close line though, and he does catch that. Won't re-extend.
But it's good bait. It's actually allowed Glaive to tuck in.
Elian's worked it out, and now the threat is just Blame. But Blame is a big threat on his own. This is a 3v2. Now they both have rifles. This could spiral. Reaction necessary from Nickelback. Bomb being planted. No denial on the ball bank. And now it's ticking against them. Elian does take down Farley. It still remains as Blame. And Blame makes it 3. He could find the 13th. They're one rifle, one man.
He goes around the world. He might have time. Yeah, if he's quick on this, he might have time.
Just defuse. They don't. Again with the fake. He's going around the world. They don't know it.
This could be massive.
One tap from Blame. He's been found. And a sigh of relief rings out for every Entropiq player and fan alike. 8 secure, but my God, did Astralis make them work for it.
I think Blame in that situation is probably doubting the fact they're not defusing either. So you want to be quick just to make sure that that isn't getting diffused right under your nose there. But a massive round from Blame. He gets another opener. The guy is doing a great job. And again, I'll bring it up. A great map on Vertigo. A fantastic showing right now in Overpass. But is it enough?
God, that would be a real point of contention in the demo review if you're putting in numbers like he has and impact like he has, and still this game goes the distance.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, obviously they want to make some jokes that people at home call him bait F, this, that. He's been in the thick of it. Yeah. He's been getting them openings. He's been involved in the fights. He's been shutting areas down. He's not just getting pointless kills. These are impact frags on a lot of occasions. And Farley, if you don't account for your corners, you're going to go down with a sour face.
We can't afford to go down like this. Crad's got company. Crad's got company and some support. 1.5. Still Blame F keeps Astralis in it.
But Nickelback's position means they know it's not A. The biggest issue is the timer of up connector and past Nickelback, but he's going to be a sleeper agent. Lackey close monster again. They can retain 3 players locking down this B site.
Lackey's still trying his luck. Trying to play anti. There's no flash coming.
Forrester can re-smoke. Monster is a no-go zone for another 20 seconds. And if they just walk up short, it's into Elian's AWP.
He can't let it slip. And doesn't. Blame gone. Bomb down and bodies dropping. Left and right. Elian sends them home. A big shutdown. 4 hearts still beating and Farley forced to save. Another round scratched next to the Entropiq name.
Oh, I don't know if Farley is going to get away with this. Nickelback is starting to have a look. If Farley doesn't get around the corner, he's going to get, I was going to say shot in the back. The scope. Was it heard? Did Nickelback put himself close enough? Look at the party. They're starting to come on over.
He's going round for the ladder flank, and they're all going to be able to punish this orb.
they can flash through the window and then just swing. I think that's what they're lining up now. Lucky's lining up the flash. Here it comes.
It's going to be brutal. Look at this. An AWP peeks you. An M4 comes down the ladder.
After time. They're going to get him after time.
$0, Chad. $0. Oh, and Farley's lost it. Absolute nightmare for your... Zero. It doesn't get worse. It does not get worse. He's got a Glock and $0. And a single scope sound cue costs him the entirety of that.
And look at the score now, 12-9, has to be a half buy. So 12-10, double digits are about to be reached from Entropiq. Only 2 rounds so far, and that is with the pistol and conversion here. Elian just dancing around the pillar, picking and popping them apart right here.
Got quick feet. Farley feeling the brunt of that pain. And Conflict's gone down early.
Just remember the first gun round where Crad went aggressive and died with Glaive shooting him in the back. A great opportunity, a great 5v4, and that one just slipped through their fingers. And now they're in the hole. 4 consecutive rounds, likely to be 5. You think about Farley's buy into the next, it's going to be nothing. He's going to get a loss bonus of 3,400, so he can have the Galil at best. Unless somebody's feeling very generous and wants to drop him the AWP, maybe Glaive is. He's saved 3K. So there you go, problem solved.
Elian's tucked in close. Crad with the low HP is called upon to be the AWPer. Makes sense, especially against those pistols. Play the roles. Play the advantage. Elian needs this, provides it. And off the flash, they have taken space. Good catch. Zipex and Blame getting some frags in. Now weapons as well. Opportunity presents itself. Elian not able to finish off Blame F. The bomb's coming. They know he's there. Oh, this is weird.
They can drop on back. There's time to fall back. You don't have to commit to this.
Glaive smoke implies he will.
You got the gun. They can fall straight back now and play together in a 2-on-2 situation.
Glaive wants to go back. The birds are singing, and Astralis would be too if they can find this one. That Farley loss. Ooh, and Glaive spotted. That was the bomb as well. Lucky's on his way, and Blame just doesn't have the health for this, but he has got the skill.
This is the thing. He needs to get the bomb and plant. Oh, maybe the AWP save. That could be nice. He's going to need to drop in the next round. As long as he doesn't go down. Shot taken, backing off. Needs to get on out of there, and he should. Couldn't have another after-time death. That would be absolutely brutal here, and he will be able to hold on to the big green. Farley is going to be happy about this one. They need to just work out the buy. Now, there's plenty of cash for Elian to repurchase the big green, but another round that's super sketch. Another round that comes on down to the tightest of margins there. Now, these timeouts, I spoke about them. You may as well use them if you're Astralis. At least have the conversation. Have a chat. Decide how you're going to close this game on out. You still need 4 more to get this done, and it is not going to be easy. No timeout called, and back underway we go. What's the call from Glaive here? Those demons starting to haunt them now.
No CT aggressions, or at least not past the normality. Crad very stubborn in his connector position, and it's Blame F that's on his way as well. He's been... Oh, that smoke, it does signify presence, and that AWP is perfect for that. Farley sets his team up for a nice success, an opening kill.
Now, this is the thing. We've seen it before with Crad going down. It's like he's going to push. He's in the smoke, hoping to play in the fade right here. Zip aware of these mind games that get played. Nickelback is that rotation point back towards A for one more time. Blame still parked in connector. They can isolate a 3v2 fight on the A site.
Everything now hangs in the balance for these CTs. Entropiq, it's been a run of 5.
You have to convert this one.
This has to be Astralis' response. Round 2 of this half, the last time Astralis tasted victory. And Farley has presented them with the opportunity to buck that trend.
2 smokes right now. One for Glaive, one for Zip. Nickelback is playing close towards the sign. Elian to try and lure them in. Flash to delay, 30 seconds. Now the go signal has to come in momentarily here.
Trying to find an early advantage before they commit. Elian. Smokes, mollies, flashes, Blame on his way. Nickelback needs to be ready and delivers. He's going to be swung on. Desperate for Elian to provide some sort of assistance. He gets one, needed another. 8 seconds.
Bomb needs to get picked up.
Or is it?
Getting planted, going down now on the truck.
Just in time. 3v1 and Lackey's accepted defeat.
Oh, that bomb in the loose right there. You think about it, there's a molly down there. There could have been so much mayhem. Farley, very diligent on the pickup. The AWP are having to get the bomb down. And they make the 4v5 conversion work. That's Crad, who slipped up twice now in gun rounds, but once his team bailed him out, this time around he just gets pipped at the post. And they really want him in connector. It's quite clear that having him in connector is part of this game plan. Lucky to save. Now look at the finances over here. Forrester with 4.8. The loss bonus is only going to be 1,400. So this is where a timeout, maybe the last timeout of Entropiq, would come through, because you don't want the team to make a bad fiscal call here. So it'd be a great chance for Hooch to kind of set the record straight as Zip goes down with the bomb. Forrester could drop that AWP, right? He could get the AWP over towards Elian, who can drop an M4 and glass cannon, right? You can also get Lackey to drop an M4. So we could see 3 rifles, an AWP coming out here with something a little bit lighter, an MP9, maybe a 5.7 have been vogue in this one. And this is the timeout called from Astralis off of the round win. It's not actually Hooch who's chipping in, but he gets the opportunity to do so anyway. So given a great opportunity here in Entropiq to talk their own options through.
That's death. Farley's POV. And he was just safe on the slither, just safe from that flash. The reason Kran's so confident in going for that fight, and you can see the frags just in time coming through.
Yeah, that could have got so out of control there, because like Farley's scooping up the bomb and running to the safe plan of truck. So could have got out of control, but they do get the buy back in. They have dropped the AWP for Elian. He's even been able to get Kevlar, so that's quite nice. It's a FAMAS and an MP9.
They changed it up. After their team talk, Kran is off to B as well. And Elian is going to have a gaping chasm to overcome in that toilet's absence. They're going for the boost, and no one's going to be there.
Bit of a gimmick getting pulled out here, and Elian's found the pick on long, so this will stall out any A aggress. They're starting to rotate Crowd back right now, and that one's not going to taste very nice at all for Astralis here. Yeah. They have no room on the map.
1 right back and 0 info. Can Entropiq convert their 4v5? Light on nades. Resources are at a premium. And this absence of map control just means they're going to have to send blame in.
He has to walk past an AWP, and even if he gets the AWP kill, Crad swings.
They progress up long, and no AWP rings off. Building a mental picture. Endian flashed off. Crad should have him every day of the week. Blame is not looking his way, and Crad gets himself a freebie. AK upgrade. Progression. They're into the site, though. Missed shot on the AWP. Elian under scrutiny. Crad saves him. It's just Farley, though, and he has got himself the frag. The bomb is loose, and this one's done. Ooh, the gap getting very tight now, Chad.
Out of options, or maybe not out of options, but out of solutions, right? So giving up an opening kill right there, it was Entropiq who were going for something a little bit gimmicky to find some information early over towards B, and Elian just gets given a bit of a freebie on that long peak. Zip is going to save, but they're playing a dangerous game. 2,900 into the bank balance. Enough for Blame to buy. Farley should be the same. Config and Glaive are going to be light on here. Score now reads 13-11 as time transpires, and there's been a lot of those within this second half of play. Going to count a total of 4 rounds where players from Astralis on the T side have been saving guns here. Glaive's got enough to get the purchase coming on through as well. So it might be sitting pretty with Galils in lieu of AKs.
Restraint from Crad was rewarded as well.
That's what I was talking about, right? That wombo combo setup, the bait and switch and Blame, he tries to take the space. You want to take the space against an AWP once they take the shot, but lured straight into that.
Missed Molly, space to be taken. It's Entropiq that once again has agreed to dispatch Crad towards that underpass. It has been exploited at times. This time no Farley though, and they are back to long. It seems like they want to do the same round again, or at least what they intended to do, without stomaching and opening Elian frag.
Elian's actually posted up on a different angle right now, which would have been on a bit of a timer for a smoke. He just dipped back, right? He was actually patrolling upper bathrooms from just behind the smoke. It's landed, so that's forced him to reposition here. They have 4 players here early, and Zip isn't watching the backyard of B either, so this is very telling that they want to just kind of get the jump on A.
Speaking of jump, that's going to be where Elian gets his information from. Didn't catch a glimpse of that boost. Fai is up there, and so is Glaive. So with an AWP shot fired, they might start to accelerate into their blind spot. Still nothing on his jump. He's not calling for aid.
In the smokes now.
Float. He needs one. He's so blind. Oh, and he's dead. Config's into the site with a big entry. Krad needed that onto Zip.
Bottom a buffer now.
Yeah, especially if Blame does go down. Krad, huge impact. The bomb planted.
They're locked in.
Exactly. And they're going to flash through that. That is naughty. They're going to be staring right at it. Glaive, not flash, not bothered. His teammate is in the smoke as well. The call was made. Damage is done. Farley falls. It's Lackey with the double. And Config, oh, they're staring right at him. They're staring right at him, trying to rascal the smoke. Nickelback far too wise. And that is a 3-man retake successful for Entropiq. Astralis, they're really running out of opportunities here.
Great find from Krad. The double kill was massive. One is great, but the Blame frag is everything. Because if Blame gets that kill, we can fortify connected, and Lackey can't come up. They can't go for that little bit of a maneuver that they just operated with. Flash through the smoke, they pop on through, they make this one awkward as hell. Here's the double. Just noisy as you like, not letting go, taking the fight. Blame not ready for that one there, and this is Lackey. As you mentioned, the information was given, and, well, you know where Config's going to be. Hiding in a smoke.
You know Krad is screaming, two, there's another, and he does find him through.
Don't think they can go B. Astralis haven't shown that they're able to finish B. It's been all about A. It's been all about trying to see if Elian will crumble, and sure, he goes down there, but his teammates, they back him up.
This is different. Glaive, straight through the underpass, and no Krad to report. He's actually over on long.
Well, this is the time where they are setting their sights on the second letter of the alphabet. And Lackey here has been playing behind this monster smoke time and time again. And the one time they tried to creep back B, it was the drain position, the grate at the back there that caught them off guard.
You really have to have some cojones to believe in a position like this, staring at the floorboards, waiting for the sound cue and for that flashbang.
Even not getting spammed, like it's really on meta right now for CTs to creep into that smoke. So dicing with death, and they actually pivot on back. Lackey to the pillar, Forrester and Nickelback in a bit more of a retake setup now on the side. They're not fully committed to locking down Monster.
This can go wrong. Flash, Lackey's safe on the pillar side. Config in contact. Here comes the util, he'll swing with it.
Everyone's blind.
Forrester does manage to take him down. Numbers game. Advantage Entropiq and damage dealt, not finish it off. Farley low. Nickelback has to send him lower. Krad very restrained on his rotate through.
30 seconds now.
Elian does have the overwatch from heaven.
Tail.
And where are they going?
You gotta get through Krad.
Ooh, Krad has gotta live now. And he's pre-aiming it. Glaive knows he's there.
20 seconds.
He's there. Krad, very greedy. They're coming for him. Survival. Gets one through the wall. It's really low on time. 15 seconds.
They have to go B.
Where are they going?
They have to go B. And look at Nickelback. He should have them dead to rights.
Should. Being the operative word, and does. As 13, we tie it all up. Unlucky for some. And Astralis starting to tut their tongue. They are really running out of chances.
Glaive went connector, as you pointed out, to deal with this man right here, and he didn't play there early. He played there late, and he was still the linchpin of the round. He was still the key to victory. Remember the other round that they went B early on in the piece, and you had Lackey playing behind the pillar. He gets 2 kills, and then Krad comes up short with the MP9, denies the plant. Krad, the thorn in the side right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing a real risky game. He's at the top of the scoreboard with Elian. The frag distribution in general is incredibly close for Entropiq. It is a team effort in this full 3-map affair. I will remind you, we had a full 30 rounds way back on our first map, Nuke. Vertigo went the distance plus extra, and here we find ourselves at 13-13 on the third. This is a real, very level battle in the playoffs.
There's one player you turn to right now if you're Astralis. If you need some magic, you need a moment, you need an individual to get you back in this game with an absolute scorcher of a play, and that's Config. He needs to feel this right here, right now. Get the team back in. It's a half buy. Entropiq can take the lead. But if anyone's going to change that tune, it's the madman, the berserker Config.
Yeah, he's got absolutely no util. He'll take blood instead. Through the flames, the spray, and Lackey immediately repels.
Shut down.
Yeah, Krad this time doesn't quite finish the round, but there's nothing more to celebrate for Astralis.
This would be such a difficult round to be able to win in a 3-on-4 situation.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, the boosting as well. Zip is dead. Should be dead.
Should have been dead, yeah.
A bit of a wobbly there.
Well, they're going back towards long, and guess who's posted up?
Extraterrestrial. Holding the terrain.
They're going to boost up and over his line of sight again, so they've definitely studied that. Oh, well, you're spotted, and you should be dead. Elian doesn't risk the repeat. lot of indecision. Like, Astralis can't go forward, they can't go back. They just go into the AWP. And a round that will have a lot of mustard on it as far as the B rush goes. Isn't going anywhere. At least they've kept tugging Entropiq across the map. And here's this drained position again. Should get the spot of the toes. Tickles him on up. And Zip is the one who gets punished by that yet again. Glaive with the M4 in hand. It's more than the M4 to get this one done, I think. The first on the Forrester's tidy. Lackey been the pillar of defense on this B bomb site. For him, 18 kills. It's a team effort over there for Entropiq. 21 at the high end for Ellie, and the low end is 15 for Forrester, who has been the hero in the other maps. The man stepping up with so much impact.
Yeah, he got them here. I think that is not hyperbole. He's been responsible for this performance. This was just Zipex getting away from the spray.
Yeah, a bit of a wobble.
Yeah. And Elliot nicely handling. Just a balance between the repeaks and knowing he has an advantage at the weaponry. Don't want to let that gap close. And talking of gaps closed, the lead for Entropiq has been secured. 14 now as they control the pace. It's up against the rifles, 5 AKs, and could be Zipex that takes Forrester's aggression personally.
Yeah, a bit more initiative out of Zipex here. He's been extremely passive babysitting this B side of the map here. So by getting this opener, it's going to just leave Lackey on an island. A heavy rotate back towards A. So this has to be a gamble call from Nickelback, the in-game leader. Let's stack the site. Let's hope that they come into our domain. And they've been able to get one back.
Yeah, didn't confirm long presence. Config was flashed. With Monster re-smoked, it's Crad the next objective. Farley's ready for it, looks away. Config and Crad, and oh, Crad's got another. High impact, Blame equalizes. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of speed. Elian, no vision, no health.
He's open. Nickelback's the only one here.
They should plant here. Nickelback straight up confirms it's way too much for him to handle on his own. Needs Lackey. Swings through. Farley good for the headshot. Astralis breaking their silence. And a 1v3 for Lackey. Uninterested. $300 in his back pocket. Rifle would be welcome.
Yeah, keep that one. Hold on to that for sure. Nickelback can buy Ellie, and the same. Forrester's going to be pretty damn close. So important for Lackey to hold on to this. And the fact that this kid, after you lost Forrester on B to Zip, swings back Monster and kills Zipex, right? That is wild. Like, he is not afraid of anything here. So did his best to level the playing field. But good trading out from Astralis and a good understanding of the situation. You could see Elian just caught in no man's land, completely blind, run on down in this game, tied up again, 14-14. And an AWP retained for Farley now.
Yeah, you couldn't help but feel the same flustered feeling that Elian would be feeling as that flash pops.
Do you account for Zip to get an opening kill towards B again to spur you forward? That's a problem, right? We've been looking for ways in for Astralis here. And the fact that with Zip is the most unlikely of heroes to find, the individual whose job it is just to keep a lid on the B bomb site. And this was the opener. Piers on out. See you later, Alligator. Forrester will go on down and giving up a bit of a death right there. Glaive, the pressure, it was mounting. And this was essential because if Nickelback scales towards Truck, allows a bit of time for Lackey to rotate over. Could have been an awkward situation on the site, but Hooch calls the final timeout, understands that this is the moment to close the game. An AWP has been bought from Nickelback. It's going to be dropped to Elian. The purchase is coming on through. The coach giving the final orders as 3, 2, 1, and that's the last time he can choose to chip on in.
Last fist bumps, a good luck, have fun from the coach, and he's spoken his last word. Third map, 28 rounds, and we're dead even. 28 frags for Blame. Him or Config. Eyes on the prize, see if they can find more impact into a must-win round. Astralis chasing their tails a little on the T side. Elian fires off a warning shot, not going to be punished. It's just Config through Playground, containing any long info plays.
That's a lot of information. If you weren't sure if there was going to be an AWP, you know immediately, straight out the gate. You know that you're working against a default round, so you need to operate with the AWP in the back of your mind for the remainder of the minute 30. And a consecutive round here for Astralis with a 1900 loss bonus into the back pocket of Entropiq in the next will break them. It will absolutely break them. This round means everything for the Danes if they want to close here in regulation. They're testing long again, are they really?
Elian's there.
Need to wait for the flash here, Glaive.
Oh, Rigger, it doesn't seem far off, but they get away. Storm weathered. Can Concerned about Banana still. Doesn't want to abandon Crowd on this island. And oh my god, he peeks out. And he loses his life. Farley, long-range support. They've got another opening.
Yeah, and another Crowd opening death given up to Farley's AWP here. That's happened twice throughout this. Last time they did convert, they can do it again. 40 seconds remaining, so time is probably the biggest issue for Astralis right now. Is Lackey, the hero of the B bomb side, the only man posted to defend against the Fiver, bearing down on his position. They've got Util, they flash on out. They must know this is coming. Team flash and a conversion. That's a problem.
That's a big problem. Glaive, full white screen, courtesy of Zipex, and Lackey alone has cavalry and a bit of damage. It may not be enough. They're into water. Oh, he threw the smoke. Nickelback dead on progress. 2d4. Forrest is still there though. 20 HP. They'll hunt him down.
Seconds, you got a plant, boys.
They do have to stop the plant. That's all they have to do. They can wallbang it. Oh my god, he tagged him. He doesn't know. He nearly won the round on the bang alone, but Forrester alone, and that's 15. Feels good, I'm sure.
Oh, Zip made up for that team flash. 2 huge kills on the way through Monster right there. He would have been left red-faced if Glaive went down and that round fell apart. Missed timing, missed comm, but does not matter. Astralis first to 15 here.
Look at their money, Chad. We knew it would be bad, but it's brutal. Last round defending your honor after such a hard-fought game, and Entropiq, the abacus is haunting them here. The finances just do not favor them. The reason you're roaring, as Config was, is because he knows this one is on a silver platter now. A silver platter. All the trimmings, all the fixings. Is it gimmicks from the CTs? Do they have anything left to catch this Astralis attack off guard? It's Crad in his usual hidey hole. Door blown off. Supportive flashes are available. Nickelback's been known to throw 1 or 2.
And then just trying to jump spot for some info here. He knows that he needs to allow a buffer for Crad to operate in connector. Divider smoke. Well, Molly. It's bathroom smoke. Crad now. Can he find anything here with this Deagle lying in wait? Needs a kill. Needs something. Flash to enable.
But they're coming for him. Spotted. Struggling. Multiple targets and already 3 congregating in his position.
First to fall again for Crad. Such a volatile position in connector right here, and he's given up the death.
And this is the final round of regulation. 4 francs is all that separates Astralis from the quarterfinal.
It might have to be a gamble here from Entropiq. You're going to have to pick a side.
You're not going to do it with pistols and scouts if you're scattered, but at the moment they are.
Nickelback's pushing.
30 seconds. Maybe the clock could become a villain here if they could just find something. Tag's not much.
You've got to go.
They're coming. Nickelback doesn't find the head of blame. Looking good for Astralis. 3 frags is all they need. A hard-fought series. Config in. They've got time to plan. A horrible retake with no kit. Astralis, they do get across into the site. A nice tag through the smoke, but it's all nothing to be celebrated. The CT's all from one direction. Alien's gone. Just like Zane. And the pain, it continues. 16-14. Elation, joy for one side of the studio and quite the opposite for the other. All the rounds, a hard-fought game, mistakes for both sides. But it's the Danes that will meet Furia in the quarterfinals.
Too many times I seen plenty bail, and there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama.
That's what we like to see right there. High-octane Counter-Strike. In case you're just tuning in, it's the playoffs, ESL's 15th season of Pro League, and we have a victor in Astralis. They weather the storm. They get there through the end, and it's overpass where we have the decider. You see how that one went down. A nice 30-rounder. Barely, just barely, though. Maniac and Yanko on the case with me. Tell me something that the audience doesn't know, Maniac.
When we talk about experience at the desk, that's one of these words that we love to throw away. Like, oh my God, the experience matters so much. You wind it back, you go to 14-14, and you look at these last two rounds. And this is where you see the experience. This is where you see Astralis being able to keep the slow rhythm, still finding the entries. This is where you see Fallig as well. Rookie, invisible in the second half, then finding 2 kills with the AWP. These last 2 rounds, they were the whole best of 3 worth. I'm okay I was there.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he finally got it going with the AWP, and I think also the incredibly close series. I mean, the teams won the same amount of rounds.
Yeah,
close the series, funnily enough. Right, and unfortunately for Entropiq as well, rushing a couple of situations, right? Forrester seems to have run out of steam on this last map. He was carrying and playing tremendously on the first 2 maps, right? We were talking about who's going to win the series, probably the team that makes less mistakes in crucial rounds, and that was Astralis this time around.
So for Astralis, they barrel through, staying alive within the bracket play of the tournament itself. They now have Furia in front of them. We can take a look at the brackets so that to catch you up to speed, so that you kind of see the picture that's being painted here. Now, Maniac, we all know the top side of this bracket is it's a little hefty, but where are we at now?
I mean, obviously, we have NIP that are waiting for their opponents. That's going to be decided next between Heroic and Liquid. We have Movistar Riders versus ENCE. One of these 2 teams ending up in a semifinal. That's going to be a great success anyway. Astralis is going to go up against Furia, as you mentioned, and then the one and only, the main card, Na'Vi FaZe.
The main card. All right, I like it. It's got a vibe to it. What do you think, Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the final before the final, so to speak, right? Like on that other side, whoever it is, Furia or Astralis, I think whoever comes out on top, FaZe or Na'Vi is a heavy favorite in that one. And on the other side of things, the team that's playing next against Liquid, Heroic, if they can win that game, their bracket seems pretty open to the grand final as well.
And imagine.
So I wouldn't underestimate ENCE.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. They seem to be very snappy with it sometimes, you know what I mean? Nonetheless, we're going to be snappy right on into an interview. It wasn't too bad, right? Glaive, what's he saying? Who's he talking to? It's Heku. What's up?
Hey everybody, right now I'm joined by Glaive for a short post-match interview. Glaive, congratulations, you just won against Entropiq, but that was a really tight series. I mean, like 30 rounds on map 1, overtime on map 2, and then on like 3, it almost went to another overtime. Did you actually expect for this series to be as intense and as close?
I mean, I was expecting it to be really close, but I could see us winning like with a better score. But I think they played really good, and yeah, on Vertigo, I personally didn't really find my own level, so that was pretty tough. But I think they played really good, and I knew there was a strong team. They have beaten us before, and we knew it was going to be a hard match.
And we noticed that, like, when it comes to overpass, you got to save a lot, like, without, like, planting the bomb or, like, fighting, like, for, like, maybe, like, for the side. Did you kind of, maybe, like, change your approach of how, like, you look at the T side and now you value the weapons, like, way more than before?
I don't think so. I just think that it seemed like for us that it made most sense in those situations to save the weapons. I think it was the right calls, and yeah, sometimes or one time it didn't work out because Farley died after the time, and the same happened for them, I think. So So yeah, it's just things that happen. But sometimes when you say weapons, it can fuck up the economy a bit, because for the next round, somebody will need to save again, or they won't have a weapon for the round after that. So, yeah, it can be a little bit weird with the economy when you save too much. But of course, we do it when we feel like the situation is right.
Well, with today's win, you are moving forward to the quarterfinals, and there you're going to meet Furia. So far in Group D, you got to play against European teams and North American teams, but now it's going to be a South American team that is very known for playing aggressive. Will you kind of try to adjust or adapt yourself to their style?
Yeah, of course, we'll try to prep as we always do, and we will try to be ready for the art moves. Like he's always really offensive, and yeah, he can be a really great player when it's really good for him. So hopefully he will have a bad day, and yeah, hopefully we will win.
Hopefully. Thank you very much.
Yeah, when Glaive talks about art moves, we're not talking about collecting paintings, are we, Maniac?
We are not, although I would love to do that one day if I have the resources. Right? That's a lot of Pro League seasons.
For sure.
After that.
Of course, right?
Yeah, you have to show up for more than playoffs, man. Yeah.
Exactly. I got to, put that work in.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to go to a break here shortly, but obviously with Heroic and Liquid on the other side of it, let's get our general consensus there. Heroic reign supreme? Do we see Liquid with something in the tank?
Look, people might say I'm underrating Liquid. I do feel like Heroic have everything they need to win that series. I think if they don't massively mess up, they should be highly favored. So I'm going to side with Heroic, but I'm looking forward to seeing OC play.
Yeah, I know Liquid has a chance, and I know Kassad has done tremendous amounts of research on this topic. So I don't want to steal his thunder. I'll leave it to him, Trace, in the next segment to break it all down and tell you why Team Liquid is going to beat
He's got a PhD in Liquid.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe Kassad breaks down himself and does a little dance for us here or something. Anyway, that's right. For us, it's done. We switch it on over to Paula and company. And don't go anywhere. You see what's on your screen. Makes a lot of sense. Nitro and Liquid in 2022. Holy cannoli. It's Nick Ravioli.